Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, boom, boom. Yeah, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, boom, boom. Yeah, boom, 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 boom. Mm-hmm. Yeah, da, 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 da. Da, da, yeah, da, 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 da. Yeah, da, da, yeah, da, 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 da. Yeah, da, da, yeah, da, 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 da. Yeah, da, 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 da. Yeah, da, da, yeah, da, 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 da. Yeah, da, 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 da. Okay, if I run this with the shoot compatibility, I should now be able to make this function right. Unique. Doesn't know the way to like this on my back and already in. Moving down this way, you always know. 505 063. This is your in-game username, and you will not be able to change it. Single player Carl. Does he know? Does he know? Does he know? Okay, I got that thing working now. So what's on the agenda today, Carl? Well, Pip, as I posted in the server so that everyone knows, today is the redo day for the community crossover. Clearly, it was very stupid of me to plan for the event to take place during the holidays, because what I thought was going to be very easy and simple, because everybody's plans would have been on the holidays, not days after the holidays. It was just simpler, especially considering the tragedy of or needing to step away for her animals, that it's just simpler and easier to put another day through for the cross-community stuff. So that means the things that we had already raised $1,000 for, this is today, and since it is also a Thursday, this is a group community day. So gaming and playing while I sort all that out. Where did I put this launcher? I've got too many fucking browsers, and they block my ability to see the launcher. To see the launcher. Okay, now I can see the launcher. I got the Knockout City launcher to fucking function. Santa Maria's hallelujah. Okay. This is authentication code. And just going down the list of shit that I got on the side here. I've got a lot of shit here I need to sort through. This is the old one. All right. Now, we now attend my bot. Still doing the thing where it doesn't do the thing. That's really dumb. Okay. Signing the chat's not gonna work. We're gonna do it like this though. What we're gonna do this is we're gonna do this off active chatters in chat. That's how we're gonna start. Hello, Tusky. How we're going to start the giveaway and do it for the rest of the evening is every hour on the hour I'm going to tag for active chatters. And I'm going to go through the backlog of my keys that I have yet still to give away, as well as other gifts and donations that people would like to add and amend for their own selves. Hello, Master Wolf. Originally supposed to get up at 12, but sleep did not come well to me. So, we're working with the time we have. We might even go a little bit over from midnight. Don't know. It's really based on how I feel right now. Heading to bed after your day shift. Have a good stream. Good luck with y'all's giveaways. Thank you, Boster. Bye. Fun part is that I literally had these purchased for me so I could be able to be awake during that debate. And now here I am using them to be able to stay awake on the eve of the private league. I posted an example of one of the things that they have going on there. Now, I'm telling you, I really desperately want to beat that guy and take that $1,000 from him. Boy, can I use some of that fucking money. Not all of its PayPal transfers, but the Steam vouchers definitely will go a very long way with funding and paying for anything we particularly have interest in when I start getting back into the rotation of fulfilling out the deliverables. All right. So, as things are, being as they may, let us go over the rejoinder of the details that we had to go through before. Namely, this list. The washer works again. Yay! Congratulations. So, as we discussed before, these donos and these suggestions are going to be up for what the 1K requirement slot is going to be. I haven't decided fully on what is which, but I said I was doing one of these plus one of these. So as we work through all of the giveaways, I'm going to suggest you all be open with examples and more ideas, and then we will decide what my fate shall be. Technically, this is like some way of a form of like forced community New Year resolutions for me. Because I dead ass, I'm not gonna fucking lie to you. I did not expect nor believe we would hit 1K. And it wasn't from like the idea of having no idea, because it's just, I ain't see it happening. Call it crestfallen, call it being and feeling somewhat unmotivated, call it being skeptical and cynical. But that is the mindset and viewpoint from which I was coming from it for. So when we hit the number, I was very happy and also very lost. Very lost. Because of the fact that I just didn't expect it. I just didn't expect it. So that being as it may, finished a game called Rekindle Trails, based. So with that being as it may, as we all find the time to bring ourselves together for this Discord night, we're going to figure out what we're going to do with ourselves tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Now, all things all considered altogether, because he was able to get back to me in time, I have the date for what is going to happen with the PIP review stream. That's going to happen at 4 p.m. on Sunday, where it's going to be versus chat styled watchback. It's going to be a conversation, both about my performance and also about how to improve, as well as the general subject matter. And then after tomorrow, starting at noon, the Second Wind Private League is going live. And to just show you guys the thing that I'm hyped for, I have had my eyes glued on these active bounties, because I cannot let some of this slip through my fingers whatsoever. Show you what I mean. Here's the top of the active bounty list. Many of these rewards are Steam gift cards, right? $30 here, $30 here, $30 here, $30 here, $30 here, $30 here, $25 here, another $25 here, $25 here. This one's a $200 cash prize. This is just the start of them, the ones that piqued my interest. Because for the build that I want to run for this league, as a league starter, I don't think I need to have an ascendancy in order for it to function. Which is a good thing in the corner for me. It will be slightly annoying to try and do this, but I can do it. Then, this one says 50 pounds, but I have to assume it means $50 in my currency, whatever the equivalent amount is. Then another 100 cash prize. Then another $50 voucher. Then another 20 pound or $20 voucher. Another $25 cash prize. $50 Steam voucher, but I'm not probably going to be able to succeed at this one, because I'm not going to play Chronomancer. This one I could attempt if I'm able to get there. This one will be out of my reach, but not as interesting. This one will be kind of slightly out of my reach. If I can successfully do this, that would be another one. This one is definitely out of my hands, because I do not care about Temporalis. I doubt I will care about Fire in the Hole. I doubt that I'll get Pain in the Rain, since I'm not going to be on those characters to do them. This one not possible, because simply it's just a little bit too cheap. And then this one, right here. This, right here, this creator, this user, Technically user. He's not a broadcaster. This user, right here, is Guy That Dies. He is one of our 2 out of 7 character demigod racing champions. Okay? This kind of taunt. This is the kind of shit I need for motivation. Okay? I want that money for the 100. But knowing my mother, and knowing the people around me, it's more than likely that I'll end up losing Timer. Because I have never wanted to race someone so goddamn hard in my life, knowing what I know, and knowing that it's possible on my build. I want his ass, and I want his money. Because this one isn't a Steam voucher. It's a PayPal transfer directly. But, not only do I have to beat him, I have to beat everybody else that's also racing to 100. There's a lot I can do with $1,000 that will help immediately. Like the fucking dental work I need, or paying for the glasses that I need, because these are super out of prescription. Or being able to afford a fucking doctor appointment. And then another 100 voucher. This one I'd be very deeply interested in doing, but I'd have to probably league start it in order to make it possible. This one will be slightly more capable, but fucking Kaltorek and his off-meta build requires a fucking Crown of the Pale King, which means you have to probably find or buy a crown. Or chance. And I was going to roll a Thorns build after I got the thing. So all in all, I'm super stoked for this league. And I am super hyped to want to take Guy That Dies' money. But alas, I have to succeed. And knowing the people around me and knowing how my family is, I'm not going to be allowed. Which is just disappointing. Regardless. It's like I've told y'all motherfuckers before, it's not all sunshine and rainbows inside of Exile. Sometimes you might actually want to fucking put some hands on a motherfucker if they offer that kind of cash. 100%. 100%. 100%. I guess I'm just broadcasting to myself today, I don't know. Alright. It's 4:17 right now. I will do the first giveaway at 4:30, let's call it, because technically I started at exactly 4 on the dot. It took me a second to make the thumbnail. To make a new and better thumbnail. You're gonna have to dip from the chat to get Tide Pods. Not Tide Pods, don't smoke them. Granny, how can you be doing drugs? I joke, I kid. You just here? You just always been busy? Well, I don't know if you don't say nothing. Today's giveaway is done on active chatting. The lurkers are being forced out. They're scratching like rats. It's not like I'm expecting there to be people who will work their entire schedule around around when we have community events when it comes to their work schedules. So if somebody does, you should let me know so that I can be able to say what the fuck is going on here. I ain't nobody special. Carl said to himself. Right. To hope that this works, I'm going to press the launch button. What this should allow me to do is host and run. Public, private, local host. Launch. Enjoying your meal, doing home accounting. Still can't connect. So that was me trying to host a launch. How about here? Patching game client, authenticating. Okay. All right, I've got it working. That has such a loose. That's so loose. Mouse sensitivity. It's not the mouse. It's the camera. Okay. Everything here is normal. Subtitles on. Chat input device. It says there's no device. Chat output device. This is no device. Customization. They gave me a female twink. And because this is a game that technically is from a company that made it into a public-private thing, These should all be unlocked and available for me to just choose in my leisure. So, I choose you. Potty type A, potty type B. But why is my face a woman? Because you just chose to be. Well, I think I have a general idea why this game ended up not being able to find its target audience. I think I know why the game didn't find its target audience. It's on the tip of my tongue, chat. It's on the tip of my tongue. I do all this to make sure it works and functions like so. Very flashy. I wonder if they have the Yamcha. They, in fact, do not have the Yamcha. They got the it should have been me. Washes and dishes. Give me a good second. I'll post them to the Discord after you get the pods. No problem, no problem.
Hello. Hey there. What's up? Hello. What's up? Hello. What's up?
It's me.
Howdy. Howdy there. Any requests?
I'm ready to break something.
No hideout stays hidden for long.
Brawl equals life. Collect that.
What planet is this? There appears to be intelligent life.
Hello.
How you doing?
What's up? Guess who?
Hello! I know secrets. Let the trash talking commence.
Hey, how you doing?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hiya. Hello.
Hello. What's up?
Hello.
Glider. So much customization. What's in the shop? What is this? Ultimate KO throws earn more bonus HP. 50. 25. So, isn't this just useless? Okay, so you have an item shop that has items that I guess have no necessary particular purpose because everything's unlocked. You can have the ability to find a crew. You can create a crew. What are crew contacts? So it must have been an active clan season. Okay, so private match, league match, street match. There's no active season for the league match. Called you back to get Tide Pods a second time. Crazy. Why is the face pixelated? Because it's a skin. Learn the basics of dodge brawling, brush up on advanced moves that dominate your opponents. No contract or XP progression, except earning hollow bucks for each one completed.
When learning the basics of brawling, there's no place better than Rooftop Rumble. Learning how to run and jump across these rooftops could mean the difference between supreme victory and sudden vertigo. Find every radio bot scattered around the rooftops to learn all the core skills any brawler worth their salt will need to master. Hope you aren't afraid of heights.
It's definitely a lively world. Welcome to training. Correct the radio bots. Wad's movement. Toggling sprint. Space to jump. Jump on bounce pads. No wall running. Can't dodge roll without balls. Walk into balls to pick them up. Press G to drop.
Whatever you do, don't look down, baby. What a tranquil rooftop garden. I wouldn't linger too long. You're technically
Hold to lock onto opponents when holding the ball. Release to throw. So I can click Is camera flicking possible? That's the question one has to ask here. Where'd the ball go? Ball went here. So as soon as you click, if you're facing the opponent, you lock on. So it's possible that I can just... Yes. Hold right click to catch incoming balls. Catch the ball right before it hits you.
Stand in the circle in front of the target dummy to initiate its throw catch protocols.
I wonder if there's a difference between good catches and perfect catches. When lock onto you, see a border warning around the edge of the screen, shows you the direction of the opponent if they're off screen, and change states when the ball is thrown. Go back to stand in the circle, turn in different directions when getting thrown at, see how it works. Okay. Ghost Danger with spikes. And it has a sound effect. Glider when airborne. Hello. Ouch. So good night, Net. You made more points. What game is this, by the way? Knockout City. Oh, what else? Reinstalling your whole Steam library? That's crazy. Also, button. Right, active chatters starting with the giveaway. I'm going to press the button. First winner is Tisky. Get my thing open here. Keys. All right. What I have for you is a choice between two things. You can have a key for Merchants of Roseball, or you can have a key for Section 13. I can send you the key directly to your DM. Which one would you like, Tusky? Merchants. Okay. I remember, your name has 2 S's. Here we go. Send me back a confirmation when you use this code so I can mark it off, please. Going here now.
That multi-millionaire Malcolm Magpie has been buying up huge chunks of the city. Says he's gonna revitalize the place.
Malcolm City has a quirk. His unique quirk to learn to master Rooftop Rumble has high wind blowing between its 2 buildings. Glide faster inside the high wind. Glide and use high wind to cross the gap quickly and surprise your opponents.
Ah, the lamplight. I got my start there. Brawling during the day and DJing at night. No matter the beef, everyone was friends at the old lamplight.
Need a ball? You can find them missing in spots like this across the map. A ball sauce at the level will respawn at one of these spots. For maps with different bouts of ball spawners, try to 505 on Rooftop Rumble. Once you've found all the bots, you're free to move to the next training. See how many you've found in the top left screen. Use this to open the menu, go to the next training. You feel ready, you can use escape to return to hideout and start looking for a match. Next training. Be the ball.
Hey, all right. You completed all the lessons and
You should be able to redeem codes on Steam through mobile. If you have the Steam app, you can be able to do it that way.
Welcome to Concussion Yard, a great place to learn how to be the ball. Follow the various radio bot instructions, and in no time, you'll be your own high-speed wrecking ball. Yep.
You can also, use account website accessing for that as well. I don't usually use it, but that's a choice. One trials machines and central segment look when they pass the machine with the environment wrecking ball who runs that thing on. Hold Alt to go into ball form. You move by rolling, look for spots to roll. There are rollers and pick you up and throw you like any ball. You can't hold into a ball when you're in ball form. So use hold or toggle.
I have no idea what they're building here. Luxury apartments, or state-of-the-art office space. Whatever it is, it's certainly out of my price range.
Pick up and throw the ball from players like a normal ball. Thrown players cause an instant KO if they hit. Pick up this teammate and press this to throw them.
Oh, some wet cement to write your name in? I used to love doing that.
You do not have sticky ledge. Just as you can throw a teammate for instant KO, you can be thrown. Do I have to hold it the entire way through? No. In ball form, some opponents can pick you up too. You'll be locked up in their hands and have to hold space to escape. Match speed to break out faster. Break out even after you've been thrown.
Oh no.
Okay. Hold L, walking between your teammates, try an ultimate throw. When fully charged, be thrown high into the air, control the trajectory with wads, explode on impact. Okay. So what creates a full charge? That's the question. I have to go back here. That's what does. So it's a 1-2 step. I have to hold it down long enough that it actually charges, and then toss it, and then it connects. So normal balls cannot do that. They can get charged like this. They can't do that. Okay.
We tried to save the school. Even had a fundraiser right here on the station. But there's not much a bunch of brawlers can do against the mega millions of Malcolm Magpie.
Use emotes to communicate with your team. Press throw on ball from to say throw me. Ask for help when picked up on an opponent. 1 to taunt to rile up the enemy.
Go ahead. Get hit by that wrecking ball. It won't knock you out, but it will knock you around.
Uh-huh. Okay, so they would have already taught me how to do ultimate throw then. Claim the high ground. Look out for high places. Be on the lookout for special balls that appear randomly. This is a moon ball. While holding it, you jump like you'd run on the moon. Hitting someone with it sets them into space. This is G put down.
You just completed the last training lesson in this section. Why not jump into a match and practice what you've learned? Open the menu to choose where to go next. As the saying goes, ball up or shut up.
Not exactly bad control floaty, but it is. That's going to take a while to get used to. And you get on top of that. Drop the ball. Guess doesn't matter. Next training.
Here at the Knockout Roundabout, you'll learn how to push your dodgeballs past the speed limit. Follow the various radio bot instructions and kick this baby into overcharge.
Things you generally know about overcharge. Overcharge makes the ball go faster than most normal full charge. Get overcharged 2 ways: receiving a pass or perfect catching. Well, there's the answer to the perfect catch question. Always busy. Go watch for traffic. Cars knock you away and they hit you, but they don't hurt. Jump on top for a
Didn't
free
your mama
ride.
ever tell you not to play in traffic? Yeah, mine neither.
Hold middle bounce button to charge a pass. Release to throw it. Adds a tier of overcharge, but cannot go higher than tier 1. Automatically catch an incoming pass. No input required.
Hello, please leave a message after the tone.
When you have 4 more tiers of overcharge, the ball becomes supercharged. It's crazy fast, but you can only get a supercharge from a perfect catch. Supercharge caps out at tier 6.
Remember, you gotta stand in the circle in front of the
If
target.
you time your catch perfectly,
Initiate
overcharge,
throw
and
catch
recover faster,
protocols.
press it at the last possible moment. Each perfect catch adds a tier of overcharge. Stand in the circle to practice perfect. That's why that was hard to catch onto. Because it literally is harder to catch when it's moving faster. It's like all the bad parts of light puck hockey. It's actually kind of hard to do that with right click. Feels like it should be a button. This is a multi-ball. 3 balls for the price of 1. Balls disappear quickly after being thrown. When someone grabs a multi-ball, the whole map will hear about it.
Multi-ball.
You can't receive a pass if you're already holding a ball. Instead, the pass will be reflected towards the original thrower. Press to pass your teammate holding the ball and reflect it back for a tier 1 overcharge. So it cools down. You pass your teammate, give him a heads up shot in here. Hold
Pass
this
to me.
to call for a pass instead.
Yep. Pass to me.
This is a sniper ball, an absolute beast at long range combat. Hold or lock the target super far away, keep holding for a full lock. You'll throw a blindingly fast shot. Without it, it'll be a slow tumbling shot, changing targets as rest is charged, so be patient when locking on. For my aiming.
That's the last training lesson in this section. I recommend jumping into a match while the lessons are still fresh in your mind. Open the menu to choose where to go next. Show them how much of a speed demon you
Trick
really
shots.
are. Galaxy Burger is the hippest burger joint this side of the solar system. And nothing tastes sweeter than nailing your opponent with a perfectly timed curve shot right when the spinning doors slide shut behind them. Follow the various radio bot instructions and you'll be a master of trick shots or your money back. Order up.
I return to go to quarantine, have to head back for the brain skittles and then on my way home. Free and gentle is my favorite I don't have a favorite flavor of Tide Pod, unfortunately. E or Q to spin or flip. Spin and flip are used for trick shots, but also give extra height in air. Spinning and flipping after jumping to get extra height. Press F while holding a ball to fake throw. Use this to trick other brawlers into dodging or catching, and then hit with the real thing. Okay, I can see the tech. It's a lot of buttons you have to press, though. The cage ball traps people into ball form until a timer runs out. There's no breaking the cage by mashing. You have to serve time. Cage players can be thrown just like any other ball form player, so watch out. Press Q to flip, then immediately release to throw a lob shot. Use this to throw over short walls and up high ledges. Release throw while flipping. Okay.
What? Which one of you beat my high score?
Press E to spin and throw a curve shot. Use this to throw around corners to hit opponents from the side. Where is the opponent?
Oh man, I used to eat here every Friday. It's been
Okay.
years. You think they
So we've
delivered
got
to the moon?
straight play, we've got fake outs, we've got elevated land play, and we've got spin move play. Everything spins in Galaxy Burger. Paths open, paths closed. Keep your eyes open. Look out for windows. Use landmarks to find a way around and communicate. Rocket, alien planet, ice cream, and car park. Learn your way around Galaxy.
Quitting time. That's the final training lesson in this section. You should take these new skills into a match and show them all how tricky you can be. Open the menu to choose where to go next. Take the fight to them
Okay.
with a side of fries.
Moving and dodging. You prefer Bleach. It has extra tang. True. Really nice for some
Down
OxyClean.
here in Back Alley Brawl, we're gonna have some real fun. You gotta try balling up and hopping in those vacuum tubes for a real wild ride. Follow the various radio bot instructions and pay attention. What you'll learn here could mean the difference between victory and defeat.
Press L shift to toggle sprint. You don't have to hold it down. Based. To dodge, aim in the direction you want with WADs and plus left control. Break any incoming home throw, so dodge as soon as you can. Stand in the center to press dodging incoming throws. Bottom ball detonates on impact and hits everyone in range. Shouldn't mean everyone. The fuse starts as soon as you pick it up. Appropriate.
The yellow tube takes you straight to drainage.
Walk to the tubes to fly across the map in a flash. The yellow tubes send you over the drainage pit. On all three tubes, see where they go.
Close that lid.
Itchy. Where am I going? In the tube? Okay. Press left control to dodge headfirst into a ball and deflect it away. Stand in the circle of blocks affecting anyone when he goes to dodge.
Dodge brawling is dirty work. And this place
So
is the
control
best
dodge
in
into
the
opponents
business
and
of
tackle
getting
them
out
will deal
those tough
damage, will
stains
bounce the
without
ball loose and
fading
send
your
them
glow.
flying.
And I'm not even being paid to say that. The green tube will zip you over to
More
green
tubes?
Ivy. Not a lot of greenery up here on the moon. It's just me and my cactus.
Started throwing will change your mind. You can cancel your charge by dodging, catching, and sprinting.
Someone should fix that pot. What do you think? Water grows on trees?
Red tube sends you back to Noodle Shop. Tubes has uses, making escapes, ambushing opponents, getting quick through the battlefield.
Hopping into the red tube will transport you to the noodle shop. They exclusively serve brawlers here, and there's enough of us to keep them in business for years. Mention I sent you, and they might just throw in some extra fish cakes.
You can really bomb people if you can get a lock on them from around corners.
All right, all right, all right. That's the final
Is there another one?
lesson in this section.
There is.
Moves.
There's so many things to learn.
Off in a real match. Open the menu to choose where to go next. Dodge. Welcome to Knockout City. Now arriving at Jukebox Junction. The first stop for all brawlers looking to make a name for themselves. in the
Trains will
big
KO you
city.
instantly if they
Here
hit
we're
you.
gonna
Look
learn
up the science
real
thing
advanced
coming. Use
moves.
trains to advance.
Follow the various
Advance to your
regular
advantage by knocking
instructions,
opponents into
but
them
tell
or
no
sneak
one
under
what you
them in a
learned
circle.
here. This stuff is top secret for your eyes only.
Okay, use trains to your advantage by knocking opponents into them or sneak under them in certain spots with ball form. Now. Okay. You cannot be going into a ball, you need to already be a ball. That's fine. What happens when you pass a friendly ball from a player? You get an instant ultimate throw. Press pass to pass a teammate and see them charge directly to an ultimate. By getting past to a teammate to be instantly thrown.
cherry red guitar case with a bunch of band stickers on it. That's mine. They lost it here years ago.
Yep. 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 Yep.
Use this to control while it's gliding. Hold forward to speed up. Ultimate throws bounce off bounce pads. Repeated bounces give you less height, so don't bounce for too long. Use this for surprise attacks. Ball up to your pin and make the ultimate thrown, and then practice bouncing around. Yes, Zap ultimates. Let's see here. I'm out. So you're not invincible.
Way back in the day, me and my crew used to stand on those charging pads for warmth in the winter. It worked great. Just had to remember to jump off before the soles of your shoes melted.
It destroys balls on the platform too. Switching between throw and pass. Once you charge a throw, you might want to pass. Press pass or release to continue with your throw. Try alternating between pass and throw on these dummies.
Pass to me.
A little bit difficult. So, I can do the ball. Boom. Hello.
Hello.
I finally figured out how to get the install for Knockout City working. I had to use a compatibility tool to make it actually accept the program in Windows 8. Do you know how many programs I've been incapable of downloading and using properly because Windows 10 is just shit?
A lot.
Yeah. Either way, I got it working. Apparently, the way to get Knockout City working is you need to use a third-party launcher tool that's hosted on a site, and that's how you connect. Other than that, I've just been experimenting with this while also talking to the chat.
I think I've I've made what the British have called bangers and mash.
Bangers and mash.
I fucking hate every single fiber of my being when I said that.
Unfortunate.
Some people roll under them. Some people dodge under them.
For me, I have made
before crossing, or you'll get a first-class ticket on the pain train,
mashed
baby.
potatoes that I had from last night when I was making country-style ribs.
Hmm.
Which I fucking hate that term, country-style ribs.
I mean, what's the part that makes it country? Extra barbecue?
No.
Different movement styles, move at different speeds. Walking and running with wobs are the slowest, but makes the least amount of noise. Sprinting, and pushing,
Basically,
pulling, gliding,
what it
fastest.
is, it's usually just pork shoulder or pork butt.
Okay.
That's really about it.
Nicely done. That's the final training lesson in this
Why do you
section.
call it ribs? If it's not from the
time
ribs.
to
Another
put
one.
what you've learned and put it to the test on the battlefield. Open the menu to choose where to go next. From
Okay, I see your DM.
now playing at the Hollywood Drive-In.
Are you referring to my DM or somebody else's?
Somebody else's.
Gotcha.
Tusky won the first giveaway.
will give you a
Alright,
VIP
fair enough.
tour of this
Congratulations!
beautiful
You
theater.
won! Congratulations! You won!
Head on over to the drink stand, and I'll introduce you to the volatile soda ball. Follow the various radio bot instructions, and you're guaranteed to be a star. Lights, camera, action, baby.
Okay, Tusky is good. I don't know why that one wasn't already marked off. Okay, so I have no more of those keys to give away. Now I have the Section 13 keys. You are welcome. Thank you for choosing Nappy Niggers Exclusive.
When I was a kid, I worked in
Now, what is this one trying to teach me?
I think
I've had an interesting
No wonder that place went out of business.
night last night.
Wow.
I have officially made a conclusion. FF13 Shiva can get it.
Alright.
Which, if you know what FF13 Shiva looks like.
I know what all the Shivas look like. Bounce pads are useful more than reaching high places, used to break a hostile ball homing. Because you're moving so fast vertically, the ball often loses its target. Created by that a lob can maintain its homing against a vertically moving target. Let this dumping lock onto you, heading in a circle, then break its homing by touching the bounce pad. Ow. Okay. Vertical movement allows for homing break. This is the soda ball. Charge it to start that soda fizzing. The soda ball being sticky down when you charge it. Set number of seconds it explodes, having everyone in sticky soda. Hitting some of the ball is damage, but the explosion doesn't. However, soda covered target can be dealt with more easily. Soda ball does not explode on contact, so you need time your throw to get the most out of it. So if I throw this at them... Yes! Stick the hit and then make them sticky. Sprinting is...
sticky.
There's a soda ball that basically acts like a timed lobbed Sentex grenade. If in this game, there are various ways that you can use ball techniques to throw things at your opponent to do damage to them, to knock them out, because it is basically aggressive stadium-style dodgeball. This technique involves that when you start charging to actually increase the speed at which the ball is thrown, it starts a timer on when the ball explodes. So rather than exploding on contact, it explodes after a set duration. So you cook the dodgeball in your hand to activate the effect, and then you use any of the normal, basic, or advanced techniques to throw it at the opponent, and with the travel time left over, it's like throwing an object at their head to then make them take the damage and then take additional AoE damage. It doesn't do AoE damage, but it causes a slowdown effect, so you can nail them, and then you can make every person in radius get hit with basically a slowdown. So imagine if Ziggs's ultimate had a consequence penalty where every person hit by it took a 99% to 60% decaying slow for 6 seconds.
I'd hate it.
Yeah, I'd hate it too.
And then again, he would probably need it more than anything.
Me personally, honestly, I'm surprised that it doesn't actually have a slowing effect, and that it just has a large jailer damage scaling. Because,
well, then you can put one of many Band-Aid AP items on there that are boring.
honestly, one of the things that you need for League is you need a item that actually synergizes with crowd control effects again, because they took that effect away from Leandri's format. And you need to create items that don't just add additional damage when something is affected by cooldown or affected by hindering effects. It needs to do something for supports too. And, like attack damage supports and AP damage supports. Sprinting is great for getting anywhere in a hurry, but it also makes a lot of noise. You can hear a noisy deployment even through walls. If you want to get the drop on someone, try moving slowly and quiet footsteps. Different surfaces make different sounds. Grass crunches underfoot, metal grills clang. All surfaces are equally audible, but hearing a different surface will help you find your opponents.
I love being backstage. Reminds me
When you have them floating in your hands, it's a great idea to throw them off the level for a quick KO. But what do you do if you're inside?
famous bands and knockouts.
Be on the lookout for trash chutes, trains, and other level features that serve the same purpose as putting an enemy in KO. Dark tunnels filled with pipes is an excellent spot to put this dummy. So what does the pipe look like? Is this? Okay. Ultimate throws can get you a massive amount of height, but the tops of many structures cannot be walked on, so it'll deflect down instead of exploding. You can use this deflection to gain more distance and trick your opponents. Try bouncing off the top of the popcorn stand to extend your ultimate throw.
And cut. That's the final training lesson. In
So like this?
Why not take this newfound
No.
knowledge into a match and show them your star? Open the menu to choose where to go next. Rehearsals
Physically pop off the building.
time for the main event.
Like that. Another training? They have a lot of training modes.
Hey,
There was a lot of mechanics tied to Knockout City.
I mean, it doesn't feel like there's a lot. It's just that it's a lot that you're gonna explain, and I think they're going through every map.
down, throw down. Since Zero has
Pretty much because every map has. I believe they adopted the Heroes of the Storm kind of style of like gameplay. You know what I mean?
Did you play this while it was still active?
turrets are
From time to time, but then I just stopped.
Walk down, throw it down, decommission jail, take
But,
it
yeah,
to zero,
I don't exactly recall everything.
Okay. I mean, it's simple enough for people to understand as long as they do the first 3 training modes. Zero activated security system. Drone controls a spotlight. You run into it, you trigger the alarm, causing the turret to pop up. Lock into a player, throw a cage ball. Get hit by the cage ball. Then you can grab the free ball, otherwise you get ball locked. Yes, the cuck chain. Yes, exactly. Because then you get stuck in this form, and so people can throw you. So then, it should be the exact same warning system as the other one. Well, not completely. Narrow gaps like this are too small to walk through, but you can roll a ball form through them or use dodge to get a fast getaway. Click dodge if the gaps and take one by force. Through here? Okay.
Is this the new Ultimate skin for League?
I don't know. I know that they've already updated Season 16, but I haven't looked. I haven't cared to look. If you get caught by the cage ball, hold the turns for safety. If they manage to charge an ultimate throw, they'll break the cage early. They could then ultimate throw you, or sprint to stop the charge to get you back in the fight.
Yeah, this has to be the newest Ultimate skin in the fact of how much they're hyping it up. And we have multiple swords. Yep. Alright. Good thing Diego needed that skin. Thank you.
Communicating with your team is important. Emotes such as ball up or pass can help, but even better if you use voice comms. Switch to group chat and blah 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 blah. More importantly, where's the button to change the hold? Ball form, toggle. Curve throw direction. Manual throws in the direction you're spinning. Automatically picks clears direction. Behaves like manual switches to auto if there's no clear shots.
Look at that view.
Someone in the enemy doing really well while you gain KO spree. Check the match stats with tab. Useful knowing what is doing well and doing poorly and decide who is safe to fight and who you want to avoid without friends. This feature does not work in training. Have to try it out in the match. Low ceiling ultimate throws. Ultimate throws are powerful, but they can dodge them if they're paying attention. What happens if the throw hits the ceiling? It'll come springing back down immediately and can take on an entire team by surprise. Well, not if the enemy moves at the speed of a fucking crow's snail. You know, it always sucks seeing a game that's so... It takes its time to really have a proper identity and innovation, end up having to go the way of the dodo, and then effectively become persona non grata. Which is something that I explained a lot, attempted to explain a lot, but didn't do very well when I went on my debate. Because, like, my point about the three circles of, the three spheres of influence when it comes to gaming is, like, this game is a definitional example of exactly the responsibility that a person has to actually interact with content in an industry. I'm certain that if I go looking for reviews and I go looking for comments about this game during its existence as a live service, and then what it looks like now as basically a closed environment, but not really, only if you engage with it, private server game, where they're running tournaments of their own volition. Similar to the tournaments they run over in Malaysia for anything managed by the Malaysian Sea gaming companies. It would be exactly the same energy that you expect of something out of something like League, or more appropriately out of games like Eternal Return, which is another game that goes under people's radar, either because they played it back in its beginning seasons before it became a more refined thing now, or it's one of those games that they only hear about if you're in certain circles. Because I find it extremely hard to believe that people wouldn't want to play a free service game that allows them to jump in, drag and drop with their audiences, and play things like dodgeball. It doesn't compute to me. It just doesn't. Like, I see it as a very important, distinction. Because ultimately a game like this can only exist through word of mouth. I would have liked to see the company succeed and make other things, which let me check to see if they actually did. Knock out City. Valon Studios, they have made other things before. They moved on to make Midnight Murder Club, as well as Climbing Chaos, or they're making Climbing Chaos. That's a free demo. But physics-based party game, a horror party game where you are shooting out and shooting at each other in proximity chat as a form of like an assassination party game. This is the kind of video game that you expect them to promote with all the levels of promotion amongst the types of groups that love to do things with people like queer Marxists. Like, this is something I would have expected to be like a online version of Splatoon. But it didn't find its audience in a fair amount of time. So it ended up becoming this instead. The alternative, of course, is just to die entirely and no way ever gets to play it again because the servers are completely gone. But they actually were able to do something that I didn't see any other company ever do, which is that they were able to create a video game And they actively used, at first, they were featuring it with Hamachi connections. But then they actually just made the methodology and the clientele open. And then somebody developed a launcher so that they could properly be able to manage the servers and just find open servers to play with other people.
Which, wow, even if they are not supporting it.
Yeah, they're not supporting it. This is a SJK styled rollout release of a video game for the purposes of game preservation. It's in the hands of the player. The developer doesn't have to do any more development work. If there's anything that a player could be attributed to, it's the equivalent of a private server. But it's a open environment where anybody can run a game at any time, because the functions do not require anything from the mercantile side. There's no items that can be purchased in the cash shop that still gives them kickbacks or anything. They actually gave you 100,000 credits to spend on what is effectively boost potions, and then all of the customizations are open. They are free. They're open and free automatically. I expect this to be an industry standard as a demonstrable example of what that should look like. This is last training. If you have an enemy player in hand and want to throw them off the level for a KO, but you need to avoid locking onto an enemy player, walk to the ledge without charging, face away, and then use throw to get rid of them. If you lock onto someone, use sprint to stop and break the lock. Practice here with these two dummies.
Impressive performance. That's the final training lesson in this section. Open the menu to choose where to go next. You did your time. Now get out there and do the crime. Yeah.
Okay. So, that is all of that. Of course, it's going to require people to get their own stuff done, but yeah, your internal account rank, street rank it calls it, is entirely server-side, and the rewards that you would have gotten for leveling up and doing all the extra stuff, the hollow bucks, it calls it. They just give this shit to you, and I guess you get more of it when you complete modes and missions. And it's just, it's never spent on anything that actually involves real money. So there literally is no consequence to a person playing in this environment. I find this exceptionally mad decent. Of course, from there, you go into street play, you look for the servers to face off in, and Bob's your uncle. Because if I can figure out how to fucking close the game. There we go. When it comes to playing the game itself, you have to use this, ow, my balls, this browser that opens up once you do it. Yes, this is exactly what SKG wanted from the beginning, as they enunciated. Because you have to use this launcher in order to navigate the screens. So the way that they developed this downloader, what they did was they used your Discord account as your game account. It automatically points at your game directory. It allows you to do RPC, whatever the hell that means, to look at if it's enabled, to show the server names, and to allow joining to servers. And then, any of the servers that are available and open, you simply click on the thing, and then the launch button will take you to that server. So far, you can have public, you can have private. My local host IP is the one that was private, but I wasn't able to get it to function for some reason, whatever that reason was. And then they have an active player base that is enacting and cooperating with this, as well as their own direct Discord hub. And they're doing active tournaments. This is literally something that I think every single person that wants to develop a game like this should strive to do when they want something that is actually capable of getting the job done, for developing something that is actually allowing the game to exist far, far past the original runtime. It's 15 minutes until next draft, so let's get those active chattings going, chats.
The chat is chatting.
However, it is no fun to play a game by oneself with absolutely no one
Fuck
there.
me.
So,
Well, what are we aiming to put tonight?
I mean, now that I've got Knockout City functioning, I'm pretty much open for anything, because we're just waiting to get more people in here, because that was the goal that I wanted.
I've been I've dipped back into my vices of Warframe and Final Fantasy, except renewed my fucking sub because, good God, I'm fucking dangerously addicted to this game again.
One day, but not this month. I don't even think for the next 6 months even.
Nope, that's understandable.
I'll have to see how I feel around Q3 of this year. I'll have to see how I feel at the end of July, going into August and September.
I'm pretty sure by Q3 I'll have a different job.
You're gonna leave the financial sector?
Potentially, I'm going to have a different job in it, possibly, because I am gotten very sick and tired of dealing with. Because being a banker is partially customer service, and where I work has made me extraordinarily jaded, and it has been taking a toll on me. But, you know, gotta love it. Yes. So possibly we're possibly leaving there. Maybe actually instead going to a. Oh fuck. Possibly going into cyber.
Okay, cybersecurity.
Yep, cybersecurity. We have that. Which I've been working towards getting the standard certificate for that, and so far I've been studying well, did a mock test. I need to be better for the test, but there's progress.
Steam Mod Workshop items can now specify supported game versions. Beautiful. ICE confirms to Fox News they arrested violently illegal alien sex offender in Minneapolis. Prior convictions in 2016 for first-degree criminal sexual conduct by forcing a victim where sexual oral sex with him multiple times. Mahad Abdul Kardif Youssef also has prior arrest for first-degree assault and has an active warrant from 2024 for obstructing police. Man, that woman got blasted in the face for that. That's crazy.
I did not hear what you said, but...
There was a woman that intervened in ICE the other day.
Oh, yes.
Last night.
Yesterday.
And got plugged for attempting to run over that officer. Allegedly, but literally, every single moving camera angle shows her stamping on the gas. If there hadn't been black ice and slippage, she would have tried to run that person over. However, what this is saying is that Minnesota ICE actively did arrest a person, that antic that she was doing actively was obstructing them from handling. So, that directly led to more people looking into this and posting these reports. Yeah.
I can already see how the... Oh, you saw what I sent you previously, right? The, DMs?
In your DMs?
Yes. Because I just sat here and I was just like, interesting.
The last thing you sent me was Governor Tinwalls' statement.
Yep.
Yeah, he stepped out because there's no way he's getting out of the fraud problems. I guess he's going to use this as the case to be like, oh yes, I'm trying to handle this appropriately as best as I can. I'm like, you can't handle shit. Like, this is probably a case of never-ending fraud. That was a problem. Like, unironic, never-ending fraud.
Yeah, and of course, you know how people, it's all a crazy show that, like, I've just been witnessing, and I'm just like, this is bound to pop one day, right? And here we are.
Mr. Fancy Pants got a few more days before computer training starts. Aqua's been getting more writing done, has been looking for part-time work. Okay. Loving the improvements, ladies and gentlemen. 9 minutes until I press the button again. I also noticed that you've been spending a lot of time with Smokes and Aqua in your server. You guys been having fun?
Yes, I've been running a game called Kane, which for them, Aqua it has been a time. I'll say that they are understanding how I DM, and they now understand. They're going to learn today. Isn't that right, Aqua? see, Kane isn't really that bad. Kane is not that terrible. It's just that, your actions have consequences, so I can't help you with that. And the fact that you are now starting to realize something is a bit too late. In case you're curious what Kane is, I don't think I've told you. But Kane is a paranormal exorcist investigation game that was inspired by Jujutsu Kaisen and many other games. Or / animes and horror movies. Just recently, the 3 people that are in my campaign, that being Daxma, Aqua, and Smokes, are currently investigating. We're investigating a hospital in the meantime, where there was a lab rat who was bearing a sin seed that caused fungi to spread throughout the vents, and certain patients and certain people were basically being abducted and dealing with basically the equivalent of a Japanese yokai the entire time. Which Smokes got to witness first. He then basically got the equivalent of hypothermia. Was slowly dying until Dax's character found him, saved him, and then Aqua came over, and then they were all being chased Scooby-Doo style throughout dark, bleak Silent Hill halls.
Hmm. Has it been fun?
It has been very fun for me.
For you.
What? I'll tell you. I'll
before
tell you
even
this.
said it, and you before you even said it.
I'll tell you this right now. There are these things called afflictions. Basically, whenever there is a threat or a hook or a tension move that occurs, which they had a tension move that was happening right now at the very end, where there was a miasma in the air that was slowly filling their lungs, and once it reached the final tick, it would kill them immediately. The afflictions and all that. One of them was called the weight, and there's something called your agenda, and it's what you're supposed to do throughout the game. It's kind of like what your personality traits are, quote unquote. And I gave one to Smokes, and the agenda was quite literally just die. Just die. But yes, there's several different things about it that are very intriguing. Their hardest fight was something against a sin called a hound, which was the personification of a person's vengeance, and it was their heart. Yeah. Yes, it's basically it's Funger coin toss edition.
Funger.
Because fate. There's something called a fate die that I roll behind the scenes to see if they are extremely effective or shit just hit the fan. They're fucked, and a lot of the times their luck is not helpful. For example, I roll 1d6. If I land on a 1, that is the worst possible outcome. If I roll on a 6, hey, that's the best possible outcome. So I treat this game like how Fear and Hunger is to a lot of others.
Okay, 3 minutes. 3 minutes until I press the button. 3 minutes until I press the button.
So, your thoughts, comments, concerns for the safety of those three?
None. They signed up for it. I'm not any more merciful a DM. They'll be fine.
Yeah, they're fine so far.
Just smile through the pain, boys. Just smile through the pain.
It's radically more fun for the... Well, in the defense of the indefensible, a lot of y'all made your characters meatheads. I'm gonna be so fucking serious.
Like, look, it's like Benoit beads. You just need to just relax, and the whole will do what comes naturally. Okay. Now, of course, it's gonna be like a blade. He's gonna be like a Beyblade when he rips it out of you. But just relax while it goes in, and you won't sound like you're starting up a mower. No one said that participation was going to be easy.
Oh, you felt the ripcord. No, who felt the ripcord the most has been Smokes, because Smokes has been getting hoed. If anything, you have been... I mean, yes, the rug has been pulled under all of you, considering what has happened plot-wise. Admittedly, this is supposed to be an episodic game, like Monster of the Week kind of game, and then you stop after a while, because there's a point in time where the players just get blatantly OP. For example, Daxima's character. Daxima's character is fucking broken as shit. All because he basically smokes his play in a behead, running up to the enemy and facing them. He only has himself to blame. Yeah, and then there's you with your misfires of your energy blasts. But anyways, we're not going to talk about that.
Okay. It is now 6. I am pressing the button.
Yes, you are the fireball wizard. Let's see what winner we get today!
Master with flash of pan. What I have for you, sir, is a Section 13 steed key. I need you to respond to this DM so that I may give you your key. And then I need you to confirm its use so I may mark it off.
Congratulations. You won.
Okay.
Aside from that, for the group as a whole, they're having fun. They're having fun for the most part. I know Dax is having fun.
Right, I am in your DM, sir. I'm in your walls. Also need to get up at some point and go into the kitchen to go bring her dinner, because now it's 6 o'clock. Dingle, dangle, dingle, dongle, dingle, 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 dongle. No. I just wanna be your girl. Just wanna be your girl, 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 girl. I am waiting for Master McFancypants to respond to the DM and send confirmation. Did I not confirm it? I need you to show me a screen. I need you to show me the screen of you, doing the thing, because it doesn't show me if your code's been used or not. I need to see if your code's been used. Like a screen cap. Dax is running a busted murder hobo in the shape of a small Asian woman. I'm gonna tell you a secret, Aqua. A lot of people in tabletop RPGs end up creating effectively murder hobos that are twinkers. Because most people on tabletop RPGs are metagamers. Because most people on tabletop RPGs are rules lawyers. If not all the rules, the ones they like to abuse the most.
Wait, I just tuned back into the conversation. Sorry.
Most people, when they make tabletop characters, they make murder hobos and twinkers that can rules lawyer around the rules of whatever campaign and rule set they're using by purpose and design, because lots of players like having fun doing that. It is more fun for them to do that because it is a fun thing to do. It is fun to break the contexts of the game. It happens a lot. Most people are rules lawyers, if not people trying to abuse and twink. With the advocation of theater kids becoming players of the game, because of the Mercer effect, it is more likely that they like to do the performance ignorance, where they like to ignore rules as written for what they call a performance or theatrical bonus. I, for one, as a DM, can say I understand why, but I feel like, no. The rules need to be shown as such and work as such that it works and functions as written, but the way in which you choose to apply it is very much based on the rules of the one running the table. You cannot just blatantly cheat. It has to make sense in the system. Therefore, most people, when they make something like that, they use it as a methodology of effectively getting what they want to happen through a series of specific modulated checks that arrive towards a final ability check score of like 30 plus. So like, the Artificer wants to make a nuclear bomb. How do you make a nuclear bomb in a world that is running off medieval science? Well, I'm going to investigate and learn the science. So now you have to learn about 100 to 250 years worth of modern technology and science and applications to even be able to get to the element of suffusing whatever version of magic and alchemy you want to create said pseudo, if not literal, thermonuclear bomb. This kind of thing is funny to do, and fun to do. Even better if there are rules in the setting or in the module that you're running for the content that allows it to happen as a part of the system that you're playing in. But most people, they are the performative types. That it's like, I want to do this interesting thing because it's a part of my performance, and my performance means that it should be done because of rule of cool. Which, that depends on how you're doing it. So let's say you wanted to make a paladin. And that paladin is basically a common rider. And their form of smite is the rider kick, or the rider punch, or whatever their finishing attack is. And one of the rules at the table that the DM posted is that if you want to have a speech go back and forth between characters and or NPCs in the party as a part of like a roll call or a finishing attack where you're calling your attack, and it's like, if it looks and sounds cool in the moment, I'll give you a chance to roll for a +5 to the final check score for hitting, or for damage, or for AC, or whatever. There are people who prefer the performing part because it requires less effort than actually building the character to do the thing. It's like the Sorolok paladin, I believe. Like, setting up the skill checks so that you can have a sorcerer paladin that has the ability to cast hold on an enemy, or to create an effect that automatically prones an enemy, that then allows you to constantly hit guaranteed attacks that then have the ability to high roll into a critical on the enemy, versus the assassin wants to do a very interesting performance strike featuring a talk no jutsu style section and like the equivalent of a quick time event from the DM to have a +5 and then get 15 more die of crit damage in the sneak attack in the final calculation of the damage total. Right? One of them built to get there. The other one wants it because rule of cool. Don't get me wrong, I'm not against the rule of cool. I'm just saying that you gotta work for it. Like, there has to be a consequence. There has to be a risk. If there's no risk and you just try it and nothing happens for it, that's not as interesting as if you had done it and you succeeded despite the risk, or you did it, but there was a consequence. Like, you want to do a JoJo Part 2 styled finishing attack, and you're like Caesar, and you want your finishing attack to be cool and interesting, but you don't want your character to potentially have to roll instant death as a part of this attack maneuver. Or you want to do the equivalent of blowing yourself up on purpose, a la the Boo and or Frieza Namek saga for a character like Krillin or Chaozu. Think of the Cell arc. Or for any of the arcs, any example where a character does a sacrifice play. And the person has to take the risk that they miss with their suicide play, and thus they die for nothing. It is more interesting to have the risk than not have the risk. But there are people that it's like, that's not as fun. I feel like that's bullshit. And it's like, I don't know what to tell you, man. This is part of the table. Even in CRPGs, you doing the interesting technique is supposed to have risk. That's why the idea behind people getting into tabletop RPGs through the CRPG of Baldur's Gate, specifically Baldur's Gate 3, causes the invocation of such an idea. It's why honor mode exists. You have this opportunity, you want to take this dice roll, you try to cheese and or cheat this dice roll, you don't succeed at doing so, it fails, blah 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 blah, a bunch of other shit that happens too. And it's like, well, this feels unfair. I feel like I should be able to save scum to get the opportunity that I want. And it's like, no, you shouldn't, actually. You tried it. You didn't research before you did it. You tried the roll. The roll failed. I fudged the numbers so that your character didn't instantaneously die because of a necessary skill check that you didn't know about because of the choice that you made. Because it might be a first-time player doing it. And you're trying to be very, very fair to keep them alive. Like, there are various ways to look at it, basically. And there's various things that come with it. Doing the funny option should have the risk that the funny option has a backfire. Especially for Bard players. Like, haha, I want to seduce the Eldritch Abomination. You succeed. Now I'm going to need a Constitution check. Why? Because you didn't specify if you were a top or a bottom.
Oh.
Like, that's some of the most basic examples. It's like, Bard goes into a tavern. I wish to seduce the barmaid. You automatically succeed. Wow, damn, that's crazy. Now I need an AC check. Why am I getting an AC check? Because she's picking you up. Can you beat a 40? No? Alright then. You're being dragged up to a bedroom against your will. You can choose to be willing, or you can choose to be unwilling. So you've chosen unwilling. I'm gonna need you to roll another dice check. I'm gonna need 3 dice rolls. Unfortunately, because you resisted, your bones are broken now. You do not need to roll a new character sheet. Your character has died by Snoo Snoo.
Yes, but I mean, I'll do it for this. I mean, like, in Liam's campaign, I am a I played 2nd edition for Pathfinder, so you may know this class already, but I play an Exemplar.
Mm-hmm.
I myself am a massive fucking behemoth of an individual. I'm a half-orc, and the entirety of the time, whenever I want to do something really cool, it is almost to the equivalent of I am now just Kratos. Because I'll give an example with this. Oh, fuck, hold on. There was a bird that was. There was a giant bird that I basically was going face to face. It knocked me down. I got back up, slammed my hammer into it, which dealt a crit. The crit was so extravagantly strong that my next attack, I just basically flavored as me grabbing the remainder of what the beak was, and then suddenly just, hey, we're going to just slam you down onto the freaking ground, putting you down for good.
Mm-hmm.
So I have moments like that, and they're fucking great. But I know that there are some moments in that campaign where it was very much so, we don't know if we're gonna live or not, but let's try it anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
Roll for circumference.
Let's not get into Fatal. Let's not
Wow,
talk about
that's wild.
that. Let's not talk about Fatal.
That's
The less
wild,
said, the
bro.
better.
That's wild, bro. Technically, you should actually have a system where a person's wounds should have to roll for the circumference of the enter and exit. That should already exist inside of any table system if you're talking about wounds, because that actually affects things like time for recovery, unless you're talking about instantaneous or incremental regeneration.
Yeah.
I think the only characters that would actually be exempt from that is trolls. Hell, there are so many things that could apply to multiple races, just having things that are a part of their inherent systems, that it leads to such a system, and the development and the interactions of said system. Like, having a troll, and troll flesh, being something that regenerates, leads to, I think, the thought experiment of a troll kingdom, where everything is basically troll flesh, and that troll's regeneration is a consequence of a curse. Therefore, anything that is troll-like in its application, if it absorbs troll-like traits, is basically like growing infinite cancer. Utilizing something like that for a system where if you decide to do something as an apothecary or any kind of healing user to experiment on the nature of troll skin and troll blood, that you're then able to create regeneration items that utilize this tool. And you can have a clean version and a dirty version that acts like the human, the FEV. I forget what FEV stands for. The forced evolutionary virus of Fallout.
Yes.
You can have a system where a person can actually be able to roll on mutation charts as a form of regenerative healing, but with upsides and downsides concerning about whether or not the healing has a chance to go out of control on a chaos roll because of the actual amount of flesh that has to be regenerated. So, a flesh wound and a through and through will be less potentially fatal and or corrupting than having an entire chunk of your body blown off. Like Men in Black headshot style. And then the pieces of your body growing back in this Deadpool style have higher and higher chances of basically growing back either cancerous or outright transmogrifying your physical body structure based on what the troll DNA may do to you. And so on and so on and so on. Various types of transformation, curses, or forms of supernatural transmogrifications that could apply to this, including things like petrification, similar to sewn skin, transforming into a living rock creature, etc., 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 and then having to roll for the circumference of exactly how much body mass and how much living material has to be reconstituted, or how much you lose based on said system. Because, like, the statement of roll for circumference for how long and how hard you're getting stretched is already crazy enough itself. But then consider the idea of having to roll for the circumference of exactly the exit wound that is made with a through-and-through shot that comes from something that has enough velocity to punch a hole in an object comparative to a 50 caliber bullet. So, you get hit by a cannonball. The cannonball has enough durability and enough tack damage to go straight through whatever armor you're wearing. You roll for circumference. The circumference is you now have a cannonball-sized hole through your body. How does one recover from that? Also, what happens to the guts that got taken out with the velocity of the impact of its inertia? So on and 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 so on. I always find it interesting that some people choose not to utilize such a system for whatever reason they want to or not. It's very interesting to me.
I now have a growing concern about my character now.
Why?
Because my character has regenerative abilities.
I mean, it's not like he's listening to me to lay out these ideas.
No, Liam's not doing that. But I now wonder is like, has he ever thought of that?
I mean,
because the thing is that the abilities that my character Cyperian has are they call upon the sun, the lightning and thunder of their basically they're the chosen of what is called the storm Valis, and their entire abilities circle around one having the ability to regenerate hit points, so it looks exactly how you think it looks, basically Kratos style, just fucking angry rage back into that shit. They have an inspiration capability that helps them with that matter, and then of course they have their own lightning, which their very blood is fused with that lightning. And so Dax is also a vampire in this campaign, and they have tasted, Dax's character has tasted my character's blood before, because it was on their body. So they scraped and licked off of my character, to which the flavor for it was Pop Rocks.
Now, kinky. I said kinky.
Yes.
I mean, any DM worth their salt will think of ways to punch up and make interesting the consequences of decision making on the table, because from roll to roll, having to play by the very boring system that is very much instituted by the current form of whatever version of 5e we are now dealing with it's exhausting. It's annoying and it's exhausting, and it's ultimately limiting, despite how supposedly freeing it's supposed to be, which is the consequence of making everything basically be crushed down with little to no differences in between them. So you have to reinsert actual custom house rules to punch up the choices, or utilize an entirely different system and its consequences, like people do in Pathfinder. Now, on that note, I need to leave the room for a second, so I need to deafen myself, just in case somebody comes in and starts saying slurs. I'll be right back, chat. eating straight eggs, no bacon. The fuck are you doing? Okay. My ass has returned to its chair.
Hello.
Pick up a straggler. Did you pick up a straggler? No. Thank you for the... Thank you for the resub, Tusky. I appreciate that. Oh, my chest hurts. You're good with Helldivers if that's up for if that's what's up for tonight. It can be.
As I said to them, I don't know if they did hear me or not. I did say, hey, you know, it is. I'm pretty sure Carl wouldn't object.
No. Hello, Avalon. Avalon, for context, your name in the server, if you are on the server, is just Avalon, right? Dog.
Live chair reaction.
That's what my son's shadow is for. He is currently hanging over my bed as a dream catcher. No one else there but those heartthrobs. Should be? Okay. I just want to double check and make sure.
That's one Legasite down. Now to get the others.
Now remember, chat, that we are attempting to figure out... Alma, right here. Kick! Why? Feedback! Huh! Now, chat, we are attempting to figure out what I'm going to be forced to do as a New Year resolution from these suggestions that you all gave me for this giveaway section for the $1,000 total. So, if you have ideas you want submitted into that list before we pick them in the pot, please make sure to do so through any of the chat rooms.
What sort of resolutions would these be, Carl? Is there a limitation?
We're picking one that goes alongside one of the other ones from the YouTube membership and Twitch subside. The one that will be excluded from that is the new alerts within reason. So, supporter-inspired content / live streams. I'm forced to dye my hair. I have to change my outfit style for 3 months. I have to commit to a yes and philosophy. And then also, excuse me, some of these choices that were applied to as I kept asking all the way up to the event. We've got examples from people like Exopressure asking for a full retrospective of Sailor Moon. A weight loss journey beginning that starts with every time I have a death in Exile 2, I do 10 push-ups. Graced asking for a Jack Parks party night. Not applicable, suggesting that I make a diss track and I pick a target, as well as adding on to potentially dyeing the hair, having to be forced to get a ninja-styled low taper fade.
Interesting.
I'm pretty sure that stage play that you streamed, I'm pretty sure it was a variation of it when I was in college. You're talking about Ride the Cyclone? We've done like 3 stage plays in the last few while. The Signifier diss track would be wild. Not really. There's not much of anything interesting to say about Signifier that I would say is worthy for a diss track, because I feel like most diss tracks should be inherently funny, but come with some level of truth. And at the same time, he's not going to interact with it. Because part of a diss track is that you make a diss track and it gets interactive by the content creator. Because he is an Nebulega, he's not going to actually do that. They'll just ignore it. There are probably some other targets I could use it on, but it's all about timing when it comes to that. You know, if I'm actively beefing with a person, that's when I should make a diss track. Like before going into the debate, if it had been suggested that I made a diss track against Irrelevant, that would have been funny because it would have been a way to add up to the build up of the event. But then again, not many people physically showed up inside of the event to watch from a bunch of the crossover places that we were going from and talking to. There, of course, were people here that were watching, but the entire idea of a diss track, it's the same kind of level of a promo, right? You're cutting a wrestling promo to get people involved and engaged in the storyline of what's going on. And even then, that diss track would have effectively landed flat on its face because then the performance afterward would have botched its entire landing. But this is why we're having the PIP stream. But of course, this is my opinion. Writing a gag track is always acceptable. Like, I have plenty of parody tracks, including the one I already made for money. He was watching, but I couldn't chat because I can't sub. You don't have to sub to Wick. No. Sub to me. Give me your money. Ow, my ass. But yeah, we're going to figure out which one of these and whatever other ideas are suggested to figure out what it is I'm going to be obligated to do. You couldn't sub on your main on YouTube. The Lord of the Rings one left me dying for 5 days. I appreciate that you appreciate it.
I don't think I could ever... Go ahead. Sorry.
At my core, I am a satirist, so I try to find the humor and fun in any and everything. But sometimes some things aren't funny, and or you can't beat a joke to death. Oh no, you don't have to go into the Wick Discord. Like, what I'm talking about is like the communities of other creators that I know coming here, or us going to their Discords and watching alongside them. Like people from DevCord, from Devin's Discord, coming here, or us being there somehow. However the fuck that hierarchy system would have worked. And them being together and us talking together. Instead, it was multiple people that were for me and my audience, watching in different places, with no overlap. So that everybody that's like, the people inside of Dev's Discord that are more politically motivated and understanding, speaking directly and relating directly to you guys in my chat room. And vice versa. I like to call this the MC Anime Cheerleader Squad style of engagement, basically. And yes, the Wick Discord very much is Chalk Infested Waters because it's basically Destiny runoff. However, I look at any engagement I have there as just pure content. I don't apply emotions to it. If I did, I'd come away a lot more annoyed. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I was saying the new freaking content that I'm playing Warframe right now, and Archimedia is a fucker's game. That is all I have to really say.
Uh-huh. Ah, my nipple.
Don't do that.
It's itchy.
You have sensitive nipples, I understand.
No, they're not sensitive. It's just itchy.
They will once I'm done with you. Come here, boy!
I'm out. You and my woman need to stay away from my nipples.
What's wrong?
She's aggressive. There's nothing wrong with it.
I'm failing to see the problem still.
I mean, you stay the hell away from my nipples. Monster.
Yes, and? This has been established to me for years already. I'm totally okay with that.
Mao.
I'm just getting fucking carried at this point. Good god. I got hoed so hard on my rolls for this week.
But yeah, just various ways of trying to think about how to go about looking at these events and things that go with them. Because I prefer doing audience engagement shit. But current situations, hint hint, lead me to think that what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to just shotgun a lot of these events myself. And let them be what they are. Because on one hand, the engagement is a goal, but what I'm noticing and seeing is the difficulty of time and planning for multiple parties involved. And because of the amount of time that I have on my hands to work with, and the multitudes of things I'm trying to do in the background at the same time, when a complication comes up, or a concern comes up, having to reschedule an entire thing around said complication is itself a problem. And because of the nature of how I feel, and how it can directly affect me when a thing that I'm planning for ends up not happening because of another piece and part that is moving in the mechanism being a part of that problem, it is probably easier to go about it in a way where it's like the material has to be produced and it doesn't require additional interaction. It allows for it, but it doesn't require it. Because the pacing is affected by the nature of that requirement. I think the only thing that is exempt from this is the yapping. The call-in show is not affected by this because the entire intention is that I'm effectively speaking to my audience and people who are looking and seeking a direct line of communication to me. Otherwise, everything else is going to probably be tailored by my interests as I desire them. Because it allows me infinite flexibility. So when one thing doesn't work out, I can immediately pivot to another thing and it not even be anybody's concern. This is in line, of course, with all of the things that I said was going to happen, literally as things were changing into the new year. This is all a part of that same discussion we had before.
And this was in fact by design.
Yeah, this was by design. Now, of course, I need to handle a couple administrative things that you know about.
Yes.
And then once I handle that administrative thing, we'll have to push forward from there. But until I handle and regulate that situation and decide how I'm going to approach from there, nobody else needs to worry their pretty little heads about it. What time is it? 10 minutes till 7. I'm gonna press the button again. How many codes do I have to give away? Do I have leftover codes inside of my Steam account? Because I know I'm broke now. I wasn't broke, and I could have had money to be able to potentially give to other people. But unfortunately, I don't have that now. So, y'all just gonna have to work with what I got. I'm sorry. I'm rolling with this, so y'all gonna have to roll with it too. So in 10 minutes I shall press the button. Okay. What am I looking for?
I don't know what's one game that I haven't played in a long time.
What's that?
Cover Up Slut.
Oh yeah, we actually have not done that.
Haven't done that in ages. I'm pretty sure that there's new videos that have come out.
Hmm.
But again, you know, that is a rather interesting game that I introduced.
Now, allegedly, looking at my gifts inventory, I apparently have a copy. I have 2 copies. I just had to return a copy that wasn't accepted by the person who was sent to. I have 2 copies of Hero Siege, a copy of Faster Than Light, and a copy of I, Divine Cybermancy, to give away alongside the other codes I have from Daredrop. So I have a total of 8? 6? I can't do math.
That's another Pow Forge. Thank you very much.
6 things to give away. But because of the timer that they put on the options inside of on Steam, one of the copies of Hero Siege won't be re-giftable for 7 days. So it's technically 5 things. I can't even remember the last time I played Hero Siege. But yeah. I had more money to give things away. And technically you can say that I did that by buying some of you copies of Golf with Your Friends. But it's, you know, the difference between somebody being like, hey, can you give me this copy of this game I really, really want that's on my wish list and shit, you know? I don't like being poor, especially when it's about stuff that comes to content. Because the nature of spending money to make money, or in this case, spending money to give back to my audience, is one of those things that really pisses me off. I discussed this before. I don't like it being that I am given money that is supposed to be the intention of saving it, and I have to dip into it for emergency purposes. Like the entire goal behind raising $1,000 from the donation awards on the Super Chat was so that, in my head, the YouTube memberships and Twitch subs would have fulfilled me having spending money for important things. And then the YouTube donations and Super Chats and Ko-fi donations would have been in the exact same vein for funding whatever a person wanted to have. Within limitations and reason, of course. I'm not going to buy you a $100 fucking game. That's unless I'm a multimillionaire and money is no obstacle for me. Well, you know. Along with the same
time, Carl.
Along with the same reservations that a person would have with, like, using a giveaway as a methodology for whether or not a person would want to invest with their interest of content, it is the same problem that I have with how much and how often I do a giveaway. So, like, the next time there's a once human server pivot for whatever server interests me, setting aside $100 as a surmounted chunk of Steam voucher codes. However, whatever division of money I break it up into. $15 here, $10 there, $25 there, $50 there. And then giving it away while we're playing. Wanting to do that comes with the caveat of people being involved, right? Because a person that has no interest in playing Once Human is not going to want to get money that was designed for, hey, here's this for the people who want this for this. Because that is the case. Inherently. However, the nature of giving away codes before, like I did with the Avowed code, and the other things that I got from Deerdrop, those are only available for as often as the feedback loop for supplying them is applicable. Because the last, if you guys have noticed, for the last 6-ish months, you haven't seen me do a Daredrop stream, and that's because I haven't been eligible to participate in any of the ones that were open and available at my rating. Because since they like to use Twitch as the most applicable means, because they are a company trying to get the modern audience to play these new video games that are coming out, to see if they're good or not, and to promote them for reach and virality, that's very much dependent on CCV. And as we had that discussion before, if we don't have the Twitch concurrent viewer numbers up, I can't participate in them. They remain locked off to me. Only the ones that are open based on YouTube numbers alone. Like it's a very annoying loop because I'm limited by the reach of my size, and the natural feedback loop that happens from this. Because I talked to Jay about this last night, is that the natural desire is you want to build momentum, but the ball has to get rolling for the momentum to matter. The momentum can't exist without direct engagement. And unfortunately, the way that most people engage with material is through lurking. So because of the nature of lurking through content, you have a serious problem with having the feedback loop actually working to your benefit. And that is a serious issue when you're talking about this thing needs to happen or it doesn't happen. For somebody else with a larger audience size, because half of this is all monetizing your people. If 1/4 is watching on Twitch, and that 1/4 number was equivalent to 50, we could probably do every single airdrop that comes through. Because it's first come, first serve, and they give you a notification before the thing is applicable. Excuse me. But the problem here is that for the size that my audience has, we don't have that kind of division split with people accessing on the content. So, right now, for the people who are watching, there's 11 people on X. There is 3 people on Kick. Heyo. There is Avalon right now on Twitch. And then there's the rest of you guys here in chat amongst the concurrent viewers. And that's like 6 plus 1 plus 3 plus 11. And usually people who are watching on X are lurking. Because the statistic that they want for their drop is now balanced against the bullshit system that is applied by YouTube and by Twitch, that a lurker is an active chatter, not just a chatter that's physically in the chat room. This destroys that metric gain, you see. So I have to go find ways in order to engage with rooms and chat rooms. Which is why one of the things I'm going to be doing on starting tomorrow is that private league that I showed you the rewards to. Not just because I wanted to compete in the rewards, but because I'd like to play in the private league, because the experience from the totality of SSF, because of the changes that they made, directly affected our ability to actually play the league because of the patch-to-patch changes they kept making. Like, it directly affected how I engaged in the content because of that balance patch. And when it fucked it, it destroyed pretty much any and all interest that a person could have to get involved in it, right? If you were to change the competitive stats of a character on a patch, like back when they first disabled Gangplank because he was canonically dead in the League of Legends universe, and it's like, I'm a Gangplank main, you took my character away, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I guess I just quit! That kind of pivot, that kind of hard pivot, it's very hard to plan around that. Why am I coughing so much? It's very hard to plan around a pivot like that. Because it comes abruptly and out of nowhere. Now, perhaps this is harder to make sense with gaming, although I'm pretty sure most of you are on board with what I'm saying. But imagine this from a production standard. I put in a lot of time, I put a lot of effort, I put a lot of planning, I put a lot of emotion and maybe even money into setting something up, and it crumbles and falls apart in real time. Assuming that I don't have debts to pay, there's now an empty chunk of time where I need to figure out what I'm going to do instead. And it has to be something that is going to match the energy of what we were building up to. Otherwise, it's like, damn, this is canceled. I just have to stop. And now, that directly affects my ability to create. As it would anybody who's a creative. Add on the possibility of having debts, where I agreed to pay something on this, and the promissory note that I have to pay back is based on the income or from the expected potential that would have come from said event, that directly affects, like, longevity, time period, and again, the snowball. I believe it's time to press the button. It is, in fact, time to press the button.
Press the button. Push the button.
Boop! It's Aqua's turn to win.
What did Aqua win today?
Aqua has a choice of a code for Section 13, a code for Hero Siege, a code for FTL Faster Than Light, and a code for Divine Sapromancy. Quack.
Quack.
How can I help you, Lemon Duck?
I just want to hang out.
Okay.
That's what we're here for.
Which one would you like, Aqua?
Phantasma.
Yes.
I accidentally called you Phantasm.
That's okay.
Phantasmagorion.
Not my name. Other people tend to get very, tend to muddy that.
Uh-huh. Do I already have you on my Steam, Aqua? What was your account name again? Moving on to the parts of rejection. Is a cure. Woo. You done should be my name on
Prime.
Discord. Let's first find out if you're on my friends list, because it does it by our friends list. When are we ever going to get the ability to send random gifts to people through Steam?
Probably relatively soon. Well, actually, no, you can just copy-paste that shit if you have the link for it into Steam chats.
I do not have it, it appears. So I'm going to need that. Give me your account thing, and I will go and do that. Because it has, on the back end right now, I'm looking at it, it says that you can send it to my friend directly through a gift to their Steam account, or send it to a recipient's email. So, if he's not already on my friends list, I can send it to your email. And it does not appear that your Discord account has your email listed. So, if you can send me that through a DM, I can get right on that right now. Right place. We'll let you down. Oh yeah. Wow. But yeah, the entire loop of content creation, of coming up with ideas, executing ideas, and then moving on to the next thing, this is a very exhaustive thing, because I can have infinite concepts, and I can have infinite ideas and infinite opportunities, but...
And yet you can do shit with them.
No, Lemon Duck. I can have infinite ideas, infinite concepts, and have infinite ability to roll them out, but there is a physical toll that happens to a person when a person tries something and it doesn't happen. Or it does not work the way that they had intended to. Because of the intended goal basically being flubbed and fumbled. It leads to a very unsatisfactory feeling. Because well, then you're asking yourself to put in a lot of investment to the thing that you're trying to ingratiate yourself to as a part of the experience, or whatever that experience is worth. Fuck me. Because of this, for people who are non-creators, it's very difficult for them to really get a grasp on that. Because it's just...
Indeed.
It's just
I can
the nature.
concur, especially with my family.
It is just the inherent nature. Of,
I feel like one time, like, my family just, like my mom tried to tell me to get into NFTs, and I just, like, shut that down.
Mm-hmm. it's very difficult as a creator to express to a non-creator how it affects you. Especially when you're trying to, like, make multiple things work at once. I'm looking in my heart. Yes. So, ow! Despite having ideas that a person can pivot to, it's like trying to get a kid to accept an alternate candy when you take them to the candy store. They really want a sour apple grape lollipop, but the sour apple grape's all sold out, so they have to take a cherry instead. I'm working on it, Aqua. 1 second. Okay, I have sent you the friend request. I just gotta wait for you. And then I can do the thing. But, this nature of trying to make things work out, them going poorly, and then figuring out how to pivot from there, it's very, very hard. And it's very hard for me. Because I'm a results-oriented person, as you know, Marcus. If something fails, my brain is going to interpret that information as most directly a brain should, right? So if you treat it like an improvement, if you treat it like an improvement, a personal improvement plan, the brain is going to go exactly to where what a PIP would invoke in a person, right?
Where did it possibly go wrong? Yes.
Like, in most people's cases, if you've ever dealt with a PIP, there's usually only 3 reasons why you're being given a PIP, if you're talking, like, from the position of employment. Either you fucked up, and there's now serious steps being taken to ensure you don't fuck up again. You did a small fucky-wucky, and now it is the intention of your superior to ensure that you understand what it is to do, and that you can have a physical goal of paperwork that shows actual physical improvement. Because you can say, here's where this thing happened. Here, this has happened because of a failure of training. I then personally took them under my wing, and or I physically gave them this program to follow to improve decision making. And this person's behavior and or performance improved because of this plan. Or, option 3, they're trying to fire you, and they want to have a track record of failure so that they have the legal paperwork so they don't have to give you severance from wrongful termination. Right?
Yes, and I've had that happen to me before. For that last bit. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah. So,
it's not fun.
Looking at it from that position, for me, business owner, and if not just a business owner, a influencer who is responsible for their decision making. The business owner effectively is criticizing themselves and telling themselves, you fucked up, and here's how, and here's why. The code should be sent now. You should be able to receive it at any moment, and let me know when you've done that. So, when you look at it from that position, you are telling yourself, 1, I fucked up, and I need to improve. Here's where I'm going to start, and here's where I'm going to go, and I'm going to work towards this goal. Option 2, this thing completely fell out. It's time to abandon this thing that I was doing and do something entirely different. And depending on how motivated you are, that's like pulling teeth. And then option 3, something nicer than humiliation ritual. Because based on what we're going to end up doing on this, upcoming Sunday at 4 p.m. If you look at it like that, I had a debate. I did not do very well in this debate. Ultimately, even by winning the argument, that does not mean that I actually communicated my points well at all. Since I fucked up in this way, what should happen, instead of coping about it and pivoting, which would be option 2, because that's pathetic. Instead, in an actual call work fashion, I'm going to go through it and we're going to have an actual discussion about whether or not those tactics that I used, the arguments that I used, the way that it developed, what caused what, the chain reaction is responsible for the fallout, right? So, the way that you should approach it when you're looking at it that way is, here's what happened, here's what this person did, here's what I did in response. This was wrong because this, and this. Here's what I'm going to do when this happens again. Here's how I'm going to act moving forward. If you only have the first 3 things there, and you try to treat it like that, you can get stuck in a loop of limerence and annoyance, where you're not able to actually see there, and then by having to make that pivot, you're gonna be like, wow, this was a fucking abysmal failure because of all these things that were factors that are out of my control. And that can then immediately make everything else you do from that pivot sour, right? So treat it like you got rejected for a date. Wow, this guy's really upset and really angry because he got rejected from a date. What should this guy do? Should he A, linger on his annoyance? Should he B, consider what he did wrong and try to make improvement? Or should he E, ignore it and say, bro, it is what it is, and just move on to the next event without actually addressing what happened? There are levels to this shit, you see. And that's just from the social context. You add in the idea of doing content, and you add in the layer of being basically a performer. And performing for other people then adds to that loop. That then makes frustrations harder and possible. And it can get downright toxic. Boy, Lord of mercy. Rip to any person who has imposter syndrome, Carl said. Having imposter syndrome. Because sometimes it, in fact, do indeed be like that. And the worst part about it is that people are cold and caring and feeling, right? Certainly a person's allowed to have a certain amount of time to mourn an action or a decision, but eventually nobody wants to fucking hear about it. They just, like, dance, monkey. Like, dribble the fucking basketball. So it can be very difficult and very hard for people to understand, you know? Very difficult, very hard. Very difficult, very hard. Because establishing that comes down to basically trusting and knowing yourself. And if you don't have that big of a impersonal touch to your inner star player to be able to advocate for your own recognizance, then you're basically dealing with a recipe for disaster. Because the first and third options are not healthy options. The healthy option is always to have some type of PIP approach to looking at your decision making. Because on one hand, you should have fun doing what you want to do as a content creator, right? But at the same time, as much as you are having fun and thus inviting other people to witness and be a part of the fun that you're engaging in, nobody wants to be around a person who's just permanently upset, right?
Of course not.
So it comes with those levels of caveats. And context being context, sometimes telling people details does not actually help the situation. Especially if you're dealing with the kind of drama that we live in this time period and age. That continues to get worse every single day. Monitoring spirits, people getting worried about details that shouldn't be their concern, and blah 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 blah. To the point that LSF, if it's your only viewpoint to the world, you can then get blackpilled on that. basically. And then you have to deal with people like Irrelevant. Then you have to deal with people like Clavicle. Then you have to deal with people like Nick Fuentes. You have to deal with bad faith trolls like Vito Goswalti and Buster Baxter, also known as Dick Masterson, and so on, and so on, and so on. And the audiences of those people, and their inability to actually hear points, and logic, and examples. Because it's like milking lol cows, you see, or tipping cows in general. It should be capable that you can just, you know, you have a bad event. Something didn't work out very well. It is what it is, whatever. But it's the, it's that recidivistic nature of making it sound like it's worse than it actually is that really causes a lot of the problem. As far as I see it in my eyes. For Ideal's interaction and discussion. Ow. And Nick ZG. I suppose we go to Helldivers now.
We shall, I guess. Very well. I bought a lot of games during my sale.
I'm still annoyed that they're making us have to buy the Legendary War Bond because the gifting of the second phase doesn't count as a purchase. And then after that, I want to see how some of y'all will play in Eternal Return. Have you played Eternal Return?
Me? Yes.
Okay.
Eternal Return? What's that?
It is a anime battle royale.
Oh. My heart thundered when you said Battle Royale.
Well, you don't know what it looks like. I have to describe it to you. So, what it is that unlike the battle royales like Fortnite, this one is more of a MOBA slash arena styled anime fighter that does licensing comparable to a arena battler. You play in modes of either 3-on-3 or 4-on-4. There is a solo wolf mode where you play alone, but it's a time-locked feature. It's not always open. And the rotation of what you can play as is based on a timer. You play in teams of 3-on-3 or 4-on-4 of teams of 10. And each character is a hero with skills and roles that they fill in squad play. It is King of the Hill. You either kill or escape the Battle Royale trial. And it is a crafter Battle Royale. So, what you do is that in the Battle Royale, you have to go between different zones and areas on the testing facility island to get base materials that then enable you to craft your starter transition equipment. You have 5 slots of equipment, 6 slots, 5 slots. Is it 6 or 5? My brain is saying 6. Marcus?
Sorry? Fuck.
I'm pretty sure it's 6, because my brain...
Yeah, it's 6, I'm pretty sure.
You have 6 slots of equipment. And each character type, each role that you're playing for, they have different types of bridge point items. So, a tank, like unironically Marcus, but with a K, is a mace and axe fighter that builds equipment based around health, active and passive effects that benefit a tank that's meant to absorb damage. A playstyle that is all about baiting people into fighting you, taking up space and creating opportunities for your team, as well as creating pressure and setup for the mage fighter type, the aggressive attack damage fighter types, and straight backline hypercarry types. No matter what character you're playing, they have their own build order. things that are important for them to get first and have online immediately. You get to your item build, preferably as quickly as possible, because you have to go from zone to zone. So the goal is to go to as few zones as possible to get everything efficiently. And if you have to buy something, you have to buy it for whatever the item is in its condition for your build order.
Okay, so what I'm understanding is that like this is like a this is like a team-based battle royale.
Yes. You get the things that you need for your build order, and then you are effectively competing off against the other enemy teams for other resources and opportunities on the map to effectively get stronger than the other teams and get the upper hand against the other teams.
Is it top down or like a?
It's isometric.
Is it like a...
It's isometric top down.
Actually interesting.
And the goal is to again be the last team standing. Because it's
what was the game called again?
Return or Return. Because of the mode's design, the first 2 day and night cycles, which is a total of 4 time cycles each, they are the point at which there is no cost to recover and revive. So if you're an entirely new player and you're trying to get into it for the first time, especially after you've done your training sessions to get some of the free characters, when you go in and you experience combat against the AI bots, which is what I suggest starting off with if you're not playing with a group of people, you will slowly begin to learn the characters that you choose to play as, because they have an intelligent design to them. They are very straightforward. Marcus is an auto attacker / battlecaster. He wants to spell weave his abilities. So when you make an item build, when you're designing, if you choose to design your own, they also have a feature where you can just have it decided for you based on win rate. When you're deciding your item build and your pathing, whatever it is you wish to work on, everything will basically make sense based on what you want. And then your upgrade points, your break points for that content, and what you bring in as your active, and what you go for as resources, will be very much based on what it is you can make use out of that for. All of this is so that you can then learn the archetypes that you're playing for. Fighters, casters, DPS, aggressive, veteran style, beginner style, what have you. So unlike other battle royales, where they're basically FPS shooters, this one, because it is made by a foreign country, and also technically has not that big of a player base, Carl said as he fact-checks himself. Hey Carl, it's Avalon. My Twitch account got suspended. What? Why did your Twitch account get suspended? You were just talking here. What happened?
What?
What the fuck? I'm so confused. Avalon, what happened? Just because, so I can keep track, I'm going to make you a standard moderator. There you go. But, because of the nature of the player base's size, if you were to play this game with people, and you weren't to give them any amount of time to, like, learn, and you just pummel them into the dirt like a bad teacher in a fighting game, it would become very difficult for people to play. So part of the etiquette is that people are not going to start opening up until that character has finished their item build. Because of the respawn nature, it can make it so that you can be able to respawn and then get back on the map and then get active. But it is a game that in its nature, because of how many moving parts there can be, and once you start to familiarize yourself with them, that you can be able to understand what it is that you should do and how you should act. But very much in the same style of League of Legends, once you have a baseline understanding of what it is you're doing, everything from there follows through. It's not confusing. It probably might sound confusing because maybe I'm not doing a very good job explaining it, but it is a very straightforward battle royale. You find your items, you build your craft, you hit your crafting timings, you and your team of 3 go around the map, trying to get advantages to get the natural resources and then get resources that come from you having killed other players, and you keep doing this until you're the last team standing or you're knocked out. Alternatively, you can buy a loop key for escape, and you can then use that key to escape the island should your other members of your team get KO'd and you don't have the ability to fight back to challenge the remaining teams that are there in full strength. Because if you die in that way, you have to use the credits that you've been collecting from doing activities inside of the map in all of the zones that you're moving through to be able to get those items or to buy back your team members from death. So you have a layer of inherent diverging strategy. You can choose to go for a full run-face team and attempt to murder people out of the gate. You can choose to, quote, rat, but not really ratting, hiding away from combat, but actually taking combat intelligently and smartly, to pick people off and get them when they're unawares. Like, you're tracking a team and they're about to try and open a case. You're surveilling a situation for a resource, and in the natural state of waiting for that resource, you spot another team that's about to contest you for it, and instead of trying to fight them before it lands, you let them start the cap to take the resource, and then you jump them. Gank them, basically. No matter what strategy you use, you are rewarded for following through and executing. But because of the nature of needing to be familiar with controls and what your character does, a new player playing something that may be too difficult and too technical will vary from a first-person player playing something that is very, very accessible and thus is very, very easy to execute on. So a character like, say, Hishui is going to be less effective than something like Zhan Wu. And Zhan Wu might be just as effective, if slightly more clunkier, than someone like Marcus, who is very directly straightforward. Can't be confused. Very clearly does what it's supposed to do. But then the way that you choose to play him and build him, just like any other character, can drastically vary. So let's say, while playing him as a defensive character, you build items that do attack speed. Uwu. You build items that do attack speed. Hi, Boomer. And by building those characters that do attack speed, you are able to create a build for Marcus that allows you to use his auto attack reset faster. And then you have cooldown, so you can get that auto attack reset off cooldown faster, because that actually affects how quickly he can heal naturally.
What are you guys talking about?
I'm explaining Eternal Return, but in general I was talking about the overlap of like getting people into pivots and content and stuff. But
into what?
Pivots of content pivots. When something doesn't work out and it goes bust, having something to do as backup so that people aren't bored watching you.
Oh, okay. So if you focus on one type of content and it doesn't work in the long run, you can pivot to a different kind.
Yes.
So this is when you open up your OnlyFans account.
I'm out. I'm not gonna be a porn star again, Boomer.
Again.
Was being a porn star hell?
Let's see here. I signed a contract where I had the exclusivity to be an escort for people that were rich with money that also happened to be very politically left-leaning and hyper-democrat. And it was hell. And it made me not want to work in government anymore because the people in whom which I was servicing were politically affiliated. And let me leave it there.
Yeah. Weird. Sounds like a shitty experience.
I mean, I did a lot of good for the people of my city. I'll never be apologetic or angry about that. But I'm not happy about the nature of politics, as it is much like the nature of video games. Which is inherently the point about what I was talking about in that debate, that because it's Destiny runoff, they're not hearing it. Allegedly, Boomer, politics, when people just have money, people just attracted positions of power with money. Therefore, you shouldn't ever do anything, bro. Just be disconnected and just let shit happen. Politics is healthy. There's no such thing as corruption. People can't just lie and do something differently, and then when you follow up on their policies, you fact check them about that. What's a super PAC?
Do you think people will really do that? Go on to politics and just lie?
No, of course not. That's preposterous. Politicians are the most honest people in the world.
And so are content creators and influencers. We're not motivated by things like money. We do this because we want to be here. Carl said, wanting to be here.
I go to work for the same reason, not for the money, not at all. No, that's not why I get up at 4 a.m. every day. I get up at 4 a.m. today because I hate being alive.
Yes, my ability to exist in the world is a constant where it is my problem and I'm gonna make it everybody else's. Fuck you. Yeah. But like, yeah, to finish the first thing that I was saying before we move on to the next thing, like the nature of Eternal Return, like any other game that could be considered like an online MOBA, it is a game that requires you taking time to learn it. But once you've taken like 5 different AI training sessions and then you go into quick start for a normal match, you will be able to pick up that character. And of course, as all people do, it's like, well, you have to main a character. And it's like, no, you can main a playstyle. And when you're comfortable with one character, that you understand them, you then can move to the next one. And then you just you continue to expand your horizon until you understand what every character does. So that you notice at a distance, it's like, oh, that's a team of a Marcus, a Hisui, and that one ranged character I can't pronounce. That is a dangerous team. We want to face them off early before they become hyperscaling, and we have to deal with them in the late game. No different than if you look at your lane and it's like, oh, I'm facing an Akali, and I'm playing Vlad. I have to hyperscale to the point that she no longer can do anything to me, because I heal off of her. Simple stuff. It's not that hard to play. It just sounds complex, or looks complex at a distance, because, you know, not many people are, they're not really that affiliated with that kind of concept. And it's honestly one of the better battle royales I've ever seen, because since it's all based around building, there is a point where you can basically see you can have a sense of buffer, where it's like, okay, I can kind of expect that I'm not going to get picked off randomly, unless you unfortunately run into somebody like a Luke, and that Luke is just teleporting after you and beating the shit out of you, because the players that play those kinds of characters are bloodthirsty. You know, the Zed players of the world. But on the content bit, the nature of being a content creator and putting together content like what we're doing for the PIP plan for the debate. Sure, people can come through and be like, bro, you got owned! And it's like, yeah, but now let's have a conversation where people aren't inherently and in bad faith are interrupting me and are deciding that actually the only thing that ever happens in the game industry is that because people can come through and have a political background, is it just the nature that they went out of their way to make a game that was politically dialectic that failed because of the political shit being rejected by the supposed target audience? And that when you make a game that is supposedly marketed for and supposedly targeted, the word they were really trying to use was pander, but is politically marketed to and was appealing to a male marketplace, means inherently it's shutting out its female player base, or targeted for women means it's shutting out its male player base? And that supposed content from something like, say, God of War Ragnarok. Excuse me, this game was marketed for men. Like, where's the feminism in marketing a game for men about men going through masculinity and fatherhood? And it's written from the perspective of Longhouse. Oh, that's just like being a sockdem, or being involved in deep lefty politics and then going through the purity spiral. Oh, there's never been a time where a person's ever been affiliated with a group in a company.
The thing is too, like those people were basically, what I think they were doing is they were avoiding getting to the crux of the matter, because if they did, they would have to admit that there has been a concerted effort starting at college political groups and then moving into industry, because where people start out before industry, usually at college, to get into major video game companies and infiltrate them and redirect them towards, leftist friendly political messaging within their games, even games that previously didn't have any kind of political messaging, or at least nothing blatant.
Yeah, and
they really don't want to admit that.
Yes, because you can use the exact same phonetics to describe the right wing, right? Because it's it's not left nor right nor dead of center, and refusing to accept that because the ecosystem of politics works the exact same way, can't be neutral on a standing train. If you attempt to gish gallop around it, and you keep saying, but what does this have to do with women and feminism? All of games are ruined because of women? It's not a binary between 1 and 0, where it's literally all the games and literally no games. It is a gradient, and it is a decay system that starts from 100 and goes to 0. I would say, in my personal opinion, from what I know, having done my job, it's 47% right now, remaining. So, the 47% of that, where it's 53% of the industry has been rotted away because of bad faith, disingenuous hybridizing and parasitizing. And I know I know that they know that because the content example, literally the clip that was the last one that I gave to Wick, that Wick said, I'm not going to use this one because it's like several hours long. From that defense contractor that was on Joe Rogan's podcast, that was a part of the material that came from Asmongold's stream. He literally described this exact mechanism to the letter. And Irrelevant's response to that was, oh, he's just glazing Asmongold here. This is just incel talking points. It's like, no, it's not. That's how it works in the industry. If you come in and you bloat the bubble, as it was in politics, from Obama, giving money to the influence of the industry, to journalists, to super PACs, to aid groups, to lobby groups, to public interest groups, and the like, it is the exact same as doing it to GLAAD. It is the exact same to doing it to a script doctrine company like Dragon Baby and Sweet Baby Inc. and Silver String Media. Yeah. It is the exact same thing doing it to...
That was exactly where I thought was that, you know, all you have to do is point to Sweet Baby Inc. and say, look, well, what is that? You know, like, that is a company that explicitly exists to convince gaming companies that they need to inject this kind of content into their creations.
I mentioned that,
and it's explicitly political.
I literally mentioned that by name, quoting Kim Belair from her GDC speech, and they just kept pivoting away from it. They kept ignoring it like that didn't exist. So it's like, from that event, what we are going to do for the content pivot on Sunday, in which you will be there as the main guest of attendance, and then everybody else will be there in the voice comms to give their appearance based on what they thought, both what was happening and what we discussed then. It's like, from that content, should somebody from those audiences come in and be like, bro's licking his wounds, it's like, yes, that's what I'm supposed to do. I poorly presented my argument and allowed you to work around me. So I'm going to improve, and if I have this conversation again, I'm going to not let you do this. And here's how.
Yeah.
That's a good pivot.
That's I think what would be really helpful would be like what I did to, like, when I made my little assessment things, I wrote it down in Word, and I just started basically making like bullet points of like each point that I think builds up to the overall system of, you know, quote unquote women ruining gaming. Not necessarily literally saying that women ruin gaming, but the impact that explicitly trying to center gaming around women, you know, because it's been negative overall, I would say. Like it's perfectly fine for games to organically be made, you know, centered around like female problems and things like that. It's perfectly fine for women to become content creators, to become video game devs, to make these things and put them to market. But when you have a system that is explicitly, as they say on the left, trying to elevate female voices above anyone that would naturally actually be gaining traction, you know, you create a toxic ecosystem. And I think creating the most important talking points in list format is going to be really helpful, because you can, if you start getting railroaded, you could come back to that and be like, well, look, what about this? Like, this is a fact. What is this? This is a fact. You know, I mean, you can, then it kind of breaks their gish galloping, you know?
Yes. See, I wouldn't do that well, because I attempted to go in with the understanding of, okay, these are inherent things you must know. But no, I should have thought better. He's a fucking hyper-casual elitist. That's the problem. He doesn't know anything.
Well, this is exactly
He's a normie
the kind
fact
of
among
person,
gamers.
Exactly. Yes. This is exactly the kind of normie shithead who has come in. He's a tourist. You know, he's a tourist shithead who's come in and you know, supported this kind of bullshit. Like, oh, it's good. Don't you? Do you hate women or something? It's like, no, I don't. I don't hate women.
I hate the women that are too fucking loud.
Yeah, exactly. I hate poorly behaved women. I hate women who lie and intentionally try to subvert, you know, things and spaces that they aren't normally a part of.
Like you.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
I mean,
get the fuck out my country.
I mean,
yeah,
at that,
we're gonna deport the tourists to Vietnam.
Deport the tourists back to.
Tourists,
Deport those tourists back to
Normitopia.
Deport the tourists.
To Ethiopia?
Normitopia, he said.
Carl.
It's like
Normitopia.
It's like you deport the tourists back to Stardew Valley.
Stardew Valley. I've never played Stardew Valley. Is it any good?
It is. It is basically PC Harvest Moon, ever since the breakup between Story of Seasons and Harvest Moon as a licensing issue.
I never played Harvest Moon either.
Well, Harvest Moon is the direct farming sim that it always was. Ever since the breakup to where now it's called Story of Seasons officially, and the other one called Harvest Moon is like a worse version of what Story of Seasons is. It is a farming sim. You farm, you gain money, you use that money to do activities in the game, most of which you probably use to start building up a repertoire of cash to afford dating gifts. You will then have potential bachelor and bachelorettes that you can then romance and have heart events with. That if you act first, you will then be able to choose one, and if you don't, your rivals will have heart events. That if you don't interact with them in a certain amount of time, they'll be snatched up, just like real life.
I see, yeah.
So Animal Crossing, but for adults.
No, Animal Crossing doesn't have marriage. Think
Animal Crossing just has ethnic cleansing.
Ethnic cleansing and market share manipulation and time traveling.
Yes, for women.
So, if you think of it in that terms, think of the format of Harvest. Think of the format of Harvest Moon being comparative to Animal Crossing, except there is a story. The story is based on a timer system that has a day and night cycle, and the activities that are available to you are all about a life sim topic that revolves your interest around the goals you want. So if your goal is to get a very, very, very lucrative amount of money going so that you can romance your direct favorite partner, that is a choice. If it's about exploring the world and expanding your skills so that you can then get access to areas that would be locked behind skill checks, that is a part of it. Because your tools, it's like a RPG level up system. You have to improve them so that you can then improve the production and the efficiency of your ability to farm. So you go from having dog shit tools to having god tools. And then using that money, you then have the ability to afford the ability to live this particular sim lifestyle. It's not as diverse as something like, say, The Sims as a god game, but it's the type of experience that has been improved and has been developed long enough that you have spin-offs like Rune Factory, where now you add in an inherent nature of where you're always fighting monsters and leveling up with an RPG system as much as you are court-shipping other characters. Or the more recent one for Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar, where you're basically running a shop, and you probably still have all the same interactions, but now you're running an item store, and you're trying to improve your business the same way that a person playing a trading card game simulator would be improving their trading card game store. You're collecting the trading cards, you're interacting with the content, blah 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 blah. It's
Can you be like, what's the guy from that weird DD Zelda game, the Morshu or something like that?
Yes.
Can you be like,
yeah,
can you be like Morshu?
Yes.
Morshu telling us about the Bible story.
Yes.
There's been so many types of games of this spin-off of that sim lifestyle that they actually have like plenty of them that are competing on the marketplace that are made in the indie scene. That actually
I wish I had more time for video gaming. I haven't had a whole lot of time lately. But
I'm privileged.
I'll play it soon.
Yeah, I'm privileged to have the ability to do what I do.
Anyways,
Hey, you know, it
I
works.
wish I had more time for like fucking video games as well.
Yeah, yeah.
I haven't even played my fucking Titanfall 2 yet, despite
I
getting
might.
it last year for my birthday.
Well, I'm trying to buy a house, and it would put me about 30 minutes closer to work, so I'd save about an hour a day commuting there and back. So that'd be pretty sweet. An hour total, 30 minutes in, 30 minutes back save. So that'd be more, maybe give me some more time to play some video games again. Be pretty nice.
It's one of the things I looked forward to while I was doing what I was doing with most situations in my life. Just the ability to engage in content whenever I wish to, and being able to do that pivot whenever I want. But half of that is, of course, that nature of having to basically pray and hope and trust that other people come through on that, because sometimes it might be the case that they don't. Like, it's just a natural thing that happens.
I definitely could not give up my job. I make pretty good money, so it'll be hard.
Half of my ability to do this is that I was always making money from home, but the people who are responsible for getting that ball rolling were not getting it rolling fast enough for the last 4 years, because we were dealing with 4 years of one bad night.
What's that? 4 years of one bad night?
Biden and his administration were the reason I was not getting paid.
Oh, okay. Gnarly.
Remember, that was their excuse for when he did that bad performance. His bad performance in that debate was that he had one bad night. And it's like, so what was all of his presidency?
Right. I think, yeah, Biden was obviously, his cheese was slipping off his cracker, like, the moment he came into office. And by his second year, it was like, this guy's completely demented.
And falling off the stairs. He is also falling off the stairs.
Do you think, physically and mentally, do you think Trump's experiencing cognitive decline, or do you think that's cope?
I think there is a level of cognitive decline, but unlike the Biden administration, if it were to become bad enough that he becomes incapacitated, then it would be the hope that the administration does not attempt to cover it up with shadow government-like tactics.
I feel like I think Vance would take over. Although his last couple days have been pretty intense, man. Like taking over Venezuela, and he's talking about banning stock buybacks and stuff for defense contractors, and then then he's talking about banning corporate ownership of single-family homes, and then he's talking about buying $200 billion in mortgages with the profits from Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac to bring the mortgage rates down. It's pretty intense stuff. I wonder if you managed to get any of it done.
I would be very hard pressed to see it reflect itself in my state.
What are you in California?
No, I'm in Georgia.
Georgia. Oh, okay. Why do you say that?
Well, we definitely suffer from the problem of investment firms buying single-family housing and creating literal villages full of people who are under forms of unfair control of their ability to pay for rent.
Yeah. So it would actually, making it to where they can't do that would be a pretty positive for you guys then.
Yes. It is the hope that was one of the more recent ones that he announced, that I'm like, yes, please do that soon and immediately. Because that affects the ability for living professionals to do anything at all in the state.
Yes. Well, and I'm trying to buy a house too, and the thing is, in any area that is like a high growth area, like some cities have like 10-20% of the single family houses being bought by corporations, by big investment firms, instead of by people. And that's like usually like your big cities like Seattle and stuff like that. And the thing is, what people forget about that is like, yeah, that's great. They're making, BlackRock's making a bunch of fucking money, and it's, building up people's 401ks. But at the same time, it's like, when people who would normally live in Seattle are competing with
I'm gonna be dropping my Tesla tower right
cash
here, so just
buying
watch out for that.
banks, basically, for the same houses. The banks will always win out, and then what they're going to do is they're going to go and look, outside of the city. They're going to look in the bedroom communities around the city instead. And then that takes people like me and pushes me even further out. So now I have to buy way, way out here, like way far away from where I work, which is not good for anyone. It makes traffic worse. It makes the houses more expensive. It makes for inefficient utilization of housing inventory. I'm just waiting though to see how the lefties come out on that one and start trying to, simp for BlackRock.
I would like to
how the
imagine.
grifts.
I would like to imagine that whatever the response is, it's going to be a reflection of what the administration believes is going to actually work best for the people on the ground. I feel like when it comes to a lot of it, it's very much, this would be really nice if you actually follow through with this. Now let's see if you actually follow through with this.
Yes, 100%.
That is what ultimately affects my viewpoint of it. Because as much as I am for things, I look at it from the position of, I support things that are functional. If this is functional, I have no reason to be against it. If it is not functional, I'm going to criticize you for saying you're going to do it, and then actively demonstrating that you cannot do it. However...
Now, the Venezuela thing gives me hope that they will actually be able to do it, because they took Maduro very efficiently. Oh, who left?
I don't know.
It was Lemon Duck.
Unfortunate. That happens.
And we have Phantasma. I don't think I've met you, Phantasma.
Hello. I'm the moderator that pops in from time to time and has gray hair when I should not have gray hair.
He has a high-stress job. A very, very high-stress job.
High-stress job, husband that is very bratty, and...
What do you do, if I may ask?
I work in the finance sector.
Oh, finance. Oh, okay. Okay, so you're heavily impacted by this. I'm in biotech myself. I'm just a warehouse supervisor, but in the biotech industry, but it pays really well. So
yes, it does. I'm pivoting to work in cybersecurity so I can not deal with customer service anymore, because I work in a customer-facing position more so. It's something that I have not been enjoying in the past few years. So.
I like not being customer facing as well. The closest I get to it is occasionally deal with like contract services and stuff, like when our forklifts need repair, I have to interact with their guys and do documentation and crap like that. But that's all fine. They're like cool people. It's not like answering phones for random ass people I've never met.
Yeah, that's kind of my whole issue with it. Is, well, for one, I right now live in Minnesota. And that already is been going on. Have you told
Tim Walz that he's a retard yet?
No, but I've been thinking about like that for the past several years.
Nah, it's funny stuff. Do you plan to get out of Minnesota?
Depends on how the economics of my next job are.
Okay. Do you work from home, Carl?
Yes, I do. Always have.
Okay, what do you do?
I am a home caregiver. I recently finished all of my paperwork to be officiated. It's just a matter of starting up the stuff once they get the last waiver that they need to start it. Before that, I was doing service work and picking up part-time jobs here and there and full-time jobs here and there while still broadcasting. So like being a content creator for about a good chunk of 4 to 5 years was the only thing that I did, especially from 2019 to 2023. But this was the thing that I had always been working for and working towards in the background.
Right on. That's pretty cool, man.
And then, of course, before that, the thing that most people know my fame from is having been an ex-Fed, working for the Columbus Consolidated Government.
Oh, interesting. Columbus, Ohio?
No, Columbus, Georgia.
Oh, Columbus, Georgia. There's a Columbus, Georgia, too. Okay, cool.
There are lots
And
of
it
fucking
was,
Columbuses.
that was what got you sick of working in politics.
Yes. Because for one hand, the democratic system, because this is a purple state, but most of the people in the area in which I live, well, the place I used to live before, my childhood home, before the home that I live in now, they were effectively very, very hyper-left. Like, the world is burning. If you think that the world's not burning, then you're for Nazis and fascists and blah, 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 blah.
Yes.
My family's politics very much do not even align anywhere closer to my own.
Oh. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I live in Washington, and and I'm half Mexican. My mom is Mexican, and like the Mexican side of my family, aside from a few, black sheep here and there, are mostly like super progressive now, which is very annoying.
Mm-hmm. So then,
and Washington in general is super progressive.
Yes. So then from there, doing what I could do for my government and for my city and town, like having actual knowledge of the things that go on, the way that most influencers do, where they're just like, they have political takes just because that's the thing that's expected of them, not to have actually any serious thought of them. Having those political takes and that knowledge while at the same time being a person who's grinding out on games like Path of Exile or any seriously, supposedly difficult game, it's like this is the niche in which comes with being very, very informed about what's going on. And just having that as a part of the nature of my job and my existence and everything else I do, it's very much like I got tired of being surrounded by demonstrations of activity and behavior that showed people did not truly grasp how fucked things truly are and or could be, to the point that being able to communicate that information to the people in ways in which it mattered very much became a part of what my job was. So I just ended up having I ended up having this knowledge about politics that, despite it not being the thing that I focus on, it became like slightly encompassing of my work, which is where I guess I get my overlap with dev from, because here I am shutting out and doing everything I was before in the past, especially when I was still doing escort work, and it's like, how do I have all this? How do I have all this knowledge to be able to relate this to? So all of that together.
Yeah, I guess.
Go ahead.
My knowledge of politics mostly comes from just like being constantly negatively affected by the politics of my state, and trying to explain to people in my family that the people running the state are the ones making the state suck, and failing to get them to understand that, and then they like it led me to become obsessive about it, I guess, because I can't understand how, like Washington State is basically a Democrat monoparty state. Like the Republicans, there are Republicans here, and a few of them in Eastern Washington get elected every once in a while, but there's not very many. And overall, like basically whatever the Democrats want to do, they get to do, and I cannot make people understand, for whatever reason, that basically any problem that we have in the state, you can point to Democrats and they made that happen because they're the only ones in power. I don't know. It's given me a bit of an obsession, I guess.
I suppose everybody's got their thing.
And also, I watched I've watched Dev for years, and I watched Sargon of Akkad for a long time before I found Dev, and then all that.
Yeah, that's pretty much the same thing that happened to me. I was a student of the Skeptics. I witnessed and watched them all go to the point where they're at now. Him, British Carl, June, etc. So it's very much I just learned by osmosis. And then in the place where it mattered for my relevancy, a lot of the people that happen to participate in the kind of content that I play often, they are just naturally intelligent. Because one does not just sit down and play a game with a Final Fantasy X like Spear Grid, and you just, you don't pick up some level of knowledge about things all over generally just because it's a thing that appeals to you, right? You will be able to explain some basic things in this nature. And, it just, there are some people that it's like, there's no way you would have this knowledge, and it's like, yes, I should. It would literally be in my purview to be smart like this. And,
Sure.
It just goes from there, honestly, for the most part. Like, sometimes I impress myself with the fact that I'm able to discuss things the way I do, but that's also, like, half the problem of the... I got fucking punched. That's half the problem of the caveat. Like, especially in that debate. Going in with the knowledge of, okay, you should know you should know that this is true. You cannot deny this, as you are somebody who relates to politics. You already should know that the things that affect the world, and that would affect politics, would directly affect people in such a way, comparative to the relation of something as simple as, my life can be directly affected by your retarded bullshit. So there's no denying.
Well, that's where you know that it's disingenuous, because these are also people, especially like the one that was like, well, I like woke stuff. Well, like, part of the woke stuff is, the idea that everything is political. And for them to come in and go, well, what does politics have to do with this? It's like, well, I mean, from your own perspective, it's inherently going to have to do with this, because according to your team, everything is political. So, I don't really believe you when you say you don't understand these things. At least that's me towards them,
So it ultimately comes down to the case, especially with the case of Irrelevant, that it's like, okay, so I don't know what I'm talking about, and I'm just a delusional person. Or as it was quoted by Wick when we were talking inside of Symposium, Carl is angry, but he doesn't know who he's to blame. No, I know exactly who to blame. Fucking retards that are disingenuous idiots that do not engage in the content, but want to have the ability to complain about what's happening to them. The exact same thing that you would say to a person who would remove themselves from politics would be the exact same follow-through there. You don't get the ability to complain. This is what you asked for because you chose to not be involved. You can't stand still on a moving train. So if you're angry that men are being pandered to, are being given content to enjoy, and it's not inherently excluding women, and you say, well, what does that have to do with women and politics? Well, tell me, what does the world have to do with any of the things happening? Why is the internet... Go ahead.
Here's the thing, too. Historically, video games have always catered to men. Not because, these game companies only want to sell games to men, but because historically the majority of video game consumers have been men. And even today, women don't make up a majority of video gaming. Like, there are definitely more women today who video game, but I'm confident if we looked up, like, any of the sales data, the vast majority of video games are being sold to men. And if anything, it's dangerous for these companies to cater to women if they make up a small sliver of the actual audience. You alienate the majority. It's kind of like the Warhammer and Games Workshop clearly starting to pander to, like, the queer, weirdo audience,
The queer Marxists, like, that they call themselves.
Yeah, the queer Marxists, yes. It's like, that is an infinitesimally small sliver of your potential customers. Meanwhile, the kind of chuddy you know, Carl Benjamin type people, that's the majority of your audience. You know, that's who you should cater to. You know.
I'm sorry.
Hello, Seth.
Hey.
Hello. No need to apologize. I'm not sure what you're apologizing for.
No, because I sniffled and.
I mean, you're here. You get to participate in the conversations.
A woman sniffled. That means she needs to go to the kitchen immediately. Out of sight, out of mind, woman! How dare you!
No, sorry. Sometimes I have to snap my bones back into place with my body.
Okay.
So if you ever hear like exclamations from me, that is why.
Interesting. You have like loose ligaments or something?
No, maybe. I've injured myself a lot when I used to do martial arts. So I took a lot of hits, but I could just keep going.
Okay.
I'm built like a fucking tank.
Yeah. Nice.
Mm.
So there is a lot of stuff going on with me. Hey, Saffronette.
Oh, hello. Yes.
So where have you been for Kane?
I mean, I've been like doing my own stuff. Like, well, I wouldn't say own stuff. I got busy over the holidays. Well, before that, because I was moving to another location.
Okay.
Moving sucks.
It does.
Yeah, and I still have to be focused on like job-related stuff.
Understand.
Fair.
I just provide warning next time. But I don't know if you still want to be a part of that or not. I assume not.
I wouldn't say not. It's just that, you know, I'm trying to get adjusted to everything here, and there's still stuff I have to do.
In your own time.
Alright. Yeah. I mean, hey, at least you aren't experiencing what Aqua, Smokes, and Dax are experiencing.
Oh, goodness.
It's okay.
They're being abused.
I don't call it abuse. I just call it consequences of their own actions.
Now.
What do they do?
Exist.
They're existing in a game with a sadistic type DM.
I'm not that sadistic.
Debatable.
It's just that, you know, their consequences do have actions from time to time. And for one, sometimes they don't realize things have gone awry until like the very last minute. Hi, Aqua. Debatable, you say, huh? But needless to say,
This is this is like Dungeons and Dragons or something?
Effectively. But they are all playing as... Yeah, I think that, given the fact that we've been playing for several months now, I think you've realized, and you've probably, the Pavlov response has gone off, that if I give warnings, you should definitely, and also, they are not vague by any sense of the fucking word. I don't know what you're smoking by saying, oh, it's vague. No, the fuck it isn't.
Yes, and there's somebody typing in chat or something.
Yes, that would be Aqua. He is one of my players, and he has been enjoying his time playing it, haven't you, Aqua?
I'm driving. I'm on this call while I'm driving home, so I can't see chat myself. Does he ever join voice chat?
Occasionally, yes.
He's just busy, and as well, I'm pretty sure that he does not want to have the argument of, oh well, I'm totally fine in my stuff, and it's like, no, I make sure that everybody understands their place.
As would be normal, Wilmer, inside of DevCord, there are many people that they choose to lurk over being directly involved.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to say something about like all these guys fighting about what video games are for women. And from my own
Oh, yeah.
experience growing up, it was like always arcade games.
Well, you know, I think arcade games have like a very equal appeal. I'm not sure why that is. Like fighting games in particular, I feel like have the most equal appeal as far as like appealing to men and women.
Yeah, but they say that's the opposite because it has a little sexualized women, and that's weird. You can't have that.
Who says that?
Women.
That's like the
Women.
Women. Well, you know, I mean, they don't have to play them if they don't have to play the games if they don't want to. You know.
Yeah.
See,
I
mean,
had
everyone's half naked in fighting games.
No.
well, not if they're playing on an Evo stage. They banned those now. Because one person left their nude fucking skin on for Chun-Li.
Nice.
It's kind of like watching the Italian Senate with Tifa.
Honestly, I'm gonna be real here. I think what really is the problem is that women have a self-policing problem, where women are, and you are a woman, obviously, but from my experience, women are really low. The majority of women are very loath to tell other women when they're full of shit or when what they're saying is like stupid.
Yes.
Right?
I mean, I tell them that, but this is because I have the autism debuff.
Oh well.
Yeah. That's a good thing. There should probably be
Guide
more
me
women.
to run away as fast as possible. Run as far away as you can from there.
But I think the problem is you get a lot of like sister circles kind of things going on, right? And they start all agreeing with you have one or two that start talking about like, oh, I hate seeing this or that, and then it's like, oh wow, she hates that, I guess it must be bad, and so it's kind of like a consensus building machine.
Yeah.
And so you end up with like women particularly building consent around ideas they maybe don't actually believe in,
Or they're
But
just being
outwardly, they're going-
disingenuous about it.
it is disingenuous, right?
Yes.
I think that's kind of where you see a lot of analysis about like a lot of the problems with society in like say corporate governance, right? I work in the corporate world. I work in biotech manufacturing. I'm low-level management, and it's absolutely been feminized. Like a lot of the way, like you can't even give like even mildly critical feedback has to be drenched in all kinds of like
Toxic positivity
platitudes and just like going above and beyond to make sure that you're not hurting anyone's feelings. Because
it's stuff that I absolutely dislike, because like if you have an environment where nobody can really be honest, you're gonna get it's just gonna lead to disaster. I've been in communities that were like this even before the feminization, where it's like, oh, you can't criticize because you criticize it like this because it's gonna hurt their feelings. I'm like, sometimes you just have to call a spade a spade.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sometimes you have to call a cunt a cunt.
Yes. Well, and the thing is, like, I don't necessarily think that an entirely masculinized space would be good either. I think we can demonstrably prove that it's not. But what we need really is balance. You don't want an entirely feminized space, and you don't want an entirely masculinized space. You want things to be balanced so that the two differing properties level each other out.
Yes. This was one of the points that I was making about the fact that when you try to do that with the all-consuming operation of what they kept trying to use as the scapegoat for that, which is, well, what does this have to do with women and feminism? It's like, are you serious? The very term toxic was created by Riot Games. By Jeremy Lin, a.k.a. Riot Light, a.k.a. I Beat My Wife Light, with a means of attempting to control people on how about how they speak. I've covered this before on the channel. And half the problem is that when you get into that system of nicety conversation, you are inherently trying to claim that it is not the case that people will have conversations of this matter where you are demonstrating a need to make soft, to round the edges, and attempt to address, classic DSS death, to address the growing nature of attempting to basically make feminine what is inherently masculine by the nature and design of how people go about actually engaging, interacting with people. If masculine is not toxic, but bumping off of each other, physically, socially interacting, and the female, the feminine, would be specifically behaving in such a way where you must couch your language in toxic positivity, otherwise you're a bigot and you're an asshole and you're a part of the problem. This is literally what created that.
Well, another similar, different but related issue is like the pay disparity, quote unquote, between female pro athletes and male pro athletes in the same sport. Like the NBA is a particular example that often comes up in various controversies, right? Where you'll have the WNBA athletes out here protesting, saying, "Why do I get paid, $120,000 a year when LeBron James gets paid, $1.5 million a year? This seems unfair. He's making 10 times what I do." Then it's like, yeah, he's making 10 times what you do, but he also brings in 100 times the amount of revenue that you do, because men watch him play basketball and women do not watch you play basketball. And
I used to watch WNBA when it used to matter.
Well, the one recommendation that they've brought up for the WNBA has quite literally been great. Just add more dunks to it. If you lower it just slightly, you will have more revenue.
Well, another thing would be if obviously, Saffron, you watching is great, or you used to watch.
Last time I watched it, it was because my home team, they used to really bring in a lot of people, but they don't really exist anymore.
That sucks. But the thing is, if women watched the WNBA in the same numbers that men watched the NBA, it would be just as profitable. And because there's just about the same amount of women in this country as there are men.
I'm back.
Hey, welcome back, Linda. So, logically, if women actually tend to spend more when they're into something than men do.
No.
Statistically. So if women if women watched and participated in the WNBA as fans at the same level that men do in the NBA, it would probably be more profitable. And what you giggling about there?
Why are you making those weird noises?
Well, if you're paying attention to this, if he was paying attention to the screen, he'd see that I was just ragdolled.
Oh, nice. You've been possessed. But anyway, the point is that the current state of the WNBA versus the NBA is the NBA subsidizes the pay of the WNBA. The WNBA actually loses money. It's not profitable. So but you see the same kind of attitude in video gaming, where women go. So there are some women that participate in video gaming and just accept it for what it is. They're just like, I'm here to play games and I like video games. That's based.
Oh.
There are political interlopers who instead they look at the they look at the disparity in participation in video games and they think, well, it can't possibly be that women just have different interests than men generally and aren't gathering in these spaces just by natural causes. It must be sexism.
No,
And
it was never sexism.
It was never sexism. It was just a difference in interests.
I mean, it's crazy that they say it's sexism when, ironically, I can attest to this growing up. You know, women would try to like beat other women down if they like video games because they're doing it for attention. You know, they're a skank or attention whore.
A last nigga.
They're just trying to get attention from guys. Like, it sounds harsh, but this is real shit that was happening.
No, I remember when I was in high school. I remember, you know, girls that would get into video gaming would get that same kind of treatment from other girls. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure
it was.
Go ahead.
Very strange.
Go
on.
I would say that it's pretty much a core memory that there's going to be two types of experiences for women in gaming. Either they got into gaming and every single time they spoke, somebody, even if it was just a joke to make inherent to the nature of what was common for them, was like, a woman. And it's then it becomes a break off of the one or two responses, which is, make me a sandwich, or, I can't believe a girl plays this game. Please, let me worship the feet. Mwah, 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 mwah. I'll suck the toe, too.
Or you have the official approved chud response, which is, there are no women on the internet.
Yes.
I mean, I remember tits or GTFO.
Yes. It is one and the same, but the way that most audiences consumed that conversation pretty much came from a viewpoint of, are we going to admit that there is an inherent reason why people would prefer to engage with you out of the norm, or are we going to pretend that that is not the case, and that actually when you speak, people don't give you a level of inherent opportunity that I would not be afforded as a male. And half of that was pretty much all of that conversation dealt with.
There's definitely like some situations where, like, this happens even on Deadboard, where, like, you know, we'll be at VC and then like a chick joins VC and all of a sudden everyone's trying to talk to her. You know? But I think part of that is you know, the nature of men. Men be thirsty, you know.
They do be thirsty.
Women are, you know, the natural selectors. So.
Yes.
I don't know why I just got flung over there, but whatever, I guess.
Well, I think it's like, I remember having an exchange with, this was like when I was in high school, with like one of my friends. And I was playing Real Bout Fatal Fury, and she's like, why do they have the female characters dressed like sluts? And I looked at her and I'm like, are you serious right now?
It's a video game.
Oh, that's what was attacking me.
Yeah, it is a video game, and the I know this is kind of a more recent example, but you know, sometimes I still see like people post pictures of like women on the red carpet and they're wearing like stuff that's like very transparent and you can see everything.
Right. There's no problem with that.
No problem with that, but because it's a video game character, it's like you're harming women and you're disgusting somehow.
Well, and you know, the thing is too, when you know, women are asked, you know, why do you dress like that? Like, say, women who like to wear very revealing clothing and stuff like that, they always say, well, it's, you know, I dress like this for other women, you know, so that other, you know, to impress other women, you know, generally is the answer these days. So, you know, why is it that when they see a video game character dressed in that way, why is that a problem? You know,
they see it as competition for some reason. I don't understand that.
It must be, yeah.
They're getting mad over fucking pixels long.
I think a lot of these things are due to of large segment of the female population to acknowledge their own instincts and to understand and actually be in control of those instincts. this is just my theory. That's where a lot of the modern kind of longhouse stuff is coming from.
Ammo shell.
Yes.
I actually forgot about the
Second
longhouse
shell,
because I was like, wait a minute, I
bomb.
heard that in school like a long time ago. I didn't know it was going to be.
Oh yeah,
Third
This-
ammo
relevant
shell
thing.
or explosive.
yeah, modern term. It's come back.
Fourth ammo shell explosive.
Obviously, it's a metaphorical term, you know, when we use it. We're not literally referring to like a Native American longhouse or something like that, but it's the same idea, right? Like the idea that, you know, everyone is always, everyone is living communally together mentally, and you're all in the same shared space, and you have to be cautious of everybody else around you, and you're always being watched and listened to. You know, it's like it's very communal, collective mindset, I think, that the longhouse represents.
Take the package.
What was that?
Ammo shell, static field.
Carl, take the package.
Oh.
What am I taking?
You're taking this. What's on my back?
But I'm already carrying shells for this gun. Aw, he died. What am I supposed to be carrying this to?
The objectives. That is the oh fuck oh shit button. I mean, you could just reinforce me and I pick it up.
Got me so confused, man. But yeah, the longhouse itself has always been a relevant concept because it's what has actually dominated the ability for men and women to communicate with each other in any gaming space whatsoever. Because it is the inherent nature of you need to be nice to me because I'm a woman. And it's not just be nice to me, I am new, and thus I don't know the rules here, which is usually what most people say when they say that, because women don't often usually play games interchangeably co-ed with men. Because
I think the longhouse is also, it's more than just be nice to me because I'm a woman, but it's also like representative of the typical ways that women actually interact with one another socially, as opposed to, you could almost say like, all right, women interact in a way, in like you have the longhouse, right?
Yes.
Whereas in the way men organize themselves is more like the hunting party, you know, where you have, with women, they want to make decisions by committee, you know, they want to come to consensus, right? Whereas with men, one strong personality dominates over the rest, and the rest fall into line, and for the most part just kind of like go along with what the boss says, you know?
Or it's the case that you have the interchangeable leader scenario, where the person who is most advantageous in the situation for what is required for the scenario is the one that takes lead, and they constantly pivot off.
Yeah, rule by expert in this given situation is I would say is a masculine thing as well.
Yes.
Just like, you know, you have like the hunting party, or like the kind of like, I guess, the mindset of the craftsman as well. You know, where you have like the master at a given art at this that we need to use the skills of at this time.
It's not like a one-man heist in any movie. It's like, we need this expert, we need this expert, because we know that people have shortcomings. We know that,
right?
So that's often one. Now there are some things that, like, there's a give and take.
Ah, my fucking left eye.
What's wrong with your left eye?
It's like beating or something. Not beating, it's like every time
Twitching?
I just like open it, it's just like
moving
there's
around.
something like moving around with it.
You got an eyelash stuck under your lid, maybe?
That could also be a stress indicator.
Yeah, I got him.
Could be.
I have them all the
get
time. I'm
eyelashes stuck under my eyelid with some frequency. It's just pretty obnoxious.
All right.
I also wanted to say, like, that, you know, like he said, like, oh, we've been playing Animal Crossing. It's like, yeah, they play Animal Crossing, but there are a lot of men who do actively play Animal Crossing.
Oh yeah.
Like, ironically, I've heard about it more through other guys than women.
See,
Like,
here,
I think
Just
Go
about
ahead, Carl.
every game, the majority of the players are men.
See, here's the problem with the pull of that. A lot, and I mean almost like 99.996% of irrelevance name checking was just name checking to take up popular game and then say, well, what is, like, how does this get stopped because of XYZ? And the problem here is that if you look at it from the position not using gender demographics, but you look at it from the demographic of interest, people who are going to play autism simulators are going to not always be male and female. Because the autism simulator of a god game, of a woman who decides she wants to have all of her friends participate in this fantasy world she's built for them, and designs a fucked up version of her life or their lives, is going to have crossover with a person like Destiny playing Satisfactory, Factorio, and what have you. Because it's not that, because this is this demographic that supposedly appeals to males, why would a woman ever get involved with this? Because obviously, it doesn't discount it. That's why every single time they kept saying, well, you're saying this doesn't appeal to men? I'm saying that it doesn't disclude women. Because if you go by the social factors, oh, women can't get interested in Doom, so there's no such thing as female rockers, right? There are not cases of women that are better and more knowledgeable in the persona of something like this compared to what you have, because all you think is, well, this is only ever going to appeal to men. Men would only be the demographic that's interested in this. Any person who is invested in that scene is a demonstration that proves your point and is an exception to the rule, not the actual demonstration of the demographic to the exception based on interest. So, women can never be interested in things that men can be interested, and men can never be interested in things that women are interested in. And you can never have male and female influences that attract them to said demographics, because that would be gay, actually. That would be lame, actually.
It goes back to that, doesn't it?
Like, a boy should never be interested in playing Animal Crossing, because where's the blood? Where's the guts? Where's the violence? Where's the fucking the character? They should be more appealed to playing Fate Grand Order, or anything in the Fate Stay franchise, compared to something like Harvest Moon, or Stardew Valley. But then, how does that explain...
It's kind of a stereotyping, right? Where
yes.
they're basically saying, like, well, you know, because this game is manly, or it seems to have typically male properties, no women will ever be interested in it. So in order to not alienate women, we have to modify the game to appeal to women.
Yes.
Well, you don't have to do that,
honest.
because
I mean,
if you make a good product...
For the fact of Grand Order, sorry, that's my wheelhouse. I play the fuck out of gotcha games. I know that there's very female driven characters such as Superhuman Orion, and it very much is the archetype that is, well, that's meant to be appealing for either very, very gay men who are looking for Bara, or very, very, very extraordinarily visually intaking women.
This is the Astolfo game, right?
This is.
It is the Astolfo game, yes.
This is the same game that also has the massive, giant, big titty mommy characters such as Miyamoto no Reiko. Which I could show a picture of that, but at the same time, good God, we are getting slaughtered out here.
It's just the DSS. The DSS is causing major knockdown.
And we gotta get back on the flag.
Saffronet, I feel like you were gonna say something a minute ago.
What I was saying is, like, I feel like a lot of these guys are just unaware because of, like, what women actually like. I may be the outlier here because I'm autistic, but it's like...
Go ahead.
It's because, like I said, I grew up with, you know, my grandmother and my older cousins, and they played arcade games, and that's how I kind of got into video games.
Right.
It's like the games I like were games that also appealed to everybody else. Like the girl games of the past that they did used to make were Barbie games, and that didn't appeal. That didn't appeal to me
Right.
because they were just usually not very good.
Yeah, kind of stupid games.
Yeah, it was games that kind of insulted your intelligence.
Right, right. The people who played them were playing them because they were Barbie, not because they were games.
Or they had like parents like, "Oh, you're not allowed to play that Mario. Play this Barbie game instead."
Right, right. Mario's a boys
What
game.
are those type? What type of parents are those?
What type of parents?
Yeah, parents get weird about that kind of thing.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's,
I don't think it's as common as it used to be, but definitely there used to be a lot of like, don't play with that, that's a boy's toy, or don't play with that, that's a girl's toy.
Yeah.
And that used to be pretty common.
I would say that's the millennial yuppies and boomers. And if it's the boomer generation, they would be the millennials that would now be receptacle to an audience where you have women in industry leading the charge on these genres of games. So when you say things like women are not going to be the target demographic of something that would be ARPGs, I would look over and I'd say, so what's Rebecca for Digital Extremes? Why is she and this other person that she's growing up with at this event the ones that are making these jokes about our favorite losers when she is in fact queen of the losers? What was these titles from the past that demonstrated where most of your culture came from? Are these things now not a part of that because you've decided to say as such? Did it stop being relevant? Did they stop being women all of a sudden? Because as much as you could...
It was good talking to you all.
No problem. Because as much as you could have the conversation about male studios, you also have to then look at those female innovators that were responsible for it. So you couldn't talk about the writers on such writing staff for games like Amy Eddig, and then look over at the supposed female contemporaries that are currently in her field right now, and say that it is not the case, that these people are a part of that same representation and that same movement. And there is no feedback loop that shows that it just must be the case that they're good writers and that's the reason why they have their jobs. It must be that they're supposedly making some type of game that now has made it revolutionary for women to finally play this content that they otherwise shouldn't be interested in. Like, the energy is going someplace that the explanation is that, well, you see, it's different this time. You could very much use it in the same way that, supposedly, male or females, depending on whatever demographic is being discussed, whatever genre is being discussed, they are now effectively only invested and involved in this sense if it gives them some level of investment and enjoyment that it is a known fact that cannot be denied. Like, it is a known fact that there are more women getting into ARPGs than there are people getting into supposedly cozy type games. And the reason why is because those ARPGs tend to have a mechanism that gets them into playing it. For my game alone, for Exile, it is that you have different demographics that have walked them into those appeals. Hades is probably one of the best examples of those appeals. Women getting into the game because it allows them to have some part of a feedback loop that is comparative to a dating sim and a god game, and it does not prevent them from having that fun.
I mean, I wish the characters were appealing though, because I remember looking at that and I'm like,
I don't know, Thanatos do be pretty appealing to me.
I don't know, like, I mean, because I already I've been into Greek mythology before. It was cool, right? And it's like, I see this stuff and I'm like, it's reminded me of like Tumblr stuff that I used to see.
I mean,
and that's why I kind of turned away from it.
In very many ways, that is exactly the content that's being produced, and that is exactly whomst it is supposed to, the nice word here would say appeal, the actual real word, pander to, are meant, that's what the target audience is meant to be. They are specifically making it for that particular type of audience. And you have people who will then say, no, that's not true. Like, how is that true?
Right where you are, bud.
And it becomes... it becomes impossible to have the conversation, because they then are not able to relate to the sphere of influence that it involves, because to them it is preposterous bullshit, because they aren't actually
misinput.
They aren't actually participating in the content in such a way where they would be able to notice this group of people, because in their mindset these individuals do not exist. They are a unicorn. If they exist, okay, cool, but it doesn't matter. But actually it does. So, men being in female-dominated spaces, females being in male-dominated spaces, attempting to deny it, and then preposturing that people who would get in such types of business and industry would do so only because, well, it attracts people of a negative intention. It attracts people of a negative connotation. It attracts a certain type of person of a aggressive investment. Is it only possible that it must be that this person got into the business or got into this interest because they were attracted there because of things like power? Or is it possible that this person demonstrably, as was the case with things that are true passion projects, truly puts their weight and their energy behind it, and they are not there because of something like, I believe the cope that they kept using was the Jews.
Oh dear.
Because the excuse that I kept being given was capitalism. So it, to me, is an abandonment of the concept. Because how is it always just capitalism? It's always capitalism.
I attached the thermite to his balls. Sorry.
I don't see the last outpost thing. We're about to get dropped on.
That's what I'm searching for. Oh wait. Come on.
They can't be blaming capitalism for
I see it. I'm on it. Got it. It was nestled into a corner.
Like, the sheer means of blaming capitalism for everything actually abdicates a lot of the responsibility that you have to the scene in space. Because half the time, especially with men, and sometimes occasionally with females, especially if they're content creators, half of what gets people into different genres of games is the fact that they are doing so as a form of cooperative play. Like, there are market factors that cannot be explained unless you are looking from the perspective of, I want to experience new experiences with people, that it is responsible for the investment of why these people are looking at and in doing the content that they're doing. Too many times, the excuse of, well, it's just capitalism, has been used as a scapegoat.
And it's goddamn annoying.
And in the perspective of the Longhouse, the need and desire that you have to have this for conformity, where you don't even have to blame specific women. The nature that you need to round the corners and edges, first off, if you're going to blame capitalism for the ability to sell to advertisers, first off. Then that the marketing elites, the marketing heads, the accountants, there is a serious turnout of the people that are coming from the academia is women. Women are the ones leading with the MBAs. They are the ones that are telling you what is a brand risk and what is not. How are you going to abdicate that to capitalism and you ignore that women are very much in the center and heads of finances? Like, how many porn stars, amateur porn stars, do you have that are flexing that they have degrees and they make OnlyFans? Did we not literally live through 2 different events of, number one, Scooch, rest in peace that nigga's career on Twitch. Oh my god. How is it that you can have an example like Rebecca and Scooch trying to get angry at Riot Games about Seraphine and the girlfriend experience when she's literally selling the girlfriend experience and making porn with 2 degrees, and then the Dino Mommy paleontologist flexing her sexuality and her investment and involvement with politics and with sexuality as what she said was the mechanism that she uses to get funding for her interests. It is demonstrative that these things are directly related to each other. But we abdicate the responsibility to it because the Jews, because of capitalism, because of market factors that are very obviously led by politics, and you can still have positive and passionate work of it, while still having people that are very much taking advantage of it. I'm being shot.
Why do you sound like Dark Kermit the Frog here?
It makes me shake my head. man.
Dark Kermit the Frog. it's Nega Kermit.
Oh god. I mean, it makes sense. Little Miss Piggy is appalled.
I can imagine Miss Piggy as a southern woman, yeah. Oh shit, I'm dead! Fuck me.
I also wanted to, like, part of me wanted to jump in and say, like, yeah, like, don't these women, they be playing horror games a lot also?
Do not enter the... Do not enter. Do not enter.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of
Enter
women.
if you dare
There
for
are-
a very scare.
There are definitely a significant number of people, especially women, that play horror games for one reason or another. I wouldn't necessarily say that it has to be because it appeals to them more. That really just has to come down to demographic interest. Because if you use the gender as a deciding factor, you're going to miss out on the answers that actually directly address the reasons why it would be a concern. And why it would be a mechanism for decision making. The same way that I make the decisions I do when I investigate the games that you all help me fund to decide is a part of the supposed dynamics for why a person, we didn't have the flag drop down. The supposed dynamics for what get people invested and involved into content and into creation. Because if you ignore the consequences that come from making a decision based on it must be because woman, or it must be because man, it must be because it only appeals to this demographic for this and this and this and this and this, you miss all of the other problems. It is the exact same degree with, say, foreign films. Get over the anti-barrier subtitles, you begin to realize that there's a lot of things out there that is a poorly placed turret. There's a lot of things out there that are responsible for actually bringing people invested and involved into this material context. And they just decide we're not interested in that conversation. No, it's actually because this and nothing else. Which makes it really funny when you end up finding out that it's actually female Jews.
Oh no, oh no, oh god.
Show business, content creation, and more. Like when you end up...
The Destiny raid music started playing, god damn it. Continue, sorry.
Like when you end up with this context where you do end up with the reality of what is being decided to and what is being factored for by these conversations around these people in these places, you end up really actually seeing that sometimes, yeah, that is actually the answer to the situation. And there's nothing wrong with it. But, you know, inherently the conversation itself must center on it can only be this, it is only ever this, there's only ever one way for it to be this. If you disagree with this, you are coping.
You're coping and seething.
Just a little closer. Yes! Get away from the area. Then hop immediately back into it once that goes off. Go, 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 go. One. Am I getting added everywhere? Oh, that's why. I'm being asked to go watch the newest episode of Fallout.
Oh no.
So far, from what I've been watching, yeah, they definitely went with the house ending.
House always win. Always bet on the house.
But I had a friend, unironic. I'm not even calling her a friend anymore. I'm just calling her an associate from here on out. No, because she's a contrarian. She's a fucking contrarian. No, that she always says this thing like, oh well, that's bad because of this, and it's like, can you like form an actual opinion that's just unironically not the opposite of everything that people say in the server? Because that's what she does.
Well, we're not going to be able to get out of here.
Yeah, we're not winning this.
People try to say that I'm a contrarian, but like
The bomb
me,
was
I
not
actually-
the play.
Like people try to say
If
that I was
held on for
contrarian,
like a few seconds.
but I was like, I was in the server talking about dispatch, and I'm like, yeah, that shit didn't deserve to win. Fuck.
It really doesn't. It's a good game, don't get me wrong, but it's not like
I don't
deserving
think
of any
it's a
really
game.
rewards.
Well, it's not a game.
Her,
It's an
her whole
TV show.
thing for the Fallout, like the Fallout New Vegas stuff, was the Yes Man ending is the worst ending. And I just kind of sit there going like, it's like, oh, it's the worst ending, like minus the Legion, and I'm just like sitting there going like, are you good there, girl?
It don't matter. Just
Because at this point it's kind of just whatever, right? But you think I can complete this? Probably not.
It's completely dependent on you. Did you throw down the reinforcement or the resupply while you had a chance?
Yeah, I have enough.
You just really have to play goalie. That's it. You had to dive bomb.
Yep, I did.
You did serpentine, and then you tried to go behind a rock to crouch.
Yeah, I did.
That is a radial explosion, Marcus.
I know. Regardless, but no, like how she apparently ranked them, and I've realized this because she's complained to me before saying you shouldn't call the Legion LARPers because that's dangerous. And I'm like, they are.
But it's funny.
They are. They
It's funny.
unironically are LARPing fucking idiots who just think, well, this is what they are. In fact, they even address that in the show. It's like, yeah, that's not how you say his name, nor that's how anything works for that shit.
So basically, what you're saying is, the Legion is mostly not 99% modern neo-Nazis.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, they've always been like that. That's the thing. They're all idiots. They all should not be taken seriously. The only reason why they have any seriousness is because there's a lot of them, and a majority of them are dealing with old bureaucratic idiots as well, aka the NCR. If you were to see how I ranked my endings for New Vegas, it would be Legion, NCR, House, Yes Man. And that's how it goes. Because the Legion is the worst possible outcome for New Vegas as a whole. There is no reason why they should ever be on top. The only reason why they're on top is because the NCR is not sending any more resources, and they're all also in foreign land for them. They're based in California. They're from Nevada. Hold on a second. The reason why the reason why I simply addressed her by saying, okay, listen, I don't say what you want to say, I don't care for your contrarian behavior. And she shut the fuck up after that. because I called her out on her behavior. It's simple as. When you're dealing with people who are contrarian, when you're dealing with people who are contrarian, usually calling them out will shut them the fuck up. Because guess what? It's them basically going like, well, I disagree with this thing. It's like, no. You're disagreeing with the fact that, you're disagreeing with the fact because you don't want to be, you like being the unpopular opinion, which is dreadfully boring, and nobody likes that.
It's very boring. Well, there's times where I've been like the one. It's like, it's not for me. And they're like, how could you not like this? You should like this. I'm like, I don't. I watched it 3 times, and this is like in regards to like K-pop Demon Hunters. I watched this shit 3 times, still didn't like it. And when I saw Dispatch, I'm like, I would not spend money on this. I don't want more stuff like this. Like we've had I think we had enough of games like that. I would rather have something you could have more control over rather than just people being unsatisfied with stuff like the
objectively. Not this is like, oh, well, this is my opinion. It's that type of way, the rhetoric and the way she says it, that makes it the key difference. See, people can say what they want, say whatever the hell they want. They're making it, this is definitive. That's the issue. If you're making it a definitive thing, press the button twice. Like, the Yes Man ending is the worst ending, and she didn't give any explanation, by the way. She just said, well, it's worse than Legion. And I'm like, let me get this straight. Independence, true independence, for Las Vegas and all of its people that are inside of it to decide their fate and do whatever the hell they want, not damning the people outside of Good Springs or anywhere else, like Novax, things like that. And then that Las Vegas is the only one that gets that kind of protection in the house, or the NCR strips everything of the resources, leaving barely any for the citizens of Nevada to survive, or the Legion, where everybody and everything dies because they're a plague upon it. I know which ending I'm choosing.
Killing everyone? Good idea. I should nuke to the Mojave.
Buddy.
I need to press the button twice, because now we're at the top of the hour twice.
I'm sorry.
Wake up, lurkers! Wake up, lurkers! Also, we're about to change the game to Eternal Return.
Fair enough.
I wasn't listening to that whole Fallout conversation, so I'm just gonna say it out loud. My preferred ending is where I'm ruling and I start a monarchy with my own bloodline. For the funny.
Interesting. I mean, hey, fair enough, I suppose. The thing for me is just like, in my mind, it is a better day to say, hey, if everybody has their freedom, I'm out. I'm good. Because I'm a very much so freedom first type person. I don't really... I think the show definitely has its flaws. It is quite the show of... They really don't like Vegas. And this was the season where they were like, yeah, fuck Vegas. Fuck every possible fucking choice that the fans actually enjoy. This is what happened.
They should have let it so none of the sides won because the aliens won. They should have let the aliens win.
Yes.
They should have let the main antagonist of the Fallout show be the aliens.
I don't think the developers would have liked the response that they would get from the marketplace had they chosen to go with that.
The aliens or
anything that involves the aliens from Mothership Zeta or whatever, because that doesn't allow for an emotional build-up between characters, any grounded reality.
Yeah, no. The thing for that is,
What if the ending they chose was the nuclear ending, and like New Vegas is just destroyed?
Then I mean, if that's the case, then there would be explanations to do, like who the fuck did it, why the fuck did they do it. There's been an interesting fan theory though, which I kind of disagree with because it wouldn't make any sense to how the story was necessarily explained in New Vegas. That the ghoul is actually the courier. It's like, no, that doesn't make sense at all. Why would the ghoul be delivering that for the house? Like, the ghoul knows things about every single situation. He's been around for over 200 years. He's a jaded individual who is, without a shadow of a doubt, is definitely not doing anything without either the motive to stay alive and find information about his family, because that's his main motivation. So, needless to say, there's a lot of problems with it, but it's a show like any other. Anyways, excuse me. I'm gonna go watch that show. Take care.
I'm out.
Okay, wow.
So now we have an opportunity to play Eternal Return. It's probably going to take you time to download it if you haven't already downloaded it. Who here already has it?
I don't have.
Lemon Duck? Do you want to play Eternal Return?
Is there any way I can like do what I was doing beforehand? Because I was like searching up art and shit right here.
What do you mean
So
by
I can make
you
like
can do
characters?
what do you mean by doing what you were doing before?
I was making awful shit like this.
Duck, you are aware that it's Discord game night, while also being a celebratory event about the player-based community in my Discord, right?
You know what? I might join in for a few moments.
Okay, you're gonna have to take some time to download the game then.
Oh, I already downloaded the game.
Okay, so are you ready to try playing Eternal Return?
Yes.
Saffronet, would you like to join?
I'm gonna have to. Well, it's also getting late for me, so I'm gonna sit this one out. But it's been fine talking to you guys.
Okay, Saf.
Well, there's not going to be any more people.
No, she's just sitting in for the night. There are other people here that are already in chat.
We'll go see you later then.
Bye.
Will they be joining us in the game?
I don't know. Also, Master Wolf, you have won this round of the giveaway. I need to press the button again, but unfortunately there's nobody else that has been speaking up since it is on the active giveaway section, so I can't even properly press the button. So far we've gotten 1, 2, 3, 4... Yeah, 4 winners. Yes, 4 winners. So you have a choice of a title between a copy of Section 13 or a copy of Faster Than Light or Hero Siege.
Interesting opening.
It's effectively an anime game. It's gonna have a loud and bombastic opening, since it's also doing crossover events. Right now, the game that's currently doing a crossover with is Guilty Gear Strive.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you because like the opening is getting in the fucking way. And now it's done, I think.
Okay, give me 1 second.
No, and it's just continuing.
You know you can fast forward through it.
You mean skip?
Yes, you can skip it. that reminds me. Master Wolf, did you ever get your physical Macross copy of the collector's edition of Macross Shooting Insight?
Skipping.
Because you were one of the two people. You were one of the two people who had actually originally gotten that prize way back when we first started using Airdrop. And I don't think anybody ever got back to me about it. No? I'm fucking pissed. I'm very pissed about that. Because I've been wondering this entire time if any of the people who that was supposed to be given to ever got that properly delivered and received. I'm mad. Okay. The code is inside of your inbox. Send me back a screen cap when you use the key in Steam.
I'm playing the tutorial.
Okay.
How do I install equipment? Oh, left click. Mark and Spear. It's so not fair. Bars. Hey, Carl, you still here?
Yes. I'm doing administrative things. Lemon Duck. Sorry, but you need some time to play Eternal on your own later. And tweak Steam input a lot. I don't like playing with mouse and keyboard. You should be able to easily do that with tweaking it. Plus, you're not precluded from not being able to get the time to do that. I'm not going to throw people into a system without giving them time to hone the controls to how they want. That would be bad hosting of me.
I'm fine. I played unfortunately played what was that, isometric, game that Blizzard owns, WoW or something like that?
They own several, dude.
No, the one of League of Legends. I've unfortunately played League of Legends.
Okay, you said Blizzard and then you said League. League is owned by Riot Games.
Oh.
Activision, Blizzard, King, Microsoft has made several different isometric top-down games. Barely narrows it down when you say that.
Remember when those League of Legends advertisements were everywhere?
Well, it stopped having.
Annoying.
I mean, they were slightly aggrandizing because it kept featuring itself as the #1 played game in the world, but it's not even the #1 watched esport anymore. And half of the all-consuming and ever-evasive nature of it was the fact that it was one of the many free-to-play games on the internet. But ever since it's been trounced by other games that are also free-to-play, which is what brought in a lot of the collective power of people being invested into it because of things like Exile competing directly against it across demographics, that brought people to really just think of it as a game that is there, that effectively is a party game. Because you could have people play League in a social sense, but really trying to play League as a competitive game is impossible unless you're only focused on your own individual nature to that content. Because you can't be able to have a serious conversation about growth and integrity and gameplay in League unless you are specifically speaking from the position of somebody who wants to be that type of person. Otherwise, you miss a lot of the intelligent design and the inherent nature of what the game is designed for. Which happens all the fucking time. All of the fucking time. Anyways, back to the original thing I was saying. You can be able to tweak Eternal Return while you're with us, but if you don't want to, Master McFancy Pants, then by no means do you have to feel compelled to do so. Excuse me, let me make a couple of DMs. Interesting. Aaron talking inside of that server. Let's see here. Where's Bill's here on my list? There we go. Hello.
Hey, people.
Would you
Yosker? How y'all doing?
We're playing a fucking anime like a battle royale. That's top down.
Oh, nice.
I've been alive. We are doing the redo of the community crossover event. So far, I've given out almost all codes that I have available. I have one copy of Sector 13 that I have here. I technically am obligated to give it away, but I'm also technically trying to give Funky the opportunity to get it if he doesn't already own it. I know that you also wanted a copy of it as well, along with the base voice chat. But would you like to try playing Eternal Return?
I am actually stuck into some CS2 right now. I certainly appreciate that offer, though. Give me a little bit, maybe I can get unstuck from CS2. But as far as the other game goes, like if you're holding that one for J Funky, don't feel bad. I'm just bad at CS2.
I mean, Counter-Strike is Counter-Strike. I'm not a fan of Search and Destroy, personally, myself. I'm not a bad player. I'm a above average player, but I just don't like it.
I was decent at Rainbow Six Siege before Rainbow Six Siege turned into garbage.
And keeps getting hacked non-stop over and over again.
Oh god. I haven't played that game in like 3 years.
But yeah, I have nothing but time here. He's just going through the tutorial so far.
Oh. How you liking it, Limit Duck?
Lemon Duck.
Yeah, I think I completed it.
There's several different tutorial sections. There's 3 of them in total. Which one did you finish, Lemon Duck?
The first one.
Okay. Right now. Ouch, my back.
So there's like 3.
I swear this chair is breaking my body.
So there's like 3 tutorials, and like, do I only need 1 or like all of them?
Well, preferably you'd like to do all the tutorials so you understand the basic controls, but also when you complete all the tutorials, you get access to a collection bonus that gives you free characters.
Yep, always worth a finish tutorial.
It's always worth it to finish a tutorial. Ugh, my legs. Oh, my back. How's your day been, at least, Belsker?
Not too bad. Got 285 on squats today.
You know what I'm thinking?
It was leg day, so I'm gonna be very unhappy tomorrow, but that's just how it is.
Hi, here's a gift for your upcoming experiment.
And that, one of my buddies mentioned he picked up CS2 again, and I've got that in my inventory because I had Counter-Strike and then Counter-Strike Source and then Counter-Strike Global Offensive and so on in my inventory because Steam just likes to give that game away.
Mm-hmm.
The Mark-ass beers. This is so unfair.
What is?
We didn't quite hear you, Lemon Duck. What was that? Lemon Duck?
Yeah?
Good.
We didn't hear what you said. Repeat yourself.
I said Mark-ass beer.
Oh, I thought you said something was unfair.
I was repeating a joke about, like, I've seen on TikTok without, like, a...
Ah.
How do I get rid of this mini-map?
The mini-map is going to be... It should be your tab key, as it should tell you inside that screen, because it sounds like you're doing the first tutorial.
I'm doing the second tutorial.
And it should have already told you how to read the map screen.
Ow, my knees.
I'm right there with you, bro. My achy Chinese knees every single goddamn morning.
I had to yeet myself off the top of the nuke map, because even though this is CS2 and not CSGO anymore, the maps are all still the same.
Mm-hmm.
Although I imagine I will be feeling them tomorrow. Was also doing, what was, leg curls? 170 pounds, I think, on leg curls?
Mm-hmm.
I know, it's not that I have to put a weight on the back of the bench to keep it from tipping over anymore. Where's my ally?
What
Hello?
Hey, Funky?
Hello, Aaron.
Howdy.
I saw that you were talking to people in Wick. What were you doing?
Oh, there was a panel.
Oh, what?
It was about the Minnesota shooting, but we don't have to get into politics if you don't want.
Okay.
I was discussing the topic at hand.
Cool.
Yeah. I gave my opinion. It doesn't matter here. We are here gaming, it seems.
Yes, sir. We are about to start playing Eternal Return. We just cycled through a couple of things.
Sick.
Well, the normal modes inside of Eternal Return are 3-on-3. They do have a 4-on-4. They do have a 4-on-4 mode, and I can make a custom room as well. I preferred making a custom room, in fact, so that you can get a feel for things inside of an environment of just us. Itchy. Okay, that's all my collectibles.
I was gonna watch it play a bit to see how it plays, and then I would say we're playing it.
How does play Eternal Return? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
We will walk through it. I am not the kind of host that when I introduce people to a new game, I throw them into the deep end and I make them struggle. That's not the kind of host I am. It does take some time understanding it because it does have an entire system of learning what is the loadouts for the game. Because if it was just as simple as, well, all you have to learn in League is this, and this, then that'd be one thing. But you do actually have to learn not only how to play the game, but also how to read the menus. As well as when you start getting to the point where you can make your own saved plans, when you're competing inside of the normal, regular game mode, how to make adaptations in the item list, which I can walk that through on the screen right now since I have it up right now.
Ah, sick. Yeah, I see it.
Basically, and I'll project this to the inside of the server too so that you have less lag. One part of the game is the physical playing of it. It's very straightforward. It is very much like League of Legends. However, this here is the save plan screen for creating a loadout. There are 6 assignments in the game based on the character design for tanking, fighting, assassinating, mage shot, hypercarry, backline DPS, and prototypical support characters. And no matter what type of character that you're playing, they all have a build. You can make your own builds, or, more than likely, especially if you're randomly picking it up, because you're filling in for something that your squad needs. They are recommended to you. When you first start playing, this is going to sound like Greek. Guaranteed, 100% of the time. Looking at something like this, we were wrong, it was 5. It'll look like Greek. Like, what does this item do? Why are these decisions and items being chosen? Why did I choose these over these on these certain types? What is the difference between a hammer build and an axe build on a Marcus? Why do the recommended builds suggest the things that they do? It
just means I'll have to do a lot of reading.
Not
I'm used to that since I do play Magic.
Like, in terms of, like, looking at what the items do, sure. But actually, like, learning the game itself, you intuit a lot of it by feel and design. So, I can demonstrate by walking through one of my saved plans. I'll use my axe plan as a basis. So, this axe plan starts out very simply. It starts out with, where do you want your character? What do you want your characters to wear? What are the reasons why this character is using this equipment and this object and these items? When you choose items for your build, like the Santa Muerte, the Turncoat, the Tactical Ops, the Schrodinger's Box, and the Hiking Boots, the reason why is it serves a purpose for what the character needs. Marcus is a front-forward fighter tank. He lifesteal leeches, and he also blocks for a lot of damage. So he needs attack speed and attack power, he needs HP, he needs defense, and he also needs passives that enable him to do his job. So the Santa Muerte, that's a in-hand weapon that gives him a little bit further attack range, so he can attack from further away. Because most of the time, you're going to be fighting and chasing people, to chase them down, to cut them off. And this gives him the ability to stick onto them in range. Orb walking. If you're familiar with backline characters that orb walk, it's the same idea. Think of characters like Vayne. Then you have the Turncoat. This is defense, this is HP, this is attack speed, to enable him attacking with the main weapon, as well as the auto attack resets for his skills, but also cooldown reduction. Since he has a lot of well, not a lot of buttons, but he has buttons that are inherent to his ability to use his cycles that are important for his setup, and for his actual utility, and for his control to the battlefield as a frontline. Tactical Ops Helmet. This gives him health, attack speed, CDR. It also gives him a unique passive that's specific to the Ops Helmet, which is that it gives you the ability to remove a target's shield and deal additional skill damage to them, and effectively chip them out because you are able to get on top of them. Schrodinger's Box. Defense, HP, CDR, and it gives unique healing cut on hit. And then Hiking Boots to round it out, because you want to use as few things as possible. And then, after you decide that, you then decide what is your route. This gets pre-selected for you and pre-done for you on an automatic, compared to an intentional build. So, if I look at the difference between my build and say, this top saved plan for the Parashu. This saved plan is a two-part. I don't know what these characters say, but this plan is a two-part. Fire station to forest. 2 areas, 2 explorations, every single piece of the build located between these 2 zones. This means you have a faster uptime. You can find what you need in the boxes and craft them immediately and get on the field. Parashu, that's attack damage, that's attack speed, it's CDR. Crusader armor, that's defense, that's HP regen. HP, attack speed, CDR, and the tactical ops helmet passive. Burnished Aegis, defense, and HP. Steel knee pads, defense, movement speed, and tenacity. This is what you call your opening build. Why is this decision that they made versus the decisions that I made? Probably because it's around a open game start. You're just getting quick and dirty stats very quickly. You're getting quick and dirty attack power, you're getting quick and dirty defense so that people can't beat you down easily, you're getting quick and dirty attack speed so that your attack damage can do its job, you're getting quick and dirty cooldown reduction, you're getting quick and dirty move speed, you're getting quick and dirty tenacity, and you're getting an amount of additional HP that your HP regen will be high enough that so that you can survive between initiations in combat. You start the fight with a lot of HP, you survive, you hold that amount of HP, and you use it so you can bait people. You have the ability to basically float what you might need. There is one material inside the drone slot that says, in order for this build to be fully complete and to be faster, you can buy a pair of scissors when you go from fire station to forest, and then your build's done. Versus my build that finds everything on the same path, but I go to 3 places over 2. So I go to 1 more extra space, which means I spend a little bit more extra time traveling, and therefore my build is not as online as quickly. Does that make sense? No? It doesn't make sense? It does?
A bit, yes.
Okay. Then
I've played like League a couple times before, so some of it does make sense. It does seem a little more like in-depth, like fleshed out than League, but it seems entertaining.
Yes. I just realized they have ability to translate what's on the plan description. That's crazy. Then you have the tactical skills. and then what the tactical skills are meant to fill out for the augments. He is a frontline, so he's going to use Force Field. This will give him a 200 plus additional HP shield for 3 seconds. And if you get the module enhancement to increase your passive skill, your tactical skill, you will get 10 plus 3% additional HP tenacity for those same 3 seconds. So you can bait people into fighting you and trying to pick you off, and you can be able to counter them. Then, as it says here on the plan description, if you save into School Hotel and you push 2 chickens to get 2 skins, and you open the cars to get tree branches and money at night, you can attempt to immediately go into an upgrade for Mithril Shield, Axe of Pangu, and the Guardian Suit, so that you can be able to get healing reduction on board and put yourself in a position for the mid-game. But I'll discuss that when we get to the thing. So, put that up there. Over here, you have the augment screen. So, much like League of Legends and their system of runes and masteries, this game has a similar idea with a main and off-tier augment. This is a tank. There are 4 choices here. The most likely choice that everyone will pick almost all the time is Bitter Retribution. You take damage, you get damage reduction. Painkiller means that you then increase your defense based on lost HP. It gets up to 12% when you're at 40% and below. Sometimes I prefer Steadfast, but depending on whether or not you're using certain kind of recovery items, Dine and Dash. In this game, healing is done through food items, and food items can be cooked. Some food items have less recovery than others. Using Dine and Dash means that it recovers 666 points of HP rather than the additional recovery amount. This is a very
Where
good...
do I find the game?
On Steam. It's a free game. Eternal Return.
Eternal Return.
This recovers...
Anime game.
This recovers... This recovers more HP than if you were to be eating raw food, which makes a lot more sense when you look at the actual items that are available, when you look at the actual consumables the game has to offer. Then, from this augment, assuming you choose nothing else, between Steadfast, Cavalcade, or Unwavering Mentality, and Embolden, you have your sub augment. You have a choice of Dismantle Goliath, Frenzy, or Contempt for the Weak. This gives you additional damage when enemies have more health than you, which acts as a form of tank killing. We're not meant to be a tank killer, we're meant to be a frontline. Frenzy gives you Omnisiphon when you have your health drop below 70, and you get it every single time it drops below 70, and it increases from 5% to 10% when you get closer to 40%. This is so that you can be able to heal off of every auto attack you do. Sometimes this can be useful, like for the Axe build with the Santo Muerte, but in other builds, in general, it's usually not useful, because you're trying to play around a low health state, to bait people to make mistakes, trying to execute you faster. So instead you take Contempt for the Weak, so that it'll increase your damage by 8% when the enemy HP is below 40. He is a very powerful character. Marcus can solo people, he can outright duo people, he can sometimes even be able to get a full Merry Christmas if he tries really hard to. But you shouldn't be. But if you have to fight for your life, he is strong enough that you can make use of this. So you take it. And then you have your side augments. Bear Mask, Boar Mask, and Wolf Mask. This increases your attack speed. This increases your max HP. This increases your attack power and or skill amp, based on if you go killing bears, boars, or wolves. These are monsters and creatures that are around the island. You can kill them to farm experience and credits. And when you kill them with this particular passive, you get stats. We are a tank. I want HP. It's free HP. Because it's free HP, the amount of health that this grants, along with the amount of defense that we're getting, it all goes together as a full, copious plan. But then, late game item transitions. So, the purple items are what you use to basically get through day 1 and day 2. Then you start looking for transitions. And a transition is basically an item you take as a way to plan your escape into the mid-game. So, looking here, he has a full rotation of mid-game transitions, as well as end-game transitions, based on the kind of chests that can benefit you, depending on the situations you find yourself in. This person prefers Mithril Helmet over one of my personal favorites, but I will read it the way that they wrote it. The first thing the person suggests here on the advice is that they want you to consider going and getting Tree Branch in your money at night so that you can make a transition from Mithril Shield, Axe of Pengu, Guardian Suit. So what that means is, upgrade items that are considered transitionary items have special, items that they are influenced by that allows you to craft them. Special materials that you have to get. Right here...
Why is she crafting with a big-ass hammer?
Because he uses axes and maces. So up here...
I said she.
I don't know who she is.
The character I'm playing.
I'm not the character you're playing! So, up here inside this menu, Aaron, you have the 5 type of unique items that create the baseline items that exist in the game. The Tree of Life, the Meteorite, the Mithril, the Force Core, and the VF Blood Sample. VF Blood Sample is basically all of the end-game material items. Like, final upgrade to your craft, you cannot get better than this. That goes across all of the slots, but it also goes across all of the tiers for each type of character who fights. They all have their own endgame for their weapon type. This is the one for the mace, this is the one for the axe. And they all basically have the same stats because they build into the technical same thing. This one has critical blow, this one has critical blow. This one has magnetic Ignite, which is a form of skill amp damage. This one has Cataclysm, which is also a form of skill damage. And they also have different stats when you upgrade them down these paths. This is Dawn, this is Crimson. This is Crimson, this is Dawn. They serve different purposes. But before you get to the red tier, you have the yellow, rarer tier. So, if I look at what this person wrote as a part of their transition, they are going for quick and dirty damage that gives you a lot of defense, a lot of attack speed, and a lot of potential to stick on top of targets and really absorb damage for your party, as well as fight back if you plan well, so that you can do a transition for these items in the first line here, for the auto-replace. They want you to go to Mythic Shield, Guardian Suit, and then Axe of Pengu. So they want you to go to an attack weapon that will give you access to Critical Blow, which will give you access to an on-hit heal every 6 seconds. That gives you overheal. They want you to go towards a defensive chest that will give you a significant amount of shielding when you get initiated on by burst damage. That has a lot of defense attached to it. And they want you to go towards a arm accessory attachment that will give you defense, HP, attack speed, and CDR, while also giving you access to a unique passive that will let you stay on top of somebody and continue applying your damage to them by being able to have sticking power. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Sorry.
So,
For a second.
That's okay. So, between this is an axe upgrade, a shield upgrade, and a chest upgrade, which leaves open the head slot and the boot slot, which is what these last upgrades are. They prefer that you go towards a Mythic Shield start, and then a Wild Walker's start. So this is healing, this is damage negation, this is catch-up speed, this is more catch-up speed. Technically, it's maxing out damage and then applying a slow on max stacks, and this is heal cut on hit. Then they have different transitions over here in the head slot for what they prefer, as well as boot slot. EOD boots, which is defense, HP regen, movement speed, and a passive for dealing damage if you take damage when you enter into combat and you stay near an enemy for over 2 seconds. Birds of Hermes, which is the Tenacity boots. Space boots, which are cooldown boots that don't have any necessary passive on them compared to the knee pads. Mithril boots, which will be defense, attack speed, movement speed, and slow resistance. and then tap boots, which are the all-around go-to defensive tank boots. Defense, HP, move speed, CDR, and tactical skill cooldown reduction, which is your overshield, your tank button. These are basically what we call optional transitions. So this is what they would prefer you to wear all of the time as a starting build, and then a transition build. But this is because they are made out of certain items. So, Mithril Shield comes from Mithril. This is an object that you have to get by fighting for it from other sources. You can fight for it by killing other people and buying it from a kiosk. You can get it as a reward from an event. You can get it as a drop from one of the chests that you will fight over from other people. You can get it by fighting an NPC that's on the map. There's a handful of them that respawn throughout certain nights, and you'll not always have a chance to get them because they will be hotly contested. It's basically one of the many ways that you fight in any other battle royale. Oh look, I'm dropping in a hotspot. Here's a zone that has an object that's going to be necessary for my build. I want this, another team wants it, another team that's planning to third party, fourth party, fifth party wants this. We have to fight over it. Make sense?
Yeah.
Same thing here with the Guardian suit. The Guardian suit is special because it requires an object that you can buy it, which it's very expensive, 350 credits, or you can create it by fighting for a meteorite and a tree of life, and then combining them in your inventory to make a force core, which can save you a lot of money, because this is not a very easy item to get. They don't drop very often naturally on their own, and where they do, they're hotly contested. Same thing here with the Mithril Axe. This can basically be purchased for 250. If you were to buy this, that'd be 500. If you were to buy this, it'd be 200 and 200. That's very expensive if you go about doing that. So, more than likely, you're going to probably buy a Mithril, buy another Mithril, and then fight over a meteorite and a tree of life to craft the Guardian suit. Which, that's a lot of bloody kills. There's not many places where a meteorite and a tree of life spawn within the first 2 to 3 to 4 days. Then, Tree of Life for the boots, and then again, Mithril. This is what I would call a very Mithril-heavy build. Now, if it were me, what I would prefer is I would actually prefer something like Dwarf Helmet. This gives you the ability to build a very solid headpiece. It does auto-attack heal debuff for you. It does damage to enemies in range of you if they're dealing damage to you. Unlike the Ops helmet, which is health, attack speed, and CDR, this is defense, HP, and CDR, because by this point in the game, you'll have transitioned into things that will give you attack speed, or you're going to be relying on CDR mostly, because at that point, you're doing less attack speed damage on hit than you are hitting them and then using your skill reset to reset your auto attack. Then, from here, in trade of these boots, I would probably more than likely go for something like Space Boots. If not Space Boots, probably trying to hold out for a blood sample to get Taproot. Then, for the helm, I would have replaced that with the Dwarf. For the axe, not a lot of options here, but Pango is probably the only one you'd really want to go for, unless you immediately upgrade to Scarlet Scythe. Amongst other helms that he has here, other than Viking Helm, which is the red option here, you've got the Captain, which is giving you Crushing Blow. That's defense, that's HP, that's regen, but it's not cooldown, which you will definitely want. You've got Bunny Hat, which is a form of protection. That's defense, that's HP, that's CDR. It's a lot of CDR. You've got Tactical Visor, which is HP, CDR, or excuse me, HP, attack speed, and CDR, but no defense. You've got the Juggernaut, which is attack power, attack speed, and CDR as well, where you are able to get stacks of Vigor, which increase your attack speed further, and then you get more attack power and movement speed. And then different chests, like Mithril Armor, for example, or Titan Armor, for example, all which have their own interests and their own ability to give you something, compared to its red upgrade, like Black Frame Dragon.
I'm done with the tutorial.
Wonderful. All of these late game item transitions, These are options based on the flexibility of what you either want for your build, or what is quick and dirty to get as a fast upgrade, so that you can get to another spike of power. Because sometimes your starting kit might not be enough to deal with a couple of problems that you have. For example, Guardian Suit is an option when you're going to put a lot of your focus in defense, but you're not going to necessarily care about the raw power you're getting elsewhere. So, comparative to something like Guardian Suit, if you wanted to use this on a character like Marcus, who's standing in combat, an alternative you might want might actually be something like Blazing Dress. Blazing Dress, rather than a defensive passive, has an offensive passive. People that are within 2.5 range meter of you, they take damage over time. It's a Sunfire cape. And this, instead of being crafted out of a Force Core, is just a Tree of Life. Quick, dirty, right out the gate. Same thing with looking at materials like Mithril. You could go for Mithril Armor. Looking at items like Meteorite, you could go for Battlesuit. Looking at items like the Tree of Life, not only could you go for Blazing Dress, you could go for Titan Armor. Literally, the sky is the limit with the decisions you can make, and with the tools that you're giving yourself for what you're using. So you're mixing and matching based on both what is consistent, but also to counterplay what other teams are building. Let's say you have a team full of enemies that are drain tanks. You probably want Blazing Dress, because you're fighting on top of them. They're collapsing on top of you. You're putting your body in combat to stop them. But they also have to deal their damage by getting close to you to hit you. So maybe you want Blazing Dress for those people. And that way, when you take Blazing Dress, you can alternatively take Dwarves Helmet. Because now, when they hit you, they get their damage reflect back to them, and they get their healing reduced for 4 seconds. If they want to be able to get back maximum healing to brawl with you, they actually need to have their own heal cut, or they have to start leading you into their backline carries so that they can deal with you. Does that make sense? No? Yes?
Sorry, just the game started and it's walking me through the tutorial right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Basically, that's...
I just built the weapon, just built the jewel sword, rare two-handed one.
Hey, does this game have lore? Like, Carl?
Does it have a what?
Does it have lore?
Is there a story? Yeah.
There is story, yes. I'm not familiar with all of it. Mainly because a lot of it is usually in another language. And very sparse between seasons.
Give me the rundown.
They're victims in an experiment on an island where they're being forced to survive.
Hunger Games, got it.
And then, of course, the last thing that every build has for you is, like, the build order in which they suggest you level up your skills. But yeah, things like that, it takes a little bit to understand what everything is and how to make it work together with the build you want to create. Because a lot of it really comes down to whether or not you fully understand what it is you're trying to build for and build towards. Some builds are harder to do than others because some builds are very, very difficult. Because there's not a lot of options and choices for what it is you want to build for. Like, there is a world of difference, for example, between building a Schrodinger's box and building a sword stopper. Both of these items do the same thing. It's just that one does it actively and the other one does it passively. The sword stopper has less CDR than the Schrodinger's box, but it has a little bit more defense, and it has the automatic CC passive, or the automatic damage feedback passive, compared to the Schrodinger's box being on hit. Making a transition out of this, and planning a build around this, where you change this instead, and pick up literally anything else, this is the kind of thing that determines how difficult it's going to be for you to plan a transition into other equipment. So for things like Turncoat, I prefer Turnout Coat over things like Amazon S Armor, because while the streamlined passive on the chest would be nice, it's not what I need. Same thing with EOD Suit or EOD Boots. it is more important, or tachyon, or whatever the fuck you choose to wear, it is more important to get the build online than to get stuck in the nitty-gritty of these choices. So you pick the things that are quick and dirty that the character will want, and then you figure out the transition afterwards. So if I clear this plan, where I want to go to get as many things as possible is where my build will start from, and then where it goes. So starting from Uptown, there's a lot of choices on the map for where I go to next to get the next thing I need. Same thing here with Fire Station. Uptown to Fire Station lets me avoid people who will hunt me as I cross state lines into different zones on the island, and it then leaves a couple of places that I could then go to as a backup. And looking at the features that are available here on the island, I can see that I have a kiosk machine and a hyperloop and a fire pit over in the top corners. But more than likely what I'll end up doing, depending on if I'm playing with my team a certain way or not, is I'll probably want to go Fire Station, Uptown Fire Station Archery Range, because then we can circle back down through Beach and Hotel to Forest Research Center, Chapel, and Warehouse to go fight over the first trees of life and the first meteorites. So it allows me the best flexibility to work off my team, since my job is to tank in front for them. That's if I choose to make the plan myself. The game could choose for me, but I prefer it not. All of the stuff that goes into that is a layer of gameplay knowledge that, much like with any game in its deeper systems, you have to spend some time understanding it so that you fully can grasp it. But let me know when you're done with your tutorial, Aaron, and then I will make a custom room in the meantime for us to work with.
Tutorial right now. So kind of trying to work.
Maybe I should just not just join in randomly and listen to your notifications, because this is taking forever.
To do what?
My ADHD is imparting my patience.
I mean, you have a patience problem no matter where you are, Lemon Duck. I can't help that. But here is the room for this.
Let me skip tutorial then.
Okay. I saw that thing that you just posted to me, Tusky. You have too many subscriptions compared to your number of subscribers? What the fuck is that? Yes, baby.
Oh, me?
Okay.
Yes, I would love
and anyways, I'll be right back. I just need to get some stretching. I'll be in AFK lobby.
Okay, baby.
Let me retrieving
That's
results.
the first time I have ever seen a person be disallowed from subbing to me because they have too many subs compared to their number of subscribers. That is so weird.
Extraordinarily.
I personally don't care.
I've never heard that happening before.
I've literally never seen that before. But I have the room code up inside of the CGG chat. Just put that code in, and it will take you into the team mode because I have Lone Wolf set up. That way you can get a grasp of this because you'll be able to understand. Because you won't have to be necessarily on teams, and I can obviously add bots. But you'll be able to have teams of yourselves. Or you can alternatively choose to be in one of the spectator slots. 4 of us, so there'll be 4 open slots. So Lemon Duck, where are you right now? Oh, Lemon Duck's on.
I believe he's in the AFK lobby.
Why is he in the AFK lobby?
He said he would be because he had to go stretch.
Yep.
Stand up, sit down. Huh? go to an entire room?
I guess he just wanted to go stretch his legs. I don't know.
You understand? You now understand why I sent that DM, right, Bilsker?
I do entirely.
Today has been such an interesting day. I'll talk to you about it later. Oh, technically, it's been an interesting week so far, but
dude, I can imagine.
But again, I'll tell you about that one later.
They are not letting me do anything else other than play the game.
When you say that, what do you mean? Is it not letting you finish the tutorial?
Like, I got out of the tutorial and then tried to just go to the main part of the game to mess with the settings. I can mess with the settings now, and unfortunately I would just have to deal with it wanting to make me play the game.
Can you show me your screen so I can see what you're talking about?
Sure. So.
Okay. So it's showing you your login rewards.
Yep.
Okay, so
right now I'm in a match.
You're currently
trying to
you can
enter a
cancel.
match.
You can cancel. Oh, well, now you can't cancel the match.
Yep.
Well, let's see. Well, I don't know. I've never.
It wouldn't let me do anything other than enter a match because it even blocked everything and only left start match open, and I couldn't even go to my settings. I couldn't hit escape or anything.
You should have been able to choose to go to a bot match instead of going immediately into a live match. I guess, like, close your program and then log back in.
I mean, this is specifically a server of all new players.
I mean, I suppose. I suppose.
Because specifically it does ask you, hey, do you have knowledge of the game? And do you want to be in with people with knowledge of the game? Or do you want to be with new players? And I did select new players.
Well, the thing about that is, there are people who smurf! There are people who smurf. So, I mean, I guess we're gonna watch Aaron play his first game live right now, chat! Also, it's time to hit the button again.
Oh boy.
He's about to get it. He's about to get into it. Hot and dirty.
Unfortunately, I've never played League before, but I've never played this game.
They are not they're not 1-to-1. The skill system takes a while to get used to.
Yeah. I bet you one of them thinks I'm a smurf or something if I accidentally had a hot mic, I swear to God.
It doesn't automatically bring up microphones, no. People will type to you, though. So this is the equivalent of the training room that you get when you're inside of a lobby.
Oh, yeah.
So it gives you the ability to try out your skills and weapons. You are being dropped into your starting zone for your weapon build. As you know, click on the boxes and get your items quickly and move quickly with a sense of urgency. Just click on each box and let it automatically fill sort. No. If it has a yellow triangle in the top corner, you want it. If it doesn't, drop it.
Okay. So how do I drop again?
You should just be able to click on it and drag it out of your inventory. And then go to each node, and on the side there, for the zone, where it says stream, it will tell you if you need objects in the area. So you needed the brick, you needed the flower, and you need to go to another box to find a hammer. There you go. Now you need to press Z and craft your items. Keep crafting. You're on a timer. The time period in which people will consider you to be peace bonded does not last very long. Now that you have your items, go over to the hyperloop. Not that way. The two chevrons that look like an acceleration symbol. It's on the other side of the bush.
Oh, this way?
Yes. That phone booth right there. The phone booth.
Oh.
And now you need to click on your next point, which is cemetery.
Cemetery.
It's numbered.
Okay.
You hovered over it. Cemetery. Where it says
yeah.
number 2 cemetery. And now you need to go to your next box and pick up objects. You need to craft so you can make room for your inventory. Keep crafting. Keep crafting. Keep crafting. You have a 2-point connection system. That means you have everything you should need in your inventory right now. Keep going. Okay, you're missing one thing. I don't know what it is. It seems like your next item is targeted in dock. So click on the top where it says 3 out of 4.
3 out of 4.
And where it says 10 credits, click on that object. Yes, click on the band-aid.
On the band-aid. Trying to see it. What the fuck?
You still have the window open. Just mouse over the band-aid, and you should be able to left-click on it.
We're in dock.
No, under the crafting window, where you have your 3 out of 4 unfinished craft, you click on the band-aid in that window. You go back. You didn't do it right. Click on the 3 out of 4 again. Open it up again. Now try right-clicking on it. You might have left-clicked on it. There. Now craft again. Now you're fully kitted. Now you can see your transition items. So now you need to go find where your squad is. I think that those are your team members that are running around here right now? Yes, they are. So you need to kill animals and move to the zones to find the items you need. You have a build that requires 2 meteorite, 2 tree of life, and 1 mithril. So the first thing that's important for you is you need to find your weapon. So they're fighting for meteorite and they're fighting for tree of life right now in the other zone. They're in the zone right next to you. Yes, over here. You're about to scrap over here. They're fighting right now. Third party them.
Yep.
If you don't know what your skills are, mouse over them so that you can familiarize yourself with it. They're over there on the other side of the building.
What, like right here?
No, they were literally in this zone fighting. You saw them pop up on the camera in your mini-map. So they're either moving in this area away from you, or they're about to take control to the next zone that has resources for you to collect. So while you're moving through here, kill these animals and use your skills to kill them faster. Collect the meat, and then go to a nearby cook pot and take the meat with you to craft it into a higher tier of recovery. Yes, from the meat off the corpse, yes. Somebody on your team got the other one. So move from here in hospital.
Hello.
That's my woman. She's outside, probably waiting for me. So from here, you're at hospital. Go from the top edge of hospital, exit here, and go into stream.
No, I actually had a quick question.
Yes, baby.
I remembered I had to run to the store. Did you want to run with me, even though I know you're streaming? Or did you just want me to swing back?
I wanted you to swing by since I'm still doing this event.
Okay, so after. Okay, thank you. Love you.
Love you too, sweetie. So that was a bear that you killed. That's one of the harder ones. That marker on the ground is one of the enemies that will spawn and will drop you the resource for mithril. Since you're already in this area, go back to the box, pick up the pizza. The one that you just clicked on, pick up the pizza. in this area, you're going to wait until that marker brings down Alpha or Omega, and you're going to kill it. Back to the marker, outside the building. Other way. Purple marker on the ground, outside the building. North. Right there. You're going to fight that character. You're going to fight him and his squad. Hit that person. No, not Omega. The person who's shooting you. The person on the other team. So you're being contested by a member from another squad. You're a DPS character. You needed to open up on her and kill her. And unfortunately, your team is taking the longest way to revive you, so you're about to die to your caller. So now you need to hyperloop. Welcome back, Lemon Duck. So now you need to hyperloop to your team. Go to hospital.
Hey guys, I might not be playing with you guys due to like stress reasons.
Why?
Okay.
Okay.
I feel like I might be a little stressed due to my eye, and
Okay. Okay, so that beam right there, that purple beam, that's an item drop that you need to pick up. That's the item that you were fighting over.
Also, it seems like you guys were like already starting to play.
No, we have been waiting. I have been. Well, first off, Aaron is in a fight because he clicked on a button that immediately put him into a lobby. So now we're currently watching him play the game, and me unfortunately backseat him to try and give him some level of direction. We were waiting for you.
I'll just start over the game. I'll just continue to play.
We were waiting for you to come back because you said you were getting impatient. So I set up a lone wolf lobby, and then when the lobby was open and I said, put this on, you then said, I'm going to go stretch my legs, and we've been waiting for you to come back since.
Okay.
If you don't feel like you can play because of your eye, okay. But I literally had it set up for you so that you could start getting some hands-on experience.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if the decision's just that you don't want to, then that's okay. Just, it'd be good to know. That's all.
Okay.
And Bill's here.
If you did set up for me, I guess I'll just play one game.
What's up, Carl?
I was asking if you were going to play as well.
It's Eternal Return?
Yes.
It is a MOBA. They are not usually my thing. How much is it to install?
It's free.
It's free. It doesn't cost you anything.
No, I mean not how much does it cost. Sorry,
the size. It's 12 gigs.
Yes.
And it's not really a MOBA. It's a battle royale.
Okay.
It's a battle royale hero shooter at best.
I guess I'll give it a stab. It's not really my thing, but I'll go ahead and give it a stab.
I promise you this, you try it once, you're going to see the appeal, or you're not going to really get it. And the parts that you need to worry about, I'm going to tell you the new answer. Ignore trying to understand the deeper systems. Just get a feel for the character that speaks to you. You do that, everything else will start falling in place. Because everything else comes after that.
Hey, hero shooter as in it's kind of like a, what do you call it, kind of like Overwatch then?
Yes.
Because I was hearing comparisons to, whatchamacallit, League of Legends. And,
isometric top-down in the case of League of Legends, gameplay plays more like you're playing Overwatch or some type of hero shooter, where every character has decisions and choices that they make. It's very much similar to the character design of League of Legends, but more specifically things like Dota.
Got it. Okay, Dota was the one I was trying to think of, because there's Dota and there's the MOBA that Blizzard made that I actually played a little bit of.
Yes. So, Lemon Duck, in the chat room here, I already posted the room code. What I want you to do is I want you to take that code, and I want you to go to Game Start.
Nice.
Man, this is fucking annoying. Game start and where
and then
go
to custom game. And then go to enter room code. No, enter room code.
What? I did.
No, back.
What?
What do you hover? There you go.
Oh.
Enter room code, and then enter the lobby code. There. So.
Hello, SP Carl.
So I'm going to let Aaron be to his element, and then I'm going to fight Lemon Duck in here.
No.
Add more bots. Game start. Now, Lemon Duck, would you prefer me walk through some of the questions that you might have, or do you want to learn the hard way?
I don't think I have any questions.
Are you sure?
Well, one. Could you, like, team up with me at least?
I can choose to avoid killing you until there's no one else left to kill.
Okay.
To fight with honor means to only take on opponents of your own size.
And yes, I do agree, Avalon. There is a nature where you could say that that is a lot of UI to have, but actually all of the UI makes perfect sense. You do have to get to a level of some knowledge to understand how to properly use it and how to understand it and internalize it. But once you actually are familiar with the parts of the game that would be the most confusing, like right now, Aaron is like a baby chick, born for the first time. Once you get a handle on the basics, everything else opens up, because you're no longer worried about the extra stuff. Okay, so not distract myself with his window. Me no cheating, me no see no nothing. So, there are 22 bots, and there are 2 living players, which is me and you. And you are playing Yuki. Why did you choose that as your account name?
I have no clue.
Oh, no. It was a reference to, like, a Roblox hacker. I just, like, wanted to, like...
Okay, you have the account name of a Roblox hacker. I suppose I should project my screen so that everyone can have the fun of watching from Lemon Duck's perspective and my perspective.
We will then resume our next experiment.
Which character are you?
Glory to the
Marcus.
who reach the end of despair. Find the materials you need here. Move to the fire station.
Maybe it's better to walk.
Let's find the materials you need here.
I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing, but you know what?
It's okay. Yeah, that's gonna happen the first time. When I started, I was practicing inside the lab. I didn't start doing live matches until I was comfortable.
See, I learned to play Vidya by tossing myself into pub lobbies and throwing my head at the brick wall until I learned.
Unfortunately, because the mixture of American players and the Korean players, that sometimes does not work to your benefit, because they just assume that you know what you're doing unless you tell them that you're a new player, and then they get angry at you for being new. Like when somebody tried to get toxic with me when I was first learning out, I was like, bro, yelling at me is not going to help me because I don't know what I'm doing. So either tell me what it is you want me to do, or you need to be patient, or just let me fucking fail on my own.
See, I was talking more about the, literally, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm not asking the rest of the people in the lobby. I'm just running at the enemy's front line until I figure out something that works approach. But I guess I'm thinking more of like, I guess I'm thinking more of Halo 2 or, what would you call it? Overwatch kind of play.
I mean, it can work sometimes. sometimes that can work depending on what character it is you're playing. Sometimes it doesn't. It really just depends on luck, honestly.
I gotcha. So what's the, if you don't mind my asking, what's the structure of the game? Is this like a round-based objective?
It is a survival-based battle royale. Your objective is either to escape the island by earning enough credits to be able to escape and buy the loop key necessary to escape with, which is a choice for if you've been outnumbered and you've lost a competition fight against another team, or to kill everybody else on the map and be the last team standing.
Okay.
How do I revive teammates if I need to?
You go to a credit station and you buy...
And I'm dead.
You go to the credit station and you buy a revive for the person using your credits.
Okay.
So ultimately, your key loop, when you first start, on day 1 of day 1, so light cycle, the day of day 1, is you're getting online. Then the night cycle of the night of day 1 is you're getting ready to fight over. You're getting ready to fight over the resources that are about to be on the map. While also trying to keep yourself alive and not get picked off by multiple teams fighting you at one time. So far, I've been attacked multiple times by the same Jackie bot trying to hit me. So while I'm moving around killing these monsters to stack both the resources that they have to offer me and to also gain experience and skills from fighting them, as well as preparing resources to recover with, I'm trying to collect materials to get to my next transition point. So in my top right bar, underneath my scoreboard, you can see that I have 3 transition items and 2 endgame items that I'm supposed to be transitioning to. So as I move between this area, going from place to place, moving on to what was going to be my first thing that I need, which is the Guardian suit, I'm going towards the meteorite, which makes up half of the force core that gets the Guardian suit.
Alright, let me take the room
cutscenes.
We're currently in the game, but you can spectate us right now.
Yeah, I'll do that.
So,
A tree of life has spawned.
you could say that your first objective is to get your items online, right? Treat it like grand strategy. You're trying to get your build online. Then, you're trying to contest resources and stop other people from getting them. However, unlike something like, say, Civ, where you have to spend time preparing resources for you to contest other people, you're fighting and contesting people with your body. So, in that area where I'm leaving from, near these mutant boars, I am trying to make my way to this tree of life over here. That's between this zone and the forest. So that I can go get it. And I'm doing that because that's necessary for one of my upgrades. So on my way over here, I am taking this tree of life resource because I need it. But if there was another team that was over here that was going to be defending for it, to stop me from getting it, I would need to be prepared to fight for it. You understand?
Wish we could find bigger stones.
Bilsker? Bilsker!
Strength is channeling through me.
And or Aaron.
What?
I was explaining I was explaining in the question you asked me.
So much luggage all over the
Oh yes, sorry.
So, much like in Grand Strategy, where you're competing against other players on the map for resources, in this situation, I am trying to compete against other players for resources as well. In this mode, I'm by myself as a player, because it's a lone wolf. I have to fight to get resources and scrap for my own, just like you would inside of Fortnite. And there are resources. And there are objectives that I will want to fight to achieve to be able to pick off and fight other people for those resources that they prioritize. So I've been picking off bots that have been interacting and confided to me because I know that my character is very good at being able to fight them. And because of that, I'm taking those individual 1v1s, I'm winning them, and I'm taking the resources that I am contesting because I'm fighting them.
Gotcha.
So now, I transition from the early game to the mid game, where I'm trying to get my transition items. I just fought somebody and got free meteorite off of them. Now I'm going to be fighting this enemy, which I think this is Omega. And on top of trying to take as minimal damage as possible while fighting Omega, I am prepping myself for when I get attacked like I am right here by this Magnus, who's trying to contest me for this alpha kill. And I'm able to win, even though he took my kill credit, but I still get the mithril anyways, because I fought for it and I won. Now I'm being contested by a Fiora bot.
Fun.
Now I'm being contested by another Magnus bot and an Isaac bot. And this becomes one of the other core parts of the game, where my goal is to actually survive this encounter and smartly outplay the people fighting me. Because now you're dealing with cross-map team fighting and third partying and second partying and fourth partying and fifth partying. Here I've won again, and now I get to take his credits, because he had money. I can hear another set of footsteps approaching me.
This isn't a trap, is it? You look weak. You've got nothing on me.
And now, I'm going to jump using this, I forget what it's called. And I'm going to use this to jump to another area. Oh look, it's the Magnus bot again. So now I use this to direct myself towards this next zone with items, namely this purple chest.
Should I try shooting one?
And I'm now trying to get the drop on someone and sneak on them. Now, it's day 4. Now I can no longer respawn. Now it's do or die. If I take fights, I need to make sure that I can win them. Otherwise, I can get KO'd and lose, as well as members of my team if I was playing in the 3-on-3 mode. The goal is still for me to go and gather resources. I'm mainly going and gathering the resources that are special materials, because with the upgrades, I can just buy the conditional pieces if I need to. So for example, I've been holding 2 of these. I can use 1 mithril and build this mithril shield, throw away the equipment because I don't need it. Then I can do the same thing here with the Tree of Life or whatever else I want for the head. There are the enemies passing by me in the area, trying to stay stealthily out of sight if possible. Make my way over to the next enemy. Now I'm getting pressured by Nadine on the other side of me. She ran away. Here comes Magnus. I grab my 4
There's
score.
a genre of games that refuses to let you do anything in the main menu before completing their tutorials.
That genre is ass.
It's annoying, but they did it
because...
because...
turn the sound down.
Yes, it's loud when it starts up for the first time. They do it so that
Yes.
players don't mistake hearing the instructions from the thing. But it is what it is. Anyways, I got first partied, second partied, third partied, fourth partied, fifth partied, and now I'm leaving the area with my spoils, and I am trying to get away from them so I can then upgrade. Because it's the night of night 4, an enemy that is currently wandering the map right now called Wickerline is on the field, and I want to be able to get to her because she is a drop for VF Bloodline. As I'm currently at level 17, having killed enemies all the way through, and I'm trying to put myself in position.
And I'm dead. I got jumped. I got jumped.
Has joined the battle.
I'm trying to put myself in a position where I can get upgrades and not get focused by 50 billion people who are chasing me around the map. Since everybody would basically be trying to fight and chase everybody. Like I'm currently being chased right now by this Adon.
How do you grind and level up in this game?
You kill the animals, like the tutorial told you. You kill animals, you kill other people, you gain resources. The leveling up is automatic. The game used to be a lot more complex when it first started, but it's very, very simple now. You just kill people. You kill people, you kill things, you make your way through the map, you survive.
Strong men must be here. Survival of the fittest. Huh? You?
This game seems alright.
Yes, it is. I did ask you if there was things that you wanted to know.
I'm an idiot.
Why are you an idiot? Why are you an idiot?
I sniffed chemicals when I was 3.
Very interesting thing for you to admit to me.
Dr. Wickline's here. Don't get dragged away.
And now my brain doesn't work properly.
Uh-huh. Right, so I have a transition piece, but I have the wrong transition pieces. So now what I need to do here is I have to go to this kiosk, and I have to buy a Tree of Life to get my upgrade. I also have max credit, so I can just buy a VF blood sample, and then buy another VF blood sample. And I can just get 2 immediate upgrades right here. Now I need to find an access to water. And preferably hide, while I figure out what I want to do as a transition piece for my head. This is where learning the item system on the side here would be important, because I open up this extra crafting system, I go to head slot, and I look and I see what can I buy and what can I craft with this head. Oh look! Bunny hat! Buy a ribbon. Craft bunny hat. Boom! I don't need to use the 4 score that was in my inventory. Equip this, get rid of the VOD.
Feels like I'll just break these bows if I use them.
Now I make my way towards Wickerline. First I get some vision. I can't get vision because we're in final safety area.
You look weak. Just unlucky.
So while I am here in this zone, and I'm making time with space, I'm making sure to kill the animals to get some credits. Then I am hiding, and I'm going to finish these crabs. Get Scarlet Scythe online.
I can rely on this.
Get Taproot online. I don't even think I can get to that zone right now. I'm way too far from a Hyperloop, so I'm going to die here. Methinks. No, there is a zone over here. I probably killed myself walking out of that zone.
This is insane.
There we go. So, Taproots.
Did I get into manga?
I guess you're an adult.
This truly is the end. Fight
So.
your last battle in the final safe zone.
Pick up the branch, get the shoes, craft the clogs, craft the taproots, throw away the trash that I don't need. I have healing. I could use some water to get some consumables for this, but you can buy directly from the window, because it used to be that they didn't have this, but they enabled this because it made the game more fun and actually faster to get into. So, I want to make consumables to make a boost. I need water. Water. Boom. 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 I have 3 things of water. I can make holy water.
Strength is channeling through me.
Trying to get to this place where the zone... Try to get to the zone where the thing is. I'm in the safe zone. I drink the Tears of Selene. I drink the upgrades. That way I don't waste the use of my objects.
Is this a war zone?
And I'm basically waiting for the other unit. It's a Isaac bot. I beat on the Isaac bot. Checkmate. And that is basically the game. You are trying to get from 1 to 20. You're trying to take out the other players. You're trying to get to your upgrades. And you're trying to do it while you don't get picked off by other people looking for opportunities to kill you.
Don't even try to stop me.
Do you follow along with what I've been saying? Yes? No? Maybe so?
Me, yes.
Okay.
Me, no. Because I'm, like, busy doing stuff.
What are you doing, Lemon Duck?
Character designing.
Mm-hmm. Aaron, did you finish your match?
Yes, I just came back grabbing food.
Okay.
In fact, I might be a bother to you guys if you, like, if I'm not doing anything with you, with what you guys are doing.
Well, considering I'm about to run back the lobby, we're going to play the matches so you can get a feel for the game. So I'm going to make another room. I'm going to make it a lone wolf. You got to make it a secret room. And then I'm going to drop the password into the chat so you can join. Billsker, did you also do the tutorial, or did you just download it, or are you still waiting for it to download?
I'm in the second tutorial.
Okay. We can wait for you. Okay. And while you're doing that, if you don't mind projecting your screen so I can put it on screen while we wait.
One moment.
Yep. So I'm showing you mine. Lone Wolf is not available to me until level 15.
No, I'm making a custom room.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
One of the 2 ways to play Lone Wolf is you either do it on the rotation, which, yeah, you'd have to have account levels, a retarded concept, or I do it as a custom room, so that you can get experience. It's easier for you to learn how to survive on your own than it is for you to try and survive in a group, because your characters have strengths and weaknesses. Lemon Duck, are you coming? We'll find out that it's... Yes?
No.
No, you're not coming.
No. I might play by myself with, like, bots only just to get a feel for the game. I don't want to get wrecked by a master.
You're not going to get wrecked by a master because you explicitly asked me to avoid killing you until there was no one left.
Oh, right. Come on, moron.
You can use weapon skills when your weapon mastery reaches level 5.
You got the assassin character. Basically, her charms do things. If my brain works correctly, the E is a teleport, the W is a root, the Q is a dual cast, and the ultimate has an Ari effect that you need to walk the physical projectiles into the enemy for them to make contact to deal damage to them. It's
I'm just gonna play one more game, and that's probably it.
Okay, Lemon Duck.
This metallic sound is like nails
The code is inside the room. They want you to walk downwards. You're gonna want to move around. This game is very, very specific about being active with not letting circle damage touch you. It's balanced around it. So you don't want to just sit there like a sitting duck standing in one place. But I'm not gonna try to backseat you too much. So while you do that. Okay, Lemon Duck's here. Stop watching. And I fill the room with bots. And game start. Now, I'm going to ask again, is there anything you want me to try to explain to make more clear and better so that you understand what you're doing?
Again, do I really need to like kill like all the like the animals?
Yes. Depending on what you have in your skill build that it suggests to you for equipment, you will want to have that. Because
how do I unlock abilities since I couldn't have like all my abilities?
You level up. You unlock them by leveling up. You collect things, you kill things, you fight things, and you level up and you grant them and you get them over time. Aaron, it said you left.
The fuck?
His internet might have disconnected. We'll find out in a second. I'm being DM'd. We have to wait to find out if his internet got fucked. Turn back on Bilskers. Okay, you're still going through the tutorial.
Yep.
Open the map and travel to the next area marked on your saved card.
Just curious, check is. You've been excluded from the custom game as you have left the lobby. I don't know what. It doesn't look like you got DC'd, so I have to find out what happened. I see Lemon Duck is moving between spectate and normal play.
Can I rest my eyes for a bit?
Let's see here. I will send a friend request to Lemon Duck. No, I can't. Not from here.
Ally killing spree.
I guess we just have to wait for Aaron to come back then. I don't know why he DC'd. Maybe he didn't have his character selected in time, and so that's what happened. I don't know. We have to wait for the game to come back.
Everything has a use.
Meanwhile, it wants you to go towards the exclamation point in the bottom right corner.
Yeah. I was just seeing if there was some animals around I could level up on first. It's 3 levels ahead of me.
Nah. These are basically story scripted. You can fight them at the level that you're currently at.
Yeah. They're story mode gimped. That wasn't even particularly good of me.
No, you just stood still, bro.
Yeah, I know. I was reaching up for the numbers keys. So the problem is I'm not used to like MOBA style controls.
You can
so
change
I reached for the number keys instinctively.
No, you will be able to change them. You can change them.
It's good. I'll learn.
Trust me, it takes a bit. Because orb walking uses the A key, but normal attacking and direction for clicking on things takes the normal key. In fact, let me double check that and see if you can actually remap that input, because you should be able to. Because it helps to be able to have the key on something where attack move is something much closer to your specific key. Like, I like using M3 and M4 and M5 for things like attack move, because it's just much more comfortable. Gadget quick summon, gadget quick summon, gadget.
Oh god, do not.
There we go. So yeah, you can actually remap that kind of thing I was thinking of. But yeah, effectively, remapping things to your comfort so that you can get familiar with the keys and the playstyle of the particular character that you are piloting is the key core focus that you want to priority master. Because the little macro movements will matter when it comes to clutching survival in a lot of situations. Especially if those macro movements are important. Yes, Aaron, I see that you're back. Aaron? Aaron!
I'm back. Yep, I'm back now.
Did you... Aaron, did you happen to not select your character in time when you were in the custom?
I think so. I believe so.
That's why this thing stopped, because you got booted back. Try and join the room again.
Okay.
And are you out of your tutorial, Bilsker?
Let's see.
The answer to that is yes.
Think.
The answer is yes. I'm looking at your screen.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
So that there is your daily special login event reward screen. There's going to be another one for the normal login reward screen, and then another one for the special starter 7-day cycle, which is the one you're currently on. There's also a season 9 login bonus, because this is that kind of game.
Oy vey.
Really, you just click all the buttons and you're like, yes. Okay, now you're on the game start screen.
Aight.
Do you want to change any of your controls?
I'm going to raw dog this.
Okay, go to game.
Learn.
Go to game start. No, not quick start. Game start. Custom game. Go back. No buttons. Cancel match.
Yep.
Game start.
Okay, there we go.
Bilsker! Stop clicking on it!
Carl. Okay, there we go.
Game start.
Sorry.
Custom game. Enter room code.
Bottom right.
Yoink.
And then input the custom lobby code. Okay, there you are. You guys click on way too much stuff quickly.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's how I'm used to. Learning games, just poking it with sticks until it does something.
Yeah, no shit.
You have a
Usually, when I learn games, it's just like the tutorial doesn't like be annoying. Just like gives you right away, like the Half-Life training course.
You ever played Ocarina?
Yes.
Is there a button I should press to ready up?
No.
Hey, listen.
You just press the button to start. Is that him?
Huh?
I heard a different voice all of a sudden.
I did too.
No.
Okay.
I was just saying the, hey, listen.
Oh, wow. Hello, Lord KHYT.
Hey, listen.
I appreciate the advice, Lord Cage.
Listen.
Okay. 1 second, because I can hear multiple people calling my name right now.
Ooh.
Okay. Bilsker already gave me his answer. Do either of you two need to change any controls on your keyboard before we start?
Nah, rock dog and shit.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna press the game start button.
Let's go.
Do you need me to answer any questions you might have before we get in the nitty-gritty?
It seems I only have one character available.
That might be the case. There are some characters that might be free rotation, but you could pretty much click through whatever you want and see if you can find other characters you'd like to play.
I got 2 of them at the start of the game, but we'll see what happens.
I only got Yuki.
I've got him and the girl from the second tutorial.
Okay.
I got Eva.
Oh, I see how.
Why is this not translated? Come on.
Okay, so nobody has anything they want to ask to make sure that they don't get lost.
I don't know.
We good now.
If I get lost, I get lost. This is I accept this.
Okay, I'm giving myself the same handicap that Lemon Duck asked for last time. I'm not going to actively attempt to kill you until there's no other bots to kill. If you open up...
do that for the rest of us as well.
That's what I just said, Lemon Duck.
That's what you just said.
If you open up on me and you keep chasing me after I walk away to a count of 3, I'm beat your ass. Okay? Because all of those bots, they're dummies.
Glory to the pawns who reach the end of despair.
Here we go.
Is there a rule that says you have to walk around?
Look for the materials you need here.
Found you. You'd look great on me.
Time to go to the school.
Better than nothing. Nice. Let's make some more. Wild animals really don't listen well. Where are the people? I'm not in the mood to reveal my inner desires. Something still at the bottom of the pond. School.
Here are the materials you'll need.
Time. Open up. Might be something worth using. This is something special. Nice. Let's make some more. Open.
Move to the police station.
Something worth using. Nice. Let's make
I
some
found a
more.
gun. A gun
There's
with
only
one bullet.
survivor. Who are we supposed to learn from?
Don't be afraid.
Wild
Fuck.
animals really don't listen well. Ooh, who's there? Is this for playing tag?
Find what you need here.
I guess this is better than nothing.
Good job. Now let's get you to some items that will make you stronger. It seems like the meteorite will fall fine. Careful with your head.
Where are the people? Here, love. I'll chop you up nicely. Oh, there's fun. Looks like this is an apartment. could they all have gone to? Getting tea?
The dimensional rift has opened. Survive until the end to get a special reward.
Found you. Did people live here? Are they hiding?
Fuck.
There's a dimensional rift ahead.
It would be nice to have lots of people. Okay, now this is serious. Found you. Where are the people? This is something special.
참가자가 연쇄적으로 탈락시키는 중입니다. 새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다. 참가자가 연쇄적으로 탈락시키는 중입니다. 참가자가 루미아 섬을 지배하고 있습니다.
A meteorite will soon impact this area.
I like this. It fits me perfectly. Ah, they're already dead.
Doesn't seem like I've run into any of you guys yet.
No, but I've run into quite a few people, and it has not been fun.
I keep on dying to animals. The fuck? Oh, hey, a little robot.
Another team has joined the battle.
생존자 사사 참가자가 루미아 섬을 지배하고 있습니다.
A different team.
My strategy is effectively heal anything that's lower than me and like leave like main place stairs alone until like the map gets like shrunken down to a certain bit.
I did not understand what you just said.
Kill any low level NPCs that are just like low level animals and just like try to survive until like the final match round up.
Yes, that is the goal of the game.
You'll dull my knives.
A tree of life has spawned.
Is there a problem, Lemon Duck?
I died and it was a fucking bird.
Well, why are you dying? I can't answer a question unless I understand what's happening so I can give you help.
I don't know. I feel like...
What do you mean you don't know?
They just like fucking attacked the bird, and it was just like I
And
died.
and it attacked back. Yes. Did you think that the animals wouldn't attack back?
Omega's close. Watch out.
You know what? I had my fellas spectating. I'm just gonna leave. I need to go.
Okay, Lemon Duck. That's your choice.
Uh-oh. Ah, there we go.
Now that I had that full fun with you guys, I'm just gonna like
Where are the people?
go to like a Xros server and just like be there.
A different team has entered the
That's what you want to do?
See ya.
Okay, bye, Lemon Duck. Why do all of these enemies have force cores on them?
kind of silly.
I don't know, but I have a 4 score on me. Oh wait, no I don't.
Fits me perfectly.
I guess I spent too much time outside.
Did you blow up?
Yes, I did.
That means you were in a red zone, and that red zone is a timer that counts down from whatever number you had for your actual limitation to 0. Then you blow up.
And it doesn't reset?
And it only resets if you kill somebody.
Understood. Fair enough.
The dimensional rift spawn point is near. A tree of life has spawned.
I'm trolling it with this.
Let's see how Heron's doing.
Chilling.
I don't mean this in a meme way.
Yes.
But I think this is, League of Fortnite is kind of the vibe I'm getting.
I mean, if you want to look at it that kind of way, sure. I can understand why you would have that appeal. It is to some degree, but you just need more time to really understand it. Because at first you're gonna feel overwhelmed. Then when you really get a grasp on it, you'll really like be in it.
전설적으로 통과 중입니다.
Cornering your prey into a little space. What?
A tree of life has spawned. Hurry!
Found you. Cornering your prey into a little space. Wonderful. I might control a bit with this. Cornering your prey into a little space. Wonderful. Brilliant. I can zip around. Oh, already.
Aaron, you still alive?
Yeah.
Yep, I'm watching.
Somehow. I guess. Tried crafting. I can't craft anymore.
Did you look at the reason why it's not letting you craft anything?
Not quite. Let me drop some shit.
The way you want to look at it is that if it's not letting you craft something and you know you have the crafting space for it, you have to deduce exactly what it is that's stopping you.
I've got my gear all the way to epic right now, so fine for now. But I probably need to still upgrade more.
You said you're still on purple.
Yeah.
On day 5.
Of no clue.
So your items are purple. And you're on day 5 right now.
Hold on, baby.
Hello, sweetheart.
Hey, I'm outside.
Okay, I'm in the middle of a match with them. I will be out there as soon as I can.
Okay, I was just letting you know.
I understand, baby. You ain't doing anything wrong.
I'll see you soon.
Okay. So you're on purple items on day 5. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yes.
You do not want to be on purple items on day 5.
Fair enough. I'm looking for more items to look for more loot.
So, in your top right corner should be your item transitions.
Trade of Life, have to go to a credit station. Trade of Life.
전설적으로 통과 중입니다. 참가자 시간에 남았습니다.
Everybody trying to sneak attack me. Ah! Well, somehow, Aaron, you have survived this long. Which is very impressive.
So I just need another Tree of Life.
I'm gonna get some more water. Be back in just a moment, probably before this is over.
You know, it depends on whether or not Aaron and I are the last persons left alive, and it apparently is that there's 3 people left alive.
이미지 안전지대를 활성화합니다. 안내에 따라 이동해 주시기 바랍니다.
Wait, where? Am I in it? Am I not? Shit.
If you're still taking down, you're not in the safe zone. Because I know where you were. Because you walked straight past me, and I chose not to attack you.
Shit.
I don't know where you went.
Yeah, I don't know where the game was trying to tell me to go.
There was a box. There was a box. There was a box. It was green. It was a box. It was green. That was the safe zone. It's basically anything that is yellow is about to turn red. Anything that is red is going to kill you if you're in it too long. Anything that is a teal green color is a safe zone that you wait inside of while it's then deciding what the next temporary safe zone will be. And then it will then go down to the final storm, where you go towards that zone and fight and move with the circle as you try to take out the opponents. No, give me a second. Give me a second. I need to go see my woman and go deal with something else out of the room. Be right back. Talk amongst yourselves.
Cool.
Nope, back just in time.
Hey. Well, I died. I ended up in the zone too long. Unfortunate.
Oh, you blew up like I did.
Yeah, but much later.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Hey, it's all good. I don't pretend to know what I'm doing.
Is it still running? Same code?
Carl? Oh, he had to step away for a moment, I think.
Oh. Oh, right.
All good. I've noticed something concerning. There's all these locked characters.
Yes.
And no indication of how much of the money these things cost that I have.
That's quite the predicament.
Just something I noticed. I notice these kinds of things. You see. I can't stop noticing them.
Noticing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you got the nose for it. Oh no, why is the crazy lady so cool?
Which one?
Jackie, the chainsaw lady.
Oh. Gee, Aaron, I wonder why.
Hmm. Okay, but Katya reminds me of what an elf would probably be. Like a cyber elf.
Hold on, let me find her.
Katya,
K, right?
K-A... Oh, she's in the right.
Oh, she's a sniper girl.
Yeah. Cyber elf.
I mean... Yeah. Anna, Isaac seems cool.
Okay, very cool, very cool.
Oh. I see exactly what kind of monetization this game has. Oh no.
Okay. What do you mean this one is a nun? What do you mean? You're telling me nonsense. This is silly.
What's the game trying to tell you, Aaron?
Oh, hold up.
Well, you said it was
So
nonsense.
there's a character Kiara, Kiara with a CH. Right there. This is a nun.
Of course she's a nun, Aaron. This is an anime game. Oh god. This character is oh god, absolutely a psycho.
Yes. You can even filter them by fucking weapon type. So like, yeah, you want an assault rifle? Fuck it. Oh my god. Okay, so check out Haze when you get a chance.
Hold on. Check out who?
Yeah. Haze with an H.
Oh dear.
Corpo Gunrunner Mommy.
I don't know if I'd have pinned that last bit onto her, but yeah, Corpo Gunrunner, definitely.
She's got plenty of toys to deal with you.
What in the Leon Kennedy?
Which one, Alex?
No. Not Leon, but...
It looks like the...
It looks like that was the prompt was.
Honestly, it looks like if the kid of Leon and Wesker decided to cosplay Kirito. That's Alex.
Yeah.
Okay, Lenny. Oh, okay, Lenny is just for people that like Pipkin Pippa or Klee from Genshin Impact. It's that demographic. Yes. You know who I'm talking about.
I absolutely... Well, I don't know about the last one, but I know about the first one.
Klee is also a lolly with bombs.
Ah. See, here's the better choice of women with bombs.
Oh, one-eyed. Yeah. Let's go. Explosives hag. Explosive specialist hag. Oh, John.
What? Wait, what's this? Oh no. In case you need to be reminded that this was either a Japanese or Korean game. The only Chinese man in the game right here.
I think this was a Korean game.
They both have the same opinions of China.
Yes. But what really matters is who is the Japanese character, or most of these Japanese characters.
Let's see. Well, I mean, the starting character is a Japanese character.
Okay, so this was
Yuki.
made by a Japanese person. This is made in Japan. Because
Then
otherwise,
there was this girl, the Japanese archer girl.
gotcha. Is there a character here that looks like they're specifically Korean?
Hyun Woo. Right here.
Oh, he looks like a standard like level up manhwa character. Okay,
Mhm.
I ain't mad at that.
This might have been. Hold on. I can figure it out immediately.
Because it feels like there's some Korean influence, but eh.
South Korea based.
Huh? Korean
Nimble
based?
Neuron. South Korea.
Ah. Okay. I felt like there was some more. Like Jenny feels like straight out of a manhwa.
Yeah. Ugh.
Did you see Lennox?
Yes, I did. Oh, it starts you off with nothing. Okay. So we were just waiting on Carl to get back.
Okay, you've heard of Hamburger Helper, now how about Hamburger Healer?
What does that do? Make your hamburger come back to life or something?
No, just a girl that is a healer, but hamburgers.
Yes, yeah. I was making a joke.
Ah, fair.
You know, you can mix Hamburger Helper into your hamburger and it turns into a dinner. You mix Hamburger Healer into your hamburger and it turns into a cow. Wait, is that a free meat glitch?
The fuck? Now I gotta deal with a fucking cow? I don't have a butcher near me. The fuck? This sucks. I just want a Hamburger Helper.
Hooey, it was a big eventful day for everybody in the world. Apparently, Star survived a wrecker explosion. She was almost in the vehicle lanes where there were shit happening that would have directly affected her. And she was safe because Zulian held her up. Which is crazy as hell.
Yeah.
But okay, I am back because I need to do the final raffle. So,
all good, man.
Let me figure out if we even have enough people to do that. And then I'll take my leave for the time being, because now I'm hungry. I've been here for technically 7 hours properly, because it's 11:27 right now.
Yep. All good, man.
Avalon. Avalon, are you still here on your account? Itchy. And also, hopefully, the additional run-throughs will help your understanding of the game. I know you said your opinion of that it wasn't something that you're normally used to, but after a couple of runs of it, how did both of you feel?
I thought it was decent.
Okay.
Once I get the hang of it, I could see myself playing it again.
I don't know this game I play on my own, but if there's people looking for a third, I'd jump in.
Yes, I play this game very often. Because one of the downsides of this game being in the region that it is, from its originator, is that sometimes it's hard to find North American matches. Because it's like, during a certain time of day, it's completely impossible to find it, because it has to search based on 3-on-3 lobbies. But I can always set up a custom lobby, and we can always go at it in the custom lobby.
Yeah. I was like, if you're looking for someone else to like join you on this, hit me up. I don't think this is the kind of game I would probably play on my own, though.
I understand that. That's fine.
But for the social aspect, yeah, I'll be there.
Let's see if I can find which there is yours. So I make sure to send the two of you friend requests. And
much appreciated.
Assuming that he's not here, I guess I will just end the stream today. All in all, successful event. Especially at the end there, when I needed lemon duck control.
All good. A lot of times just throwing some extra people in will help with that.
Yeah. Having the need to press the lemon duck button is interesting, but we got through it. It's alright.
Yep.
Alright, people.
It happens.
Thank you, everybody, for attending and joining. I hope everybody enjoys the raffle rewards that they earned. And I will see you all tomorrow for the start of Second Win Private League, where Carl is going to try desperately to race to 100 so he can wipe a man out for $1,000. I'm so desperate for that fucking money. You do not understand. Alright. Bye. And I click on the button.